Hmm. All right. I think we're live. Let's verify. All right. Let's see. There we go. Let's see if this is making. There we go. That sounds good. Excellent. Where's my coffee? Where is my kitty? I need my kitty. Live chat. All right, and this should kick in as well. There we go. And now we wait. I don't know why it takes so long for this thing to connect. Perfect, so that is working. And then let's also make sure that it's working on X. Good. Good morning, everyone. I think we have another 14 minutes or so before the trial starts. How's everybody's Thursday?
One, two, 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 the 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
That is ridiculous. Hey, Christy. How are you doing? A bit tired. Had to do some emergency yard work this morning. So I was out trying to remove a tree that fell in our front yard. So a bit sore and tired, but other than that, pretty good. Think of that. Oh. No, we had when did it fall? I think it was 3 days ago. It wasn't even really a storm. So we've got this really weird tree in our front yard, and it is there we go. That's what I wanted. Sorry. I got this volume turned down and it's still not working. There we go. So we have this weird tree that the branches grow from like the central location, like the trunk. I mean, it's hard to describe without a picture, but all the branches go out really, really far.
1, 2, 1, 2,
So they've already had one of the branches fall and hit one of the gutters before we even bought the house. So we're gonna have to take the tree down, but it was just one of these really, really long branches. I mean, the branch itself is the size of a small tree. So basically cracked, and I have to now, without any chainsaw or anything, remove this tree. And so this morning was another round of it. So I got one more round of trimming the small branches, and then I can pull the big branch down and then just take it out back. So just a lot of work. Trying to get it before the HOA bothers us. That the prosecution team are actually defense attorneys appointed by the local DA. Really? That seems odd. So they're not prosecuting attorneys with the DA. Our HOA is actually really lenient. They're probably the nicest HOA that we've dealt with. We've not had any issues with them. I just don't want to be on their radar. Try to get it done before there is a complaint, you know. There we go. And, you know, don't want to have a big tree in the front yard for the neighbors to see too. It's unseemly. Hello. So Ford. So what Christy's saying is that the DA has brought in defense attorneys on the prosecution side.
Oh, interesting.
And like it seems odd that they would do that. So they're not attorneys with New Mexico or Santa Fe. They brought them in from something. It's very odd.
Weird. Did you get a hold of that recruiter?
I left him a voicemail because I looked at the email this morning, and it said to get in touch with him. So yeah, because I thought like maybe I was being too pushy, like I don't. Yeah. 4 defense attorneys in the courtroom.
Or Alec Baldwin.
No, for altogether, there's 4 defense attorneys. 2 on the prosecution side, I guess, and 2 on the defense.
Weird.
Yeah. And so there's like, you can go into Santa Fe court system and look at, they have the filings as a separate, like these are our high priority, not high priority, high visibility, I guess, cases that we have. And so it has Alexander Baldwin, and his middle name's in there too. Which,
oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then it has the armorer, all of her information in there as well. But he's in there twice. Because they had pushed it through, and then like there's probably 300 to 400 documents in that list, But what they said was that they needed more forensic information. So that's when they had stopped the original, not trial. I'm having a hard time remembering these terms. But they brought it back again for after they did further evidence, after they destroyed the gun, I guess. Yeah. The destroyed gun, I think, is actually going to, if they had a case.
It doesn't, at this point, it doesn't feel like they really have much of a case. It just doesn't feel right, but I don't know, maybe we'll learn more.
Don't know.
Based on the opening statements, it just didn't feel like
a
whole lot there.
I think the idea is that it's like, it's going to hinge on the gun, but I don't think it is. Because whether he pulled the trigger or didn't pull the trigger, in that scene, he was supposed to pull the trigger. Mm-hmm. So he might not have thought he did or didn't. That is irrelevant.
It's about the culture on set and the culture of disorganization, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And that they hired a really junior armorer that was really young.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Well, I mean, she had credentials, But she was like the daughter of like one of the best in the industry.
Yeah.
So
she had the technical experience, but she just didn't have the life experience.
Yeah.
And also too, if they're having fun, after hours, shooting the gun off in the desert,
which they should not have been doing.
They shouldn't have done. But you can, if you're that age, you can see that happening.
Yeah.
Something stupid and.
Yeah. Because the first, and the fact that what kills me is the bullets were all over. Mm-hmm. And
you couldn't tell the difference between the two of them. Yep.
And even the person that was in the forensic team for Santa Fe said, I couldn't tell the difference. And I thought that the real ones were fake and the fake ones were real. And then they had to get but they didn't have to. They didn't have to get them tested at the FBI. She could just open them up. But I know this was a high profile case. So they were like, well, let's just send it all to FBI and do it that way.
Yeah.
So But it took them to send it off her. So how would Alec know that?
Yeah, there's no way he would know. He's not an armorer. He's just the main actor.
Mm-hmm.
And what they had said is that he'd only been on set for a few days. So.
Yep. But even if he'd been there a month, you know.
It's not his job.
No. And her job was to basically stop him and say, stop doing that, you know.
Here we go. So there's Hilaria.
Baby crazy lady.
He's addicted to babies. Carl didn't believe me when I said she was addicted to babies, and I showed him the picture, and he's like, yep.
Yep. She's addicted to babies.
She has a whole subreddit where people just hate on her. It's so strange. She did a lot to herself with that. And I was going to tell you last night, and then I fell asleep. So Hilaria was friends with the bad vegan. And do you remember the bad vegan of that coercive control story where they ended up in Pigeon Forge and
kind of
eating pizzas? He was ordering pizzas, and he had controlled her, saying that he could bring her dog back to life.
Kind of. It's really vague.
So she was this up and coming, really good vegan chef in New York City.
Right.
Very talented. It's so talented that people were literally throwing money at her to open a restaurant.
Wow.
So
was she one of the ones that was throwing money, or she just
no.
friends with her? Okay.
So she opened this restaurant in New York City, and it was all vegan, her and her boyfriend or husband at the time. And then they split up. So then she went and did her own thing. She had this dog that she loved.
Yes. Okay. I remember this one now.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I do remember that story.
And then Alec Baldwin would come in and loved her restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she said that Alec Baldwin was hitting on her. And she introduced Alec Baldwin to Hilaria.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And so Alec Baldwin at this point has 8 children. 1 with Kim Basinger, and then 7 with Hilaria since 2012. So they've been together for 12 years now. And they have 7 children. That's a lot.
Yeah, and it's not like 7 children over 15 years. 7 children over 10 years?
12 years. 12 years.
So
They got married in 2012, I think.
So it's like, have a baby, wait 3 months, pregnant again, have a baby. No, it's like almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah.
But she's got like a bunch of, she has an influencer market. And
So she's supporting.
so she's making money, I think, off
Yeah.
influencing.
7 and 12 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And she has like a newborn already.
So they're just waiting another few months and then go at it again.
Yeah.
Do you think she likes babies or likes just being pregnant?
It could be either. I think she likes babies.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, everybody has their thing, but it's just weird.
Yeah, a lot of Irish twins. Yeah. That's my favorite Irish twins.
So let me see here. So
He's Irish. She's, I don't know, because according to Reddit, she was walking around with that fake Spanish accent forever. And then she got called out for being born in Boston. But apparently she does speak Spanish with a Castilian accent.
coolsies.
I don't know.
All right. No, that's not the right thing I wanted to do. Let's see.
The bad vegan.
No. Yeah, I remember that whole story now.
It's such a weird story, and that she never got the Netflix documentary. They never really called her out on her ridiculousness.
Right.
But you know, we talk about coercive control all the time, and
Yeah.
when you want to believe something bad enough, and she got stuck in that situation.
All right, I just did the math. So in 12 years, she's been pregnant half the time.
Mm.
She's been pregnant for 6 years. Of 6 years of pregnancy
Wow.
in 12 years.
Yeah, so you might be right. Maybe she's addicted to being pregnant.
50%. It's 52% of the time she's pregnant.
How weird is that for Alec Baldwin?
I had to do the math on that. I mean, that's how bad it is.
To marry, I think she's just his second wife. Somebody who's addicted to babies. It could be like that Danish guy that's going around
1,000 kids.
1,000 kids.
Yeah, but he's also racist. So, you know.
I called it, and you were like, no. I totally called it.
I didn't know. I didn't have enough information.
Mm.
I mean, I just always assume you're wrong.
And then we're talking about that latest documentary about the 1,000.
So what was the name of that documentary? Was it Man with 1,000 Kids or something?
Yeah. And he's like going around reproducing because he believes he's a Norwegian god or a blue-eyed god.
Well, he also, the other people in that group are like, you know, we're gonna breed the white into Africa or something like that. They're
so gross.
horrible people.
And they're like, you have to stop giving your sperm. But they took him to court, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's only going to stop him for that one area. I mean, I guess, unless he just changes his name or fudges the records again, you know.
I don't know.
People are weird. Still be hungry. I saw you got like the Cinnamon Toast Crunch waffles or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go try that. We'll see how today goes for me.
Did you create a new thumbnail for this?
No. So I tried to do Facebook, and so it failed. And then I had to redo it again. And then I thought it kept the thumbnail and it didn't. So it just kind of stuck to our channel banner or something like that.
Okay.
And then I had to go in and delete the old stuff too, because it was like waiting. Ow, 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 ow.
Checking to see if we're live on Twitter.
We are. I checked.
I'm still getting so much Karen Reed crap.
Yeah, and Chrissy, that is exactly what people's concerns is, that there's going to be unplanned incest.
Yeah. Yep.
With that guy.
Well, especially in the Netherlands, because he's got like 800 children in the Netherlands. Something crazy like that.
Yeah. And like, you know, the way that the generations go, those 800 are going to be like 20,000 in 2 generations or something crazy like that. The way that
maybe
it spreads. They showed it on the documentary how.
Did they?
Yeah, it's only going to take 2 to 3 generations before it's massive amounts.
You think he'll be up there with Genghis Khan? Nile of the...
I mean, not where we're at now, because it's like, what, 1 in 4 people have Genghis Khan, DNA or something like that.
Yeah, pretty much everyone does.
Yeah.
Or Nile of the... What is he called? Nile of the... 9 hostages?
Yeah, that sounds right. But, you go far enough back and eventually everybody's got a bit of DNA from a single source.
Hostages.
Yeah.
It's hostages, right? I can remember his name.
I don't know. You're the one that knows that information.
Yeah, Nile of the 9 hostages.
I am just an empty vessel. Yeah, you should definitely watch it. Chrissy, it was a good documentary from the bits that I saw.
It was fun, but it was super racist. Like you could tell from the first episode that this is based on racism, and
Mhm.
it took until the third episode where it finally came out that
Yeah.
it was based on racism. Him trying to make the world
In his image.
in his image. Him and his friend. Ugh.
Friends, yeah, I think it was two. I know there was another guy, but yeah, sperm donor or a satyr, satyr. What is that? That's like that. That's from Midsummer, right? Midsummer Night's Dream. It's like a fawn, half human.
Mm-hmm. Like Pan, yeah.
Yeah, Pan. That's what I was trying to think of. The world must be peopled.
Favorite line.
That's like one of my favorite lines.
Midsummer.
BRB.
Gonna go find some food. These things never start on time, do they? He's actually a really good-looking guy from the documentary, and then he created this YouTube channel, which is him like cooking and traveling and giving his thoughts on life. It's just a really weird story. I like those kind of unusual stories. I wonder if Gloria Allred is going to be in the gallery today. % Persian.
Yeah, it says I'm just a mutt. I'm from everywhere and nowhere.
It's so interesting how the DNA stuff, now we're able to solve those cold case murders because of that DNA. How is it? Super sugary?
Yeah, but
Okay.
right?
And sugar. You think we're going to be here till 7 tonight again?
Probably. If that other attorney keeps objecting to everything that they say, I'm going to hand her a piece of paper. I object. It's evidence. I just object.
And the lawyer rolling his eyes every time she...
He's the best guy ever. Oh my God.
I love their facial expressions. I think it's going to be fun. We should watch the facial expressions.
I mean, even the cops were like, she would ask them a question, they'd be like, I don't know, just doing my job.
Yeah.
So I noticed that you were standing next to this guy. Why would you be standing next to this guy? Because I wasn't gonna sit. It was just really weird testimony from them. Okay, so you moved your car over there. Why would you move your car over there? I don't know. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. It's like she was trying to make big deals about really minor, dumb stuff.
Because they don't have enough supporting.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another cat.
Hello. Hi, Mia. You're the dumb one.
She's the dumb one.
Who's a good girl.
She's the one that lacks the neurons.
Did you forget where you're going?
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Hi. Yeah, Colbert's case has put an interesting spin on use of DNA evidence.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's why you're up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cereal. Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering why. Where's your brother? Yeah, they do taste like cinnamon toast waffles.
Mm.
Like a little maple syrup.
Kids will like that. When you're done, I'll go make myself some toast.
Hi.
I am interested in the Kohlberger case. Are you interested in that case? Just hope we have a job by
I
then.
think that one's going to be a shit show when it goes to trial.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because he's going for that law degree, so I think he's going to throw.
He's going for a law degree?
Yeah, that's why he was at the school. He was.
No, he was forensics. He was
legal law.
no, he wasn't law. It was forensics.
So his forensics and messed up the evidence that much.
Who? Kohlberger?
Goldberg. Yeah.
Well, I think he thought he was doing a good job. I guess.
I mean, I know not to leave my bloody knife sheath.
Could have slipped out of his hand.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, it's not here. Maybe I should stop and look for it.
I think how they found him from the Parabon and stuff was kind of cool.
How'd they find him?
Was through that sheaf. Was they did familial DNA on him. The FBI did. The cat. You can't see her, but she's acting like she's gonna host a podcast.
Here.
Now she's gonna hold the microphone. Podcast hosted by Brainless Kitty. Just really smelling that thing. We're so bored our cats are like, we're letting the cat entertain us.
Hi. Oh, I'm getting a bunch of eye blinks.
Aw. Yeah, he was getting his PhD in forensic science. It doesn't make any sense though why he would do that. I think that's one of the things I'm most curious about is why would he do that? Restarting.
So I think it's the reasons he went into forensics is he was following serial killers.
He was following serial killers. That's a girl thing. He had an obsession with serial killers.
Yeah. So he got into forensics to kind of study the pathology, you know,
Mm.
and then realized I could follow in their footsteps.
So the Muirs are going to court tomorrow.
Who?
Bryson Muir's parents,
Mhm.
Daniel and Kristen. They're going in tomorrow because their lawyers saying that they're being illegally jailed.
Well, lawyers can say whatever they want.
Yeah. I hope the judge comes back and is like, nope, you're.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it might be today. They're going in today. Because this is from 18 hours ago, so
Mm-hmm.
it might be going in today. They're supposed to go in on the 16th, but.
And that was in Indiana, right?
Or I think so. Cass County. Yeah, today's the 11th. Yeah, so they're going in today at 3 o'clock.
Doesn't he look like someone's grumpy grandfather?
He does. Yeah. Are they're sidebarring?
She didn't iron her suit this morning.
Oh, the judge likes him. Who's that? I always forget his name. Spiro? Mr. Spiro? Alex Spiro?
Oh, you can launch it on there. I installed the icon on the bottom left on the desktop.
Looks like a cat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so yes, that. Oh. Launch it again. Hi. What was the question?
Seems like you're new. It's highly recommended to check the documentation on how to set up the bot you wish to open so you can get started.
No. I'll close that. I thought I'd set it up for you. I guess not.
Mm-mm.
Or did you log in as a different profile, maybe?
No, logged in. Same one.
Mm-hmm. I'll take a look at it real quick. Yeah, it's a pre-objection objection. That's what she said.
Yeah.
She's objecting having to wake up that early. Come on. You want it? Come on. There you go.
You get that summit? Oh, I didn't see that question. The years are claiming sovereign citizen.
Yeah, I don't know. So, Christy, you're asking about if the Muirs are claiming sovereign citizenship. Probably. That is one of their beliefs. They might not say it like directly as sovereign citizenship, but it is definitely something that they practice. That America has no rights over them because they are Black Israelites. Fix this. He's a funny guy. Here. I do wish sometimes I could hear what they were talking about. Mia. Except for him. Doesn't he look like a grandfather? Like an old... I mean, I'm assuming he is old enough to be a grandfather. How old are the Baldwins? Hmm. So is that Stephen Baldwin behind him? Which Baldwin is that? Because you got... guessing that's Steven. He's only 58. I think he's the youngest of them all. Yeah, so he's like 58. Interesting is that Steven is Justin Bieber's son-in-law. Or no, Justin Bieber is Steven's son-in-law. There you go. I knew there's words in there somewhere. So Steven's daughter is married to Justin Bieber. I mean, just looking at from the two of them, Steven looks older than Alec. Where's their father? Who's their father? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of back and forth with not a lot of. So did you know? So that's Stephen Baldwin. He's the youngest.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks older than Alec.
Yeah.
And his son-in-law is Justin Bieber.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Justin Bieber is married to his daughter.
Huh.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like a lot of shuffling around, but I'm also assuming too that there's probably a lot of thought that happens after the trial ends, and they're like during the trial that they're constantly busy.
How old is Alec? I don't even know how old he is.
He's Alec is 66. Steven is 58.
Okay.
How old is she? How old are her babies?
If the jury does not show up.
You're just like, nah, we're fine. So she's 40. His wife. I feel like we should put music on or something. waiting for this.
That's the problem with these court cases. Like, it keeps me busy, but it's like boring at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the name of that song that we should put on the Into the Gladiators? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I think I'd just be appropriate.
Oh, it's still her. She's still testifying.
Oh, yeah.
In the CSI talk. Was her name Cooler or something? Here's the jury.
Baldwin's parents had 6 kids in 11 years. Yeah, because they're all like near the same age too. Yeah. I can't remember. Like, they did test the audio before, and I heard that come through. So it's definitely them not playing audio yet.
I thought the Karen Reed trial where everything was a hot mic.
Yeah.
I was just in the house.
I still think, as far as organization goes and professionalism, the Daybell trial was the best. Like, I think your phone was going off. I heard a beep. I thought.
More than a bathroom break or whatever, and you just need to be patient. We're trying to move the trial along, okay? So, thank you. All right, before, and I'm sorry, I don't, this probably isn't the most appropriate time, but media and media in the war room, or whatever we call it, one more cup, and everybody is not allowed to bring any liquids of any kind whatsoever. My staff is, and our county people are not going to be picking up trash that you all could pick up, okay? And that also means downstairs in the jury assembly room. So one more cup, one more water. But let's just have some manners on picking up after ourselves, okay? All right, sorry I had to bring that up right now.
Filling out the jury or the...
Yes, she's still under oath. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
That's fine.
All right,
May I proceed?
yes.
Good morning, Investigator Pop.
Good morning.
Popple?
Yeah. Popeye. Didn't they usually have it written? Why is it?
All right, why don't we look at these now? Is this, are you keeping track?
So 40 minutes.
Of what?
Nothing. 40 minutes of just them walking around, head on fire.
Oh, look, there's...
Oh my gosh. Do, 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 do. It's like a horror movie. Like doing the quick zoom in and out shot.
Yeah. They're trying to make it interesting.
Mm. Mm. Redhead freckles and 2% Persian. I still love that.
Okay, good morning again. Good morning. So we saw a lot of pictures yesterday and heard about some search warrants that were conducted that you were present for. And I'd like to sort of divide what we do this morning into sort of two categories, the firearm and the ammunition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. As to the firearm, I think where you left off yesterday is ultimately that firearm was destroyed in the testing. Fair?
Not destroyed, but broken.
Yeah, the word broken, that I think I heard you use yesterday, it's fair to say that the firearm can't be put back in the original condition that it was in at the time of the incident. Is that fair?
I believe it could be put back together with replaced parts, but as far as, in my terms, destroyed meaning no longer in existence, it is not the case.
Right. No, of course. The gun and its broken parts still exist, right?
Yes.
But as being part of the investigation and entrusted with the evidence in this case, the gun will never be in exactly the same condition that it was in on October 21st. Fair?
Yes.
Then I want to talk to you now about the ammunition piece of this. And the investigation into the source of the lethal bullet in this case led you to executing a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And you knew that he had provided Starline brass silver ammunition to the set, correct?
Yes.
What you were investigating at that time was whether it was Starline brass silver and only dummies, or if it was Starline brass silver and he also had live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
Yes.
And you did know that Seth Kenny kept live ammunition at his prop house, correct?
I believe at that time we were looking for live ammunition, yes.
Right, but you were aware of whether you found the exact correct live ammunition that matched perfectly the live ammunition on the movie set. You did ultimately recover some live ammunition, and you had probable cause to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And did that concern you that at a prop house that's sending out ammunition for movie sets, that there was both live ammunition and dummy rounds?
Yes.
So I want to take a step back for a second. When you go out to collect evidence on a day like October 21st, 2021,
Nickel primer.
You bring with you your Nikon camera, right?
Yes.
You have gloves with you, right?
Yes.
And in a perfect world, you're trying to get to the evidence and the state of the evidence as quickly as possible. Fair?
Yes.
And so you did respond to this scene, and the first item that you collected that ended up broken was the prop gun, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew that someone had touched it without gloves on, right?
Yes.
You knew that when somebody collected it, they didn't take a photo, right?
Yes.
But you did take that into evidence, and that was sort of the first item in this case that you were collecting and entrusted to keep vouchered and maintained for the course of this investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it was a critical piece of evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so as you continue after that moment into the scene, you're looking for additional evidence. Fair?
Yes.
And physical evidence is critical evidence in an investigation, right?
Yes.
Because, witnesses and their memories can change. Witnesses can say one thing one day and another day, but physical evidence pretty much stays the same, right?
I'm just objecting to a compound question.
Physical evidence stays the same, right?
Yes.
And you logged all the evidence you collected in this case?
Yes.
And all the evidence collected by law enforcement in this case was ultimately logged by you.
Yes.
And by logging it, you also make it available for the defense so that we have visibility into what in fact you collected.
Yes.
And one way you figure
Except for the
out,
gun.
as you're going through a scene, what evidence is relevant is you can talk to your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You can talk to witnesses, right?
I do not. As part of I'm not an investigator, I'm a technician. So my concern is with the physical evidence. I don't do any of the interviews.
No, I know you don't do formal interviews, but in this case, you did talk to Seth Kennedy, right? You're not forbidden to speak to somebody who's at a scene.
No, I do believe we had some casual conversations, yes.
Well, but there are times where a witness could say in your presence, hey, that glove is very important. And they would say it to you and Corporal Hancock, and you would
I
know.
object to the hypothetical.
Overruled.
As I was saying, Corporal Hancock could be at a scene, and somebody could say, hey, that glove was used, and you, as a technician, would say, okay.
He's just gonna
that
get to the
witness is
point.
pointing out that glove, that could be important. I'm going to note that, and once I confer with Corporal Hancock, potentially take that into custody, to take an inventory.
Yes, that's something that could happen, yes.
And the other thing that you do is, and you talked about this a little bit on your direct, which is you can learn information and decide what to forensically test. Fair?
Yes.
So in this case, for example, Mr. Baldwin's clothes had red on them, and you tested it for blood, right?
Yes.
And it turned out it was movie set blood, right?
Yes.
Meaning it wasn't actually blood.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So as you continue through the scene, you get to the prop cart, and you find the shell casing. And I thought this was on just a moment ago.
All right, Joe, come on up. We need to fix something.
You're doing what to the document?
Yeah, it's the fastest
IT to the rescue. You had to turn it on for him. Turn it off and back on.
Just in the way.
Her name is Hilaria, isn't it? Jeez.
Yeah.
It was up there. It
You
was
think
up
I
there
was
that you
making
had-
that up?
Well, I just figured you were making a joke out of a weird name.
No, but she was born
And I'm putting State's
She was
Exhibit
really-
29.
Hilaria seems more
I'm just a minute. Mr.
exotic.
Baldwin is, they're trying to figure this out.
And she was speaking in that.
Do, 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 do,
Oh,
do,
now you
do.
the whiteboard.
It's an audio visual presentation.
Yeah. Scene, track.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
It's a good idea because you
and
never
I'm
got a
showing
real
you
understanding of
Exhibit
how
29.
things were.
And in a moment, I'll show you Exhibit 28. And this is the shell casing that you recovered in this case that housed the lethal projectile, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you were able to then recover the actual bullet piece of the ammunition because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that it was at the hospital with Mr. Souza, right?
Yes.
And so you were then able to go to the hospital, and we heard from that officer, and collect the other piece of the ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And that's an example, right, of learning something from a witness and making a decision based on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as to the prop gun, because you learned from Mr. Baldwin that he just manipulated the hammer, you didn't test the trigger of the firearm, correct?
I'm sorry, you're asking if I myself tested the,
Trigger, yeah.
I'm not qualified to do that, so it was not completed by myself.
Well, fair to say that because you learned that from Mr. Baldwin, it impacted the way that you evaluated the evidence in this
I
case.
object to the form of question. Can we approach?
Shocking that she objects to that.
So I'm reading this really interesting subreddit
Mm-hmm.
about how Robert Jordan's is directly from Carlos Castaneda.
You spoke to Mr. Baldwin at the scene, correct?
Briefly,
President
yes.
gets sued.
And he informed you that he just manipulated the hammer and that impacted your future testing, correct?
I don't recall what he exactly stated on the scene.
Okay. Well, let me just approach you for a moment.
Counsel, I'll need a copy.
Sure. We'll provide you a copy.
We're also going to need, while they're looking for that, why don't we approach?
Guys, like, this is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. It's like he can't use any evidence to support his testimony. Gotta go turn that light on upstairs.
Page and line, please.
Yep.
Page and line, counsel.
Yep. Page 3, lines 9 through 11. And I'm showing the witness. Does this, and as you can see from up here, this is a lapel camera from 1021, a lapel recording from. And do you see this answer here?
Yes, I see it.
And so, does that refresh your recollection?
Wow, finally just showed the
That
paperwork.
Mr. Baldwin told you that he cocked the gun.
I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. But you don't dispute that it happened.
No, I don't dispute it. I just don't recall it.
So, did but when you made the request,
Objection, let's approach.
Oh my god. What is happening?
I don't know. This is so annoying. Just let the man ask a question.
I can tell you the jury is not going to be happy with her.
Mm-mm.
I said that yesterday, but it's gotten worse. I sent me back there yawning.
No doubt. Mm. Someone found a kitten in the neighborhood.
Yeah. That's Grace's mom.
Hmm.
Just very emphatic. Like, just like pointing. Blah, blah, blah. Today Friday? No, today's
Thursday, yeah.
Are they off tomorrow? Or are they?
I thought that's what I heard. I thought they were off tomorrow, and then next week is all week, Monday through Friday.
We gotta
That's-
listen to the judge better.
Huh? She's hard to hear. She's hard to understand.
Because she's had so much Botox done right before the trial that she's like, it's really hard for her to move around.
She has numb tongue.
Yeah. You can tell, like, she's like just trying to, she can't move. I mean, I would have done it too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody put on the Lori Vallow trial
Mm-hmm.
that she can't get her Botox done now. That's why she doesn't want to show up in court anymore. I just laughed out loud about that.
Oh my God. Wonder how the Lori Vallow workout's going for Chad right now.
Yeah, not great. Not great. I can't. That's another one I can't wait for is the Lori Vallow trial.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
But that one's not happening until next year now. It was supposed to happen in August.
Well, yeah, they had that 400,000 terabytes of.
4.7
Just to go
million.
back to the spent shell casing for a moment, was the spent shell casing collected from inside of the church or on the cart?
On the cart.
And
So he can't
another
show her the-
question is, do you know if Mr. Baldwin's fingerprints or DNA were on the trigger of the firearm?
I do not know those results off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there a better witness that may come in to tell the jury that?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, you were interacting, as we were left off, with Mr. Baldwin at the scene and spoke to him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after speaking to him, did you in fact test the hammer of the, did you in fact request to test the hammer of the firearm for prints and DNA?
Same objection. That doesn't lay the foundation. It has to go to why she did what she did.
It's the first question, and then I'll ask why she did or didn't.
Overruled.
Did you, after speaking to Mr. Baldwin, did you then test the hammer of the gun for DNA or fingerprints, or request that it be done?
The request that was made was after a conversation with the lab, which essentially was asking them what assistance they could provide. I believe the request was made for latents and DNA. I don't recall the specifics of what on the item they were going to specifically test. I don't know their requirements or standards when they receive a firearm. Most labs would do the testing on the entirety of the gun, but they might break it down further and do just the trigger, just the hammer, just the rough areas. I'm not certain. That's a question for their lab.
Right, but I'm just asking you, Investigator Papa, when you made the request, did you specify, given what we've learned now, we really want you to check the hammer specifically? Did you make that request?
I don't recall specifically requesting that.
And when you got to the prop cart, you could not tell from looking at it whether or not anybody had altered or moved any of the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if somebody did, that would be a pretty serious problem in a case like this, wouldn't it?
It would be a problem in any case, yes.
Did you ever interview or review any interviews of Sarah Zachary?
No.
But one thing that you did know at this time, for certain, is that you were looking for Starline brass silver .45 ammunition, correct?
At that time, no, we did not know that that's what we were looking for.
When did you learn that?
That was learned later on once realizing that all of our suspected live rounds were Starline brass with a silver primer.
So all of the live rounds at the movie set were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, right?
Yes.
And this idea came up early in the investigation.
I object to
that
your whiteboard.
What if somebody sabotaged the set and put those live rounds there? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was quickly dismissed in this case as not something that law enforcement thought to be realistic. Fair?
Yes.
But you also needed to investigate whether somebody from outside of the Rust set was responsible for injecting these live ammunition into the Rust set. Fair?
Yes.
And so you continue to investigate that as this case proceeds, and you executed search warrants, correct?
Not myself personally investigating it, but I believe that was something that was being investigated.
So, we looked at, and I'm just going to show you Defense A1. And what's this a picture of?
These were some of the rounds that were located loose on top of the cart.
And these live rounds being loose on top of the cart, I mean, you don't know whether those live rounds were there at the time of the incident, right?
Correct.
And again, these were all Starline brass, nickel primer, live, correct?
Yes.
And you were also not certain at times when you would collect rounds whether or not they were live or dummies.
Correct.
Some rounds you submitted to the FBI to process to figure that out.
Yes.
And if we could look at State's Exhibit 27, can you tell me what that is?
This is a photograph of the silver primers on the 2 rounds that were later discovered to be live that were on the top of the cart.
Makes you wonder what the other people that are involved in the filming.
And so
I'm assuming that they'd be watching this. What are they thinking? And are they going to be brought in?
A2.
Like the people that were in the church?
Right. What was your understanding of this box?
My understanding was this was the box handed to Lieutenant Benavidez that was being pulled from at the time to load the firearm. It was then placed in his unit and later collected by myself.
And when you looked inside of that box, State's Exhibit 17, what did you find?
These were the rounds inside of the box.
And can you tell the jury the significance of that round?
Yes, this round with the silver primer was a live round.
But you don't know whether somebody was rifling through this box.
That's in the
Just
dummy
missed it,
box.
do you?
No.
Yeah.
And you also showed the jury that these
I think you
Starline
missed all
brass,
this yesterday.
nickel, live
So they had
rounds were found in
Live
other
round in the
places
cart,
on
live round
set.
in the
Right,
box
this is
marked
State's Exhibit
dummy box.
16.
live round in the bandolier there.
And
That's
what
the
is this?
bandolier that he was
This is
wearing.
the close-up of one of the gun holsters that has a live round in it.
Okay. And States Exhibit 15.
This is
So they're just
close-up
all over
of
the place.
gun holster that was belonging to Mr. Baldwin that has a live
All,
round.
all together, all over the place.
And was
So
that
live
15
rounds all over the set.
This
So I
is
think,
15.
like,
Was
was
16 the one that
inevitable
was
that
the
something
other actor, Jason
Yep.
Eccles?
Yes.
tragic that someone died, but it would have
Yeah.
happened.
What would have happened probably,
And so Mr. Eccles,
because it's just
another actor
lightning,
on the
right?
set,
Because it
turns
would have
out
been
that
someone
he,
fired a dummy round
as he
and it went
acted
off and
as he
didn't hit
performed,
anybody.
had a live
And then they would have put the entire set on lockdown
bullet
and
in his
had to go
bandolier,
through
correct?
everything,
Yes.
fired a bunch of people. That would have
and
been,
you have no,
in
no
someone's
reason to
mind, the
think
worst case
Mr. Eccles had
scenario.
any idea that was there,
You know.
right?
our best case scenario. But the one round that made it to his gun was the one that struck her.
Your working theory, as you evaluated the ammunition and looked at the similarity between the Starline nickel live and the Starline nickel dummies, is that they could have been easily commingled. Fair?
Yes.
In other words, somebody could have mistaken one for the other, right?
Yes.
And so when you conduct
toy.
then a search warrant on the church, you find additional evidence, right?
Yes.
And you talked about search warrants in your direct examination, but I just want to orient the jury a little bit to what that is. A search warrant is where you go to a court and you swear out a warrant, and the warrant tells you what you can search for inside of a dwelling or a location, right?
Yes.
And you tell the court what information you have and what you'd like to look for. Fair enough?
Yes.
And unlike somebody sort of, walking into the precinct and voluntarily giving you evidence, one of the things about a search warrant is you don't have to tell the person you're coming before you go, right?
Yes.
So as you're going in to execute the search warrant on the church, and the warrants in this case, you did discuss that with Corporal Hancock, correct?
Yes, I believe we had some brief conversations about the search warrants.
And the warrant for the church, it didn't indicate that there was any specific crime you were looking for. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
And so, when you went inside of the church, you were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
And you remember, as you ended your direct examination yesterday, Ms. Morrissey, the prosecutor, said, you keep all of this evidence so that if anyone wants to bring any evidence, you have it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you found in the church was the shot list for the day, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall collecting paperwork inside the church?
Yes.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I've already indicated to Mr. Spiro that I object to some of these, so we can approach now. I wish we had dealt with it previously.
no, I think I could just lay it and introduce them.
Well, she said she objected.
He's like, do I have to? So she's objecting to paperwork that was found on the state's search warrant.
I guess. This case is ridiculous. Honestly, it really is. Like, why they went to court with this case? It's very clear that Gutierrez was negligent and she should have been convicted based on her negligence. But how they can, just because he pulled the trigger on set,
Yeah.
he wasn't being negligent. He didn't
Well,
know.
that's the
How
thing.
did you know what was live and not live?
So, because there's a lot of people that say, like, you don't, even in the prop situations, you don't point guns at people, but I know that is a lie.
No, you have to. You have to, because there's scenes where
I'm thinking of Fight Club.
you're looking at the edge. Yeah, where
in his mouth. Yeah.
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 I mean, there
I'm sure that that was not even like any moving parts in that.
or John Wick. I mean, John Wick. Very clearly, he's pointing a gun at the camera.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They'd have to do it like India, which doesn't allow prop guns.
So it's all
Pieces of plastic, like that are just like solid pieces of plastic, and then they CGI in all the guns.
hmm,
So it can't even resemble a gun
on set.
on set.
Huh.
So it can't be airsoft. It can't be a prop gun. That was that movie we were watching where he was saving the kid. Hemsworth was saving the kid,
Yeah,
and there was not a single prop gun in that entire movie.
because they were in India.
In India, yeah.
She's showing her with all these objects. I don't like. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, her defense attorney background, yeah. And what doesn't make any sense to me is that this is all stuff that was already put into evidence. You can't just pull this evidence out of your butt.
So why is she objecting? She just keeps objecting over the evidence that they collected.
Yeah. And it's just, this is state's evidence. This is not.
Like, really arguing. Do you think Spiro? He's like, you dragged me to the shit desert, to the hottest place on earth.
At the hottest time of the year.
There's nothing about this area that's. He's like so annoyed. His tie is like all wrinkled too, which is funny.
Yeah, it probably was ironed and then he went outside and just went.
And where are they exactly?
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But Santa Fe is not the capital of New Mexico. The capital of New Mexico is Albuquerque, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Albuquerque is where we saw the double rainbows, remember?
Yes, I do. The double full circle rainbows.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
I don't even know where Santa Fe is.
it's in New Mexico.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I don't believe you. I keep in my mind, I keep mistaking Santa Fe with San Antonio, Texas. Like I keep thinking that.
It's weird that you would get that wrong because you're usually the one that knows where everything is.
Yeah. I keep thinking they're in San Antonio. I have to look on a map. Where is Santa Fe?
I don't know.
Is it up near Taos?
I don't know, but I was looking at this earlier.
What am I looking at? Is that in Santa Fe?
No. Scroll. It's a zoomed in picture.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a farmer's market.
Yeah.
One of many in Nashville.
Oh, in Nashville. Yeah.
Because I was like, I need to see. Because that's like, I'm plus minusing it. But yeah, there's a nursery and garden center at the thing too.
Oh, that's nice.
And then there was another one too. They have a city market. The carrots.
Oh, yeah.
So they have a tailgate market too.
That's cool.
Yeah. They have a Rivers Arts District farmers market, a Blue Ridge market, another tailgate market. So there's like 15 farmers markets.
It's a hippie community.
I know. I'm looking forward to that. What are you smirking for? You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is we are not in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why I was pulling up maps. Well, I pulled up maps, and that was the last search I did, as I wanted to show you. So it was relevant.
Objection. Oh my God, they're still going in.
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah. Then this is like the 5th one today, 5th sidebar, maybe 6th.
We start. I wonder if they're gonna start. One of the jurors is gonna be like ticking how many sidebars there.
Oh my God, Santa Fe is tiny. Yeah, they're right next to like 2 or 3 national parks. Like they're surrounded by national parks. So they are northeast of Albuquerque.
Yeah, so closer.
And Albuquerque's tiny too.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Wait, what's happening? Is she pissed?
She looks pissed.
Looks really angry.
And he's smiling. He kind of had a weird smile on his face. Could go to Santa Fe.
They have a meow wolf
Mm-hmm.
in Santa Fe? That's the first meow wolf was in Santa Fe. Yeah. Is it near Taos? Is it up in the mountains?
I'm looking, I don't know.
That may not be that bad.
Santa Fe's tiny, 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 tiny little town. I mean, like, it looks like the size of Snellville, maybe,
Mm.
or Lawrenceville, maybe smaller than Lawrenceville. Okay, so
Yeah, it's actually not that hot.
that happened.
Yeah. They just got up. She didn't say when they would come back or anything.
So Taos,
No consideration for the viewers.
Taos is, I don't know how far Taos is from. Taos to Santa Fe.
Actually, the weather in Santa Fe is really nice. It's 72 degrees.
Well, it's nicer than here.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those places that gets really cold.
Oh, yeah.
Like at
'cause
night.
it's up in the mountains.
Hmm. So they're an hour and a half. Santa Fe from Taos.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. Christine, we don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
She just like stood up all of a sudden and then
She's like, don't talk to anyone, and then just walked away.
so she's not a really good communicator, the judge.
I think she's also pissed off at everybody too.
Yeah, she looked really angry at that
Everybody.
attorney.
So I have a feeling she's taking this discussion to her chambers. Oh,
They like went through all of this in the evidentiary.
that's my point. Like, life court is on a short break. We don't know what else to say. So,
Yeah.
oh my God. You see, if our channel was bigger and we had like that income stream, we could go to New Mexico, like go there, see this, and then go see Meow Wolf,
Go see Meow Wolf.
like when court was out. Go interview Alec. You got a new follower, by the way, on your ticks and your talks.
Oh.
Yeah, you're at 15 followers,
Cool.
310 likes.
Cool. Yeah, Santa Fe's up in the mountains, so it's not bad. Not terrible. Do you think the lawyers are actually staying in Santa Fe? Or are they
Yeah,
staying?
I would imagine so. They're not going to drive 2 hours. There's like nothing nearby. It's like these little centers, and then there's like just hours of road next to another city center.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and looking at the pictures, there were some nice hotels.
Oh yeah, well that's a fancy area, and then you get up into the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get up into Taos, which is really fancy.
Is Winky snubbing us today?
I think so.
Hmm. Well, we'll put our stuff away while we're waiting.
Clean up the space. Yeah. You want anything from upstairs? Yeah. We'll probably need to figure out lunch.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 11:53. What did you say you wanted for lunch?
Grilled cheese.
Grilled cheese. Yeah.
I'll start making this.
Kids will like that.
It's a good time for that.
All right, we will be back. think I need more coffee. Carl is upstairs making grilled cheese sandwiches for kids. And currently reading the Watchtower and Bible Tract Society Church of Jehovah's Witnesses just lost a major lawsuit. Part of their I don't know what I was about to say. They, over the decades, have concealed abuse happening specifically to children, and the organization as a whole has known about it and has kept detailed files. Recently, they just lost, looks like yesterday, they just lost a major lawsuit in Montana. And the prosecution was able to prove that the Jehovah's Witness organization knew about the abuse. The leadership knew, the legal services department knew about it. So they settled out of court with the victims. Looking at the filing now. They also were, their legal attorney was fined $154,000 for misleading the court and filing false and deceptive affidavits. The Jehovah's Witness Church is notorious for hiding abuse and protecting abusers also. How long have they been on? These breaks are not short. They're still on break.
Yeah. And we're the only, nobody's on right now?
Yeah. I think on Twitter, there's a couple people. You watching from over there? See if they come back. You're watching over there?
Yeah. I haven't eaten in camera too.
I know. I know, it's so funny coming from the work environment where eating on camera is like taboo. You're not supposed to eat on camera. And people are on Twitter talking about how Alec Baldwin was asleep on camera during the trial. He really did look like he was asleep.
I don't think he was, but he looked that way.
Yeah. Are they back? Oh, look. And they're still up there talking, arguing.
This last one. Do you have more? These around somewhere?
You're gonna stuff use them back in there. You're terrible.
I know I am.
Christy just followed me on Twitter. Thank you for following. And mainly for Twitter, I just post cult. Say that 50 times fast.
I don't know what you're saying the first time fast.
Cult court news.
Cold Court News.
Cult news.
Cold Court News.
Cult-
Cold Cook News. Cook Cook News. Am I doing it right?
Yeah.
Colt News? Court?
There's a lot of cults in courts now.
Mm-hmm.
You got the mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
They're going in today.
You got the Kenya cult.
You have the Kenyan cult
Mm-hmm.
that's in court, and the one in Australia that they're in their second or third day for the murder, and they don't have legal representation in Australia. So they're charging two of the leaders, her father and one of the cult leaders, with homicide, and then 10 other cult members with manslaughter is what they're being charged with, because they all stood around and watched her die.
Yeah.
Watched the little girl die.
Yep.
But it's weird that they don't have representation. I don't understand. Maybe that's Australian law.
Or maybe they
don't want it.
They don't want it.
They Sarah Booned it.
Or they, what do you call it? Sovereign citizen.
Yeah. That's what the mirrors were. I know Christy asked that about
Mm-hmm.
if they were sovereign citizens. They believe that, but I think they got a lawyer that was.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think sovereign citizens still believe in lawyers, to defend your right against the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Your citizenship versus the United States.
Yeah. It just
Okay, look, whack jobs.
Is he going to sleep again?
Look, he's just looking down. Give the man a break. He's 66. He has 7 kids.
He has 8.
Well, 7 that really matter.
He has to support all of his 7 kids.
That's the only reason he works. He could have retired years ago.
He said that, actually. He said that the jobs he takes
Mhm.
so that he can be around his children.
Yeah.
Very picky about the jobs he takes.
Yeah. So he takes local jobs or short-term jobs or, yeah.
Even though, how many nannies do they have?
Probably 9.
They have
1 for every kid and then 2 that they can each sleep with.
9 nannies. And then are all those nannies in New Mexico with them?
Yeah. I mean, You can imagine that there's like 4 hotel rooms with 7 kids in them with like 6 nannies. It's like it's an operation, dude.
Yeah. Finally.
It's a baby train.
Oh, look. And now she's bringing in case law.
Look at that guy. What the hell?
What is going on here? They're all shaking their heads. No. No. As they search through.
Nah, they're all whack jobs. Look, I was looking at her phone looking for nudes, okay? So you...
Gloria. There's Gloria. All red. What's on his shirt? Courtroom.
Yeah, media pool.
Media.
And then her.
She's just
This is all the public.
public.
And then the attorneys. Oh, I see. So it's friends and family in public.
The seats look really uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah. All court houses, they use pews.
Hmm.
They even put cushions up for them.
For the family.
She's in a chair? Or?
Yeah, it looks like she's in a chair. It looks so bored. Is that a sister of his?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who she is.
She might be one of the...
They're really arguing about
That one piece of paper, too.
the set list.
Look at her. The judge.
And he's just like,
Oh, God.
just let me get back to questioning. And he gave up.
He reaches down and grabs a flask.
Just like, oh, he just left. I don't know. He's gonna start spinning around in a circle. He just was like going around.
Wee! Wee! I just want to dig ditches. I don't want to do this anymore.
Why can't I? Why did I choose to be a contractor?
Is it too late to join the military?
They're like running around with their heads cut off.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the judge is pro prosecution or pro defense?
I don't think she's one way or the other, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. She just seems really annoyed by
This lawyer.
I'm trying to say like all this legal back and forth, but it's not really legal back and forth. I mean, it is, but it seems
Petty?
it seems like this should have been argued before the trial started.
Right.
Like this seems like a waste of everybody's time.
Our tax dollars. The New Mexico tax dollars at work.
New Mexicoan.
And they're just arguing over this set list.
Right.
What was on the set list? The
Just-
evidence that the police collected, they're arguing over.
Yep. 'Cause I think the set list has like who's like when the scenes are shot, what order they're shot in, what what take it is, blah blah blah. I think that's it. I don't see how this is prejudicial. Prejudicial. Sure. I'm surprised I'm not at this point. She's so happy.
I love these. I love court cases, but I don't like this stuff.
Hmm. The actual
court case.
courty, the legal side of a court
It's not
case.
like this on TV.
Yeah.
This is TV. What do they do in court TV? Do they just go to commercial normally?
We are. Oh.
Like,
Yeah, then go to Nancy Grace.
I don't think Nancy Grace is on court TV.
Isn't that where she was? I thought she was. You're gonna make me look it up. Nancy, and then I have to look at a picture of her. She's an American legal commentator.
She's a good talker.
Wow, that
And arguing.
that was weird. Not. She's married to David Lynch. Not that David Lynch. Okay, so. Oh, she was the Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney.
Oh, really?
I didn't know that. Yeah, Office of Special Prosecution. Special Prosecutor. Yeah, I wouldn't have pegged that at all.
I think Lindsay Blake needs to get her own TV show. I think she's taking
Yeah.
over Nancy Grace.
So she was on Court TV for 11 years.
Oh, okay. Where's she now?
Oh, she's born in Macon, Georgia. Yeah, it doesn't really say. I think she's doing like her own podcast and her own shows. And she's doing a show called Swift Justice with Nancy Grace. I'm sure they don't come to any rash decisions called Swift Justice. You're guilty, murder. Execute him now. So she was doing a legal commentary show alongside Johnny Cochran. And then Cochran left the show. And then she was doing a solo trial coverage on Court TV. And then she did Trial Heat. God, these names. Yeah.
Is Miss Popple still on just still sitting there. Because she can't have her phone on her.
Yeah.
Because she had to have left her phone.
Oh, now we're doing wax on and wax off over here. There's pointing and
Yeah.
a bunch of gesticulation.
Yeah, so that woman looks like him. I think she's a sister.
Hmm.
She's got to be a sister. Yeah, that's his sister. Beth. They still arguing. My goodness.
And it's still like I keep seeing the same picture in their hands. There's nothing new. It is one piece.
Not letting her up to go to the bathroom.
The lawyer, he has this look. Shapiro, I can't remember. It's not Shapiro, I know, but Spiro. He has this look of just like indignation on his face, like.
Yeah. It's so boring. Like, having to sit. But I think all of those folks get their phones.
Yeah.
People are just coming and going.
Yeah, it is nuts. Literally nothing happening. Not even audio.
Yeah, not like Karen Reed where there was the hot mic. Or the fan where you could like hear what the fan was saying. Wait, are they agreeing? Are they?
Mm-hmm. Nope, still arguing.
No, she's shaking her head no. Shaking her head yes. And she's taking a swig of Everclear.
It's a bad day to stop sniffing glue. Yeah, that's what I was saying to begin with, was that if I was the jury, I wouldn't like all these pauses that she's doing and not believe what she says. That happens.
I agree. I think she's going to sink this case for this. Because now the jury's going to want to know, like, what was it that she was so argumentative about? Are they hiding evidence? Like, what's happening?
Did he just walk out the door? He's gone. He quit.
And now she's checking her Twitter.
Yeah.
Right now.
Am I trending?
She taking a phone call? Taking another break.
You old enough to remember the first TED Talk? It was most excellent.
Most excellent. Oh my goodness. What is happening?
I just remembered we had vodka.
Oh, the armorer is going to testify in this case. Gutierrez?
I mean, she's in prison, so.
I don't have it.
Oh.
Switch over to. No, this is your. I've got
You
it.
may be seated.
Still in good morning. We are, okay. Good morning again. So I'm just going to, we're going to tech issue, or this is on there? Okay. We left off,
So he's not publishing.
Does anybody remember where we left off?
I'm just telling you, he's gonna publish it.
right,
Well, you have to move for admission.
okay.
Is this the
So
Amber Heard trial?
I'm moving for admission for A3 and A11.
I think he needs to, I'm sorry, I think he needs to go ahead and lay the foundation.
Want to lay for the foundation? As you stated on direct, and we're just going to put up states 21. If I can publish that, it's in evidence.
He's got to reset again. Because you were doing the whiteboard. Don't leave the whiteboard. Go back to the
As you
whiteboard.
testified yesterday, you collected items from the church that you thought were relevant to this case, correct?
Yes.
And some of the things that you thought gave insight into what happened, correct?
Yes.
And including in those was a copy of the script and the shot list, correct?
I believe there was paperwork that was photographed, but I don't believe it was collected.
Okay, well, I'm going to pass up to the witness what is marked as A3 and A11. Do you recognize these?
I think that's that sheet of paper
Yes.
that they were
And
trying
what
to.
are those?
It appears to be scene paperwork.
That you collected.
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Yeah, offer them as evidence.
I don't believe that's an adequate foundation.
And that was that whole
What more
objection.
do you want him to do?
But what we discussed at the bench, but I mean, obviously I defer to the court, but I'm relying on the conversation we had.
Well, all right, so they are conditionally admitted pursuant to the discussion up at the bench.
So I'm going to now publish A3. And can you read that last sentence?
Russ Colt cocked quietly now.
And I'm now going to publish 811. Let's see if this will allow me to zoom in focus. Can you read that, or does it not focus right?
I cannot read that.
Okay, I apologize. I'm going to pass it up to the witness. If it's not, oh, it works like this, I guess. It's supposed to autofocus, so this is not my fault, just so that's
I think we're just about ready to forgive this little boy. Oh, yee. You know it's funny.
Macro on hammer as thumb cocks it. And then line 6 is frontal slow push in on Rust, his hat down, motionless.
Thank you. And you found and photographed these documents in the church in the vicinity of where Ms. Hutchins fell, correct?
I believe the first photograph, the first paper was. I don't recall where the second paper was located.
And if we look
Isn't
at
that how
states
why are you supposed to mark down where you found evidence?
21,
Whole scene was in
Yeah, but when you collect, put the marker down so you know where
have
you
that up on the
collected it.
screen just for a moment. When you collected these documents, you thought they were important, correct?
When I photographed them, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. When you photographed them. And the reason you thought it was important is because you thought it reflected what would have happened in the scene, correct?
I understood that there was a mentioning of a firearm in the paperwork, which is why I thought it was important.
Right, because it's actually just because you thought to yourself at the time and that they actually
They got him right on the
describe
on.
what he's doing, right?
I believe at the time, yes.
And you said to your fellow officers that you think it's important because it confirms Mr. Baldwin's statements, correct?
I don't recall stating that, but it could be something that I stated.
That's why she didn't want to throw that evidence in there because it
And you indicated
explicitly
that
says
you thought it
that
was
he cocked the
hers, meaning
gun,
Ms. Hutchins' paperwork.
the hammer
correct?
back, and then did the
I
scene.
believe that one of those papers does have her name on it, which is why I thought it was hers.
Right, and the other paper that you already testified to, A3, was found around where she fell, correct?
Yes.
And it contains the shot list and the script for that day, correct?
I don't know
Objection,
exactly.
Foundation, sorry.
Weird foundation. Just like
So you have laid the
you
foundation?
Yeah, did you believe at the time that what you were looking at may have reflected things that were supposed to occur in the church?
Yes.
You also recovered Ms. Hutchins' cell phone, correct?
At a later date, I believe.
And that was sent to Byron French in the investigation division to extract the cell phone results eventually, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you tried to find video recording in the church, correct?
Yes.
But the video cameras for the scene in question did not record that day, so you were not able to find that. Fair?
They recorded a portion of that day. There was a recording that was recovered.
And you didn't find any live ammunition in the church?
Yes, there was one live round located inside the church.
There was, okay. And where was that found?
That was in Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Right, so, right, the bandolier that we were talking about before?
Yes,
Okay. And you have no reason to think that Mr. Baldwin had any idea that was there, right?
correct.
At that scene, and at this time in the investigation, Detective Kano was in charge, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So, while you're now then leaving the church, and we're going to move on, okay, you have to figure out how ammunition works on a movie set, right?
Yes,
That wasn't something that you were familiar with before the incident in question, right?
correct.
And you sort of became the subject matter expert on that topic, right?
Yes, I'd say so.
Right. I mean, you were
For
called
the sheriff's
into,
office.
for the sheriff's office, right? But also you'd be called into meetings with Corporal Hancock and the prosecutors and try to educate them on those topics. Isn't that fair?
Yes,
Okay. I mean, you weren't running the case, were you?
no,
But you were there to assist not only with the evidence, but to be a specialist on this sort of unique topic. Fair?
yes.
And again, you said this on direct, but I think it got a little confusing perhaps. But there are never supposed to be live ammunition on a movie set.
Okay, you need to report that. I think, what are we thinking? Do you think that was picking up?
That's court TV.
Okay, go ahead. Yours is on
I
though.
moved, I fixed it.
Okay.
It sounded like it was coming from.
There
No,
should,
but you could see,
you
like, the way
understood
he
that there
was
should
looking
never
around, he
be.
was like-
live
Yeah, yeah, yeah. As
ammunition.
soon as he did, I was like, okay, that's not us. But it was
And there,
echoing
the
like
one
over there.
type
That was
of ammunition
weird.
that occurs on movie sets is blanks, and those are the ones that just go poof, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm just showing you
Bang, poof.
12 that's in
Poof,
evidence,
poof, bang.
right? And those have a like a crimped top,
He's asleep again.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
He's not.
As opposed to dummy rounds, right? I'm showing
Even
you
if he was, let
11
him
that's in
sleep.
evidence, right? Which look
He didn't get any sleep with
like
his 7
real
kids.
bullets, right?
Sorry,
Correct.
8.
And there were different types of dummy rounds, as I think you said on direct. But you can't tell necessarily that a dummy round is a dummy round just by looking at it.
Not always, no.
Some dummy rounds have holes in them, right?
Yes,
Others have their primers removed.
yes,
Some of them do not have holes in the side or their primers removed.
correct.
Some of them don't make a noise when they're shaken, called Denex rounds.
Yes,
And some dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds, correct?
yes,
And those look exactly like live ammunition, fair?
yes,
And those type of exact replica dummy rounds were on the set of Rust, right?
yes,
And those were Seth Kenny's dummy rounds, right?
yes,
And in terms of identifying dummy rounds by shaking them, right, which is something you talked about on direct, some of them are louder than others, right?
yes,
Some of them have 1 BB, or 2 BBs in them, or 3 BBs in them, right?
yes,
Sometimes if you shake a bullet, you can hear the powder, or because of oxidation, you can hear things inside of a bullet when you shake it, right?
yes,
And depending on the setting of something, would impact the person's ability to hear it. Isn't that fair?
yes,
So, right, if I shook a dummy round right now in a courtroom in front of a microphone, right, it would probably be, you would be able to hear it. Would you agree?
yes,
But if people are all moving around in a movie set, you don't know that everybody would be able to hear it. Isn't that fair?
not everyone, no.
And some dummy rounds don't shake at all. Isn't that also true?
Yes,
So to Alec,
The
there
only
would
way to
have been no
determine
way for him to know. And he
definitively is
shouldn't
to send them to the
have needed to
FBI
know.
and to take apart the dummy round to figure out what the powder is inside of it, right?
the powder inside of a dummy round,
Yeah, I'm
or the,
moving- I'm
the
moving
ball
on to-
bearings.
Well, the ball bearings versus the powder that could be in a live ammunition,
Yes,
right?
that would be the comparison, yes.
And so, one one of the questions that I'm going to ask you is there different grades of gunpowder used in blanks versus live rounds?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. And so, as you proceed in this case, you are then executing the prop truck search at the scene of Rust, right?
Yes.
So about a week after the incident, approximately, you go back to the setting of Rust and you execute a search warrant on the truck that housed the prop cart that you found the shell casing on, right?
Yes.
And when you went to do that search warrant, it was light outside, right?
Correct.
And you were with your fellow officers, Hancock, Kano, Sergeant Zook was there, correct?
Yes.
And you had a good working relationship with all of these people, right?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock and Kano, signed off on what you collected as detectives involved in this, right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Zook, who was their supervisor, signed off as well. Fair?
Yes.
And there was a witness there that day that assisted law enforcement with the search of the prop truck, right?
Yes.
A man named Seth Kenny.
Correct.
And not only did he assist, he actually was the one that opened the safe, right?
Yes, he had the combination to it.
Well, do you know how he got the combination?
He was the owner of the safe.
You sure about that?
That was my understanding.
What I miss?
You collected
They did
dozens
a
of guns
search
from the safe,
of
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you understood that there
The
were
cart was
a dozen
other
plus
props.
actors, extras, stuntmen that used firearms on the set of Rust.
Yes.
Just like we talked about with Mr. Ackles and his bandolier, right? A lot of these actors may have at one point or another, unbeknownst to them, God forbid, had live ammunition on them, right?
Yes.
And the prop truck, we can look at A13, was a little disorganized. I don't know if it's quite at the level of the cart, but it was a little disorganized, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll just show A14 for completeness. And inside the prop truck, there were boxes, right?
Miracle.
Yes.
Boxes of ammunition.
Correct.
And these boxes are sort of, a lot of them are the same shape, make, model, white box, right?
Yes.
And I'm just going to show you 816, which is a close-up. And do you notice one box that looks a little different than the other boxes?
Yes, there is.
And which box is that?
The box in the center, instead of it being stamped, it has handwritten in blue marker, dummy rounds 45 LC.
Right, and I'll just blow up that, which is in the state's exhibits, Exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
And you don't know who wrote that writing on it, do you?
Seth Kenny.
And if we could look at A22, can you tell us what that is?
Out of context, no, I can't.
Okay, well then we're going to look at A23.
Can you move it up? Thank you. Okay. This is the rounds that were inside of that box with the styrofoam insert that were removed.
Okay. And you see that they are Starline brass, nickel, dummy rounds, right?
Yes.
And again, the difference between a Starline brass nickel-plated dummy round and a live round is effectively that one has powder inside and the other does not, right?
Yes.
And do you know where all the ones in this box went, the ones that are missing?
I do not.
So we're in the prop truck and you have Starline brass, you have nickel primer, but they're not live, right?
Correct.
The only way you would
And-
know is if you knew.
You don't know when that box ended up getting to the prop truck, moved to the prop truck. You don't know any of that background, right?
Right.
You don't know if somebody placed that box with the handwriting on it into that Mary Kay bag, do you?
No.
And on the prop truck that housed all the ammunition, was there any live ammunition on the prop truck?
No.
So I want to ask you something, Investigator Popple. Did that surprise you?
No, not necessarily.
Well, you've got all this, you're finding these live rounds all over the set, right?
Yes.
Sort of seem to be a little bit of everywhere without much cohesion between where you're finding them,
I'm
right?
gonna try one of your screwdrivers.
And they're housed originally
No, you
in
can
the
have it.
prop truck, right?
Yes.
And so you go a week later to the prop truck, which has all the ammunition, right?
Yes.
And there's not a single live round there, right?
Correct.
Why did law enforcement wait a week to go to the prop truck?
The search warrant needed to be written. I'm not sure of why the time difference occurred exactly.
Okay. You, well, I mean, the
That's
search
interesting.
warrant for the church that we talked about on the 21st, you guys were able to do in one day, right? The same day that the incident happened, you did the search warrant on the church, right?
We did it the next day.
Well, you got the warrant on the 21st, you did it the 22nd. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
I apologize. So if you could do a search warrant in one day for one thing, why does it take 7 days to do a search warrant for something else?
I do not know the circumstances of why there was that time frame.
And so on direct examination, you pointed out that, and this is States 30, you said that these were the Seth Kenny dummies in the box, right?
Yes.
And you talked about that a bit on direct examination, right?
Correct.
And I think you were making a point that Seth Kenny's dummies look a little bit different than the live ammunition found on set. So perhaps there was a way to distinguish them. Was that the import of your testimony?
Yes.
How?
But if you look at the picture of the Seth Kenny box as it's being opened, right? How many rounds are in there?
So there are 17.
So then how do you explain why there's more rounds in your picture of those dummies taken out of the box?
There's 22.
If I can refer to my report to refresh my memory.
It's fine with me, Ron.
That's a Perry Mason moment.
You don't see that often.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
She was arguing so hard for this. That's why she was arguing.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey, look at that. Look at this face. Gotcha.
Wow.
It is Ron.
Yeah, everybody's craning their necks now to see, like,
Oh, we get it now. She was not just
Are you
teasing
able to
you.
refresh your recollection?
Yes.
mic drop. Yeah.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yes, so I apologize. The photo that was just up of the 22 rounds were actually removed from a bandolier that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defense 826, right?
Yes.
And it has the exact number as the picture you showed the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the real picture of the ammunition that comes out of Seth Kenny's box is this one. A27, right?
Oh, no.
Yes.
This is the mic drop moment.
I just wanted to make sure the number of rounds.
Fair enough. No, I think
That-
that's a good way to
That was brilliant.
that's how I figured.
Do you realize what he
That's
just
the
did?
right one, though, right?
Yes.
And
Okay, so he goes, okay,
There's
there's
something
17 in this
important
box.
about this
Why is it
picture,
now showing that you
isn't
have
there?
22? And she
Yes.
goes, and she said that you can tell by looking at the ammunition which one's real and which one's not, right? And so he said, well, why did all of a sudden do you have 22? And she's
Doesn't
like, well,
that
let me see my
set
notes.
Kenny
And then she had to look in her notes, and then she realized those didn't come from the box.
Under a camera
They
flash. I
came from the
suppose it
bandolier.
could.
So she can't,
Well, I don't know about
by looking
suppose
at
it
them,
could. I mean,
figure out which ones are which.
you know.
So it
well, look at
wasn't the original 22.
showcasing. Exhibit
was
28.
He put the wrong information
Go
down
back.
to show that no,
827.
you can't
You
even
can go back.
decide which one's real and which
Stage
one's not.
28. Don't you think they look an awful lot alike?
They look similar, yes, but I can still see differences.
Well, I mean, you're a trained investigator, right?
A trained crime scene tech, yes,
Even more than an investigator, a crime scene tech, right?
correct,
You have your Nikon 700 flash in your camera, right?
yes,
You have the opportunity to take this ammunition back to the precinct, lay it out, and photograph it, right?
yes,
You have no reason to think anybody on the set of Rust was able to do that, do you?
no,
Nobody's investigating like that. Yeah. I mean, she's
You turned in your
right,
report,
but that's
this
not the point.
investigation. Hancock signed off on it, correct?
my supervisor signed off on my report,
Sergeant Zook?
at the time, yes.
So, we're still on the topic of the ammunition, and you and law enforcement were trying to figure out the source of the live ammunition, correct?
Yes,
In fact, it was incumbent upon you to try to find the source, because if there were people sending live ammunition to movie sets, that would be very dangerous condition, wouldn't it be?
yes.
And as you were going about your search, Seth Kenny actually walked into the precinct one day and gave you ammunition,
Yeah,
right?
their sound is
Yes.
really bad.
Okay, you remember that, right?
I do.
That was. Did you think Mr. Kenny was being helpful?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, were you suspicious at all of that?
It was not my place to be suspicious of him. I hadn't had much interaction with him.
Yeah, I mean, it may not have been your place to, but I'm just asking you if after this point, you know, Seth Kenny, you know, comes knocking on the precinct and shows you all some rounds, whether or not that
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm just asking whether it's your place to be or not. I'm just asking when the man
I
showed
look on his
up
face like, go ahead and overroll it for me, please.
and,
Yeah.
and just presented ammunition to the precinct, did that make you suspicious at all?
No,
Well, let me ask you this. I bet it didn't surprise you that he didn't turn in the exact matching lethal ammunition, did it?
no, I wasn't surprised by that.
Okay. And so what he turned in, and now you have your report there if you need to refresh, but he walks into the
Anybody-
precinct, and this is Seth Kenny.
So the live ammunition got there,
And
Through
he
the
gives
box.
you two different
was written by
types
Seth Kenny.
of, shell casings or
He wrote
ammunition,
on the
right?
dummy
He
rounds,
gives you
but they were live rounds. in
Starline
there.
brass.
And that was her supervisor that wrote that.
No, I think Seth Kenny was the guy that ran the prop place.
Okay.
He
Or
gives
they
you
got the dummy
spent
rounds.
Shell casings, right?
Yes,
And those were Starline brass, nickel primer, but they weren't live, right? They had been shot or they were spent shell casings, right?
if I can refer to my report to refresh. I don't recall if any of them were Starline brass.
If you turn to the last page,
Is there a specific item number that you're referring to?
item,
Yeah.
set, I think 215. You're going to be better at determining these reports than me.
Yes,
Okay. And he brought you, again, he also gave you live ammunition with nickel primers, but they weren't Starlight brass, right?
yes,
Okay. So he just seems to have, he just missed sort of on what you were looking for, right?
yes.
Because you were,
Yeah, objection to the form of question. She doesn't know what Seth Kinney's motives are.
No, I don't.
He's-
Overruled.
The judge is even like,
I mean, you know that if Seth Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set, that's worse for Seth Kenny, right?
she's
worse for
terrible
whoever provided
because
it.
she just
I agree.
said out
So,
loud
but as
what he's
members
trying to
of law
prove.
enforcement, you
Yeah.
all know that the person who provided that would have a motive to
Oh my God.
not be found. True.
Yes.
So you headed to execute a search warrant at Seth Kenny's prop house, right?
Yes.
And a judge signed off on that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Because you had probable cause to believe that there was live ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
And this was you and again Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And yeah, I wanted to ask you, how come you executed the search warrant at night?
I don't recall.
And I wanted to ask you, how come Detective Kano waits outside?
I don't believe that Detective Kano was there the entirety of the search warrant.
So, well, while he was there, you know, do you know why? Do you have any information as to why he didn't come inside?
I do not.
Before you went on the search, you discussed it with Detective Hancock, correct?
Hey,
Yes.
buddy.
And just like the truck we talked about, you all had done nothing to secure this prop house while before you got the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
'Cause there's
tell
no
the
way you
jury,
could secure
how
it
long did you wait to
without a
execute
warrant.
the search warrant at the prop house?
I don't recall.
Well, on direct examination, you knew the dates right away. Don't you remember? You nailed it.
Oh,
10/27, November 30th. Right?
I apologize. I thought you were asking from when it was written to when it was executed.
Oh no, I apologize. Yes.
We executed the search warrant on November 30th.
Okay, so that was a month and a week, at least, right after the incident in question.
Yes.
Okay. And just like the truck, you're executing the search warrant, and who was there to help you?
Seth Kenny.
And your purpose was to find the matching ammunition, correct?
Our purpose was to locate any .45 caliber live ammunition.
Well, sure, but the ultimate investigation that you all were conducting was to try to solve the open question of how the lethal round got on a movie set, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about this when we talked about the prop cart, how the disorganization of it could lead to commingling, right?
Yes.
How was the organization of the prop house?
Some things were organized and some were not.
Well, if you could give us a sense, did you find it to be more organized than the cart or less organized than the cart?
I would say they were probably about equal.
And you knew, did you not,
So
that a
it's just
dummy round can
status
be turned
quo
into
is-
a live round, and a live round can be turned into a dummy round.
Live ammunition
correct?
is just
Yes.
intermingled with.
So a person with spent shell casings,
Wow.
or dummies, they could reuse them, correct?
Yes.
That would be economically efficient, right?
Yes.
And you knew as you enter this search that some of the ammunition on the set of Rust definitely came from Seth Kenny, right?
Yes.
He admitted that, right?
Correct.
There were invoices he didn't have much of a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking
Wow.
for tools that could be used to manufacture dummies and live ammunition, correct?
Yes.
And you were also looking for a green ammo can, correct?
Yes.
You know, the white boxes that we keep looking at are, they look like each other, right?
Correct.
A green ammo can is a more unique item, fair?
Yes.
So why don't you tell the jury why you were looking for a green ammo can?
I don't recall specifically, other than at some point in time it had housed live rounds.
And law enforcement had that information at the time of going to a judge to get the search warrant.
So that makes sense that they would
Very much at
bring
the
in
time
live
that they were
ammunition,
executing the warrant,
shoot
right?
it all off.
Yes.
and then remake it as a dummy
I don't
round.
want to belabor the white box conversation too much.
Because they want the shells.
But-
The shells are important. If you got
Other
brand new
than-
brass, it doesn't have that
Fine,
antique
too.
look. It's a different material composition. So
On
you
the white
get
boxes that you
old
found in the
used
set,
ammunition
and at the white
that
boxes
has
that
the
you saw,
weathered
a lot of
pattern
them
that
said
you would want
names.
for
There were these
ye
initials
olde.
in the middle
And
of
that's
the
what they
white
were
box. It
doing.
said
yeah.
JS.
So
Seth Kenny was doing.
yeah, you shoot them off or you dismantle them,
Right?
and then you can
I'll
because
just show you,
you can resell those shells over and
A2.
over and over. You know, like you can recycle them. They never because once you build it, it's
if you found
done.
this at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
It is weird that they didn't.
And you even found out
I guess they wouldn't really charge
That
him
the
if he was
day
supplying it
before,
legally, legitimately to
Seth
them.
Kenny provided the dummies to Rust. He had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before or having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a
Okay.
recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified.
I wonder how much they can do
previously.
testing on gunpowder.
Well, let me just ask you. Did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box
hasn't
inside of
objected
Seth
much.
Kenny's prop house?
Miss testimony.
Wonder if
Yes.
wonder if that's why they pulled her. Is like you got to stop doing
And
this.
because you did that, according is this still, what's that? Did I do something? Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much.
I talk too much.
And because you've told this
Or did you say
jury
I thought as much?
that
I think
you
you said I talked too much.
Yeah.
found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
Well, what do you mean when you say that you searched the entirety of the property?
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So Are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the
Reasonably.
warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of
That's
area?
not, you can't
Well,
do
I
that.
can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay, I'll move on.
That is not good.
Well, why don't you tell me,
Discredit
what's a grid
yourself.
search?
Yep.
A grid search is usually conducted outside, where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Just getting.
Frustrated. Yep.
Okay, and, well, why don't you tell me, what would it be if you wanted to be certain?
And he's
The best way
asking
to search
legitimate questions.
this
He's not,
room, if
he
you
hasn't
have
even
limited
said anything
resources
like you're doing anything wrong yet.
No.
I
But it's
believe that
implied,
when we
so-
searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning, myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms.
You lost a
right?
subscriber.
Yes.
80-20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Pavel?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay, and what do you notice, I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this, it's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of, clear, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay, and as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Do you have familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You don't know what they can be done, you don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay. So tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching
The
this
warrant says
area, did you have a
The
schematic
tools,
or floor plan?
any tools are part of the warrant search.
Did you go
to be
one
used
room
for
at a
testing,
time, or did you
and-
split up?
All the tools, they didn't take any.
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan of how to search this and to confirm that there were no further live bullets?
The predetermined plan was that I went in myself first and did overall photographs of everything in place, and then we conducted the search.
Did you do those letters like we saw in the prop truck so you could keep track of everything? Remember when we were looking in the church that there were those letters up so that you could sort of keep track and make sure you got everything? Did you use those letters?
No, I did not.
And of course, Seth Kenny was there and being helpful again, right?
Yes.
He told you that there were no 45 long Colts there and offered to show you the dummy rounds at one point. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember him saying, I bet you $1,000 there's no 45 long Colts in there?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And did he win the bet?
He did not.
He lost the bet. So he tells you that, and law enforcement continues, and you look in the bathroom, and you found them, right?
Yes.
In the bathroom.
Let me ask you something. At any point, did you become suspicious of Seth Kenny?
No.
A21. You were able to find this container that says live ammo on it, right?
Yes.
And that was helpful to whoever wrote that to show you where the live ammo was, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the reasons you looked in that bin. Somebody labeled it live, right?
Well, we were looking in all of those bins, yes.
Every single,
I believe there was camera equipment stacked on top of it.
right, and?
And when they're opened and you see that it's camera equipment, we close it back up and went to the box on the bottom that stated there was live ammo in.
Doesn't this handwriting and label look kind of like that dummy round label we saw on the box that had that round you and I looked at? States 19.
Yes, it is similar, yes.
And that box that had the live rounds in it, there were a couple things that you found at PDQ. Bless you. This handwriting is getting worse. Right? At PDQ, you found, and that's the prop house, that's the name of the prop house, right?
Yes.
Okay. You found, bless you, Starline Brass Live, no nickel, and you found Starline, you found Nickel Primer Lives, no Starline Brass, right?
Correct.
Every time you were with Seth Kenny, you got close to finding something that matched the scene, Starline Brass, Nickel Primer Live, but it was always one off, wasn't it?
Yes.
And as you continued on your search, you found the green ammo can, right?
Yes.
And again, it was helpfully labeled, right?
Yes, I believe it was behind that box. I think you weren't able to obviously see it.
I see. But it also had a helpful label on it, didn't it?
It's a military
Yes.
ammunition
Is that
box.
it? Right?
Yes.
And it looks a lot like the handwriting in States 19 and the helpful handwriting at A21 that says live, right?
Yes.
And it was taking a long time to go through those boxes, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Detective Hancock was wearing her lapel camera, right?
I believe so, yes.
Have you reviewed that camera?
I have not.
You remember you and you said to Detective Hancock, you know, this is taking a long time, we really need a spa day.
Objection relevance?
What's relevant?
The-
What's
the
relevant?
relevance
Does it
is
have
that
any
it's-
more tendency to,
Sure.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Did you and Detective Hancock start joking around that it was going to take too long to search every box?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
No.
And there are times in this search where you pick up a box and you just shake the whole box, right?
I don't recall that.
Can we play that video?
They're just shaking, and it makes the sound of bullets. Then they put it
doesn't
down.
matter. It's just a video. It's not a
No,
statement.
it does matter because she said she doesn't recall.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: do you deny you in parts of your search just picking up a box and shaking it to see if it shook or not? Do you deny that?
No.
And so, but if you shook an entire box to see if it had a rattle in it, you wouldn't be able to be sure whether or not every single live round, it was all live rounds or a commingled group, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that's the entire basis of the case of what you believe the armorer to have done. Commingled, live, and dummies, right?
Yes.
And yet at the search being conducted to find the source of the lethal round, law enforcement is doing the very same thing that you're complaining about the armorer doing on the set, right?
Yes.
And when you
That's
left
not good. That's really
that
not
search,
good.
you are not, as you sit here, sure you got every live round, are you?
No.
No.
And
But that's true.
actually,
I would say that'd be
if you
true for
look at the
any
boxes
search.
inside of that location, you didn't even search half of them. Did you?
I don't recall.
So then why on direct examination, if you do not recall, did the prosecutor ask you and you tell this jury that you were confirming that you searched and found every single live round? Why did you testify to that?
I found what I believe to be all the live rounds at the warehouse.
But that's not what you said. What you said was that you found every live round, right?
I don't recall the exact words that I stated.
Well, you certainly said that you searched every single box just 10 minutes ago in front of this jury, right?
I believe that a reasonable search was conducted of the
That's not what you said.
An investigator, I understand.
Oh, wow.
You were prepping for it.
Announcement, Santa Fe Sheriff's Office has
I
immediate job
spoke with the
openings.
prosecution before I testified yesterday.
Okay. And the jury heard something about pre-trial interviews, where you're interviewed.
Well, at least she
and
isn't
defense
saying the
can be there
whack
to
job
watch you,
client.
Right?
Yes.
Well,
But every time you talk to the prosecutors,
they probably
defense
dealt with
is not
the
there, correct?
Yeah.
fancy
Correct.
New York
In fact,
lawyer
the
before.
vast majority of times you speak to the prosecutors, the
commercial?
defense is not there, correct?
This is made
Correct.
in New
In fact, you and I had
City.
never met before
New
today,
York
or
City?
yesterday, I guess, correct?
Yes.
It's a fancy New York lawyer.
That was salsa.
So-
Santa Fe salsa, wasn't it?
Something like
You
that.
just
Yeah.
said, when you originally said that you searched every box, okay, that itself is not accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now what you're saying is that you did a reasonable search, correct?
Yes.
Which is,
And
It should have been
the
what
other
she
thing that the
said
search
originally.
warrant asked you to take was the cameras and the camera equipment, the surveillance footage from PDQ, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay, I'm going to pass up the warrant to refresh your recollection.
unless
Well,
you have an
recall that
objection
there
to it.
was camera equipment there?
There was lots of camera equipment inside of the warehouse.
Did you take any of it?
In fact, you remember Seth Kenny showed you the camera equipment, right?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, I'm just going to mark this as Defense Z and just approach just quickly.
I'm sorry, is that a still frame from a, oh, yeah, sure.
It's really not looking good for the prosecution.
Oh, she's gonna identify it, and then you're gonna,
And it's not getting better. Or even the same.
Does that refresh your recollection about the...
No, it doesn't.
Take it back. And I'm going to pass you the warrant and ask you, this is DX23, if this refreshes your recollection of if you were supposed to...
X-23?
Yes.
What?
Yes, Your Honor, DX23. Oh,
I'm sorry, what,
Yeah, I need to know.
no, we need to refresh.
it's just a refresh. I can make it DX
So,
any number.
but why are we marking it?
Yeah, why are we
It
marking
needs
it?
to refresh.
Then I will mark it.
Yes.
Unmarked.
Yes.
Okay. Not seeking to introduce this. I'm just simply asking, does this refresh your recollection that the warrant commanded you to take the video footage?
They didn't execute the warrant correctly.
Says.
She can refresh her memory without being directed.
surveillance footage, yes.
Okay. And so, can you tell the jury, did you take the surveillance footage?
No.
You didn't take the surveillance footage, even though that footage could have shown when people came and left the prop house, correct?
I don't recall if there was surveillance footage.
And the photograph of Mr. Kenny showing the surveillance footage didn't refresh your memory?
No, because I'm standing in the foreground of that photo.
Okay, well, tell the members of the jury
Wow.
what you did to search for surveillance videos
That sounds-
satisfied you, that you would
It's
comply
like someone was
with the
moving a
orders.
pew or something like that.
I don't recall.
It sounded like the
Okay, thank
the
you.
music
Thank you for the
from
answer. Because you didn't.
Larry
don't
David's
recall.
show.
Oh, yeah.
But if you did, it would be on the lapel cameras of Detective Hancock and Sergeant Zook, right?
Yes.
And so if it's not on the lapel cameras
She's
of
turned
Detective
red.
Hancock and
Look at
Sergeant
her.
Zook,
Yeah,
you would agree with me it didn't happen.
yeah, she's
right?
really upset.
Not precisely. They don't follow me around the entire time, and I don't wear a lapel, so it could have not been captured.
But you're not telling this jury that you looked for it, right?
I'm saying that I don't recall looking for it.
And if you had taken that footage, if any there were, right, you agree with me that it would have shown when people were coming and going from the prop house, potentially, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
It's a possibility you could have seen when the ammo can got there, right?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Sarah Zachary picking up the ammunition, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You could have seen Seth Kenny disposing of ammunition in the 40 days between when the incident happened and when you arrived, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly, yes.
And there's one other thing that it would have shown, isn't there?
I don't know.
Well, it would have shown whether or not you all really searched the place, wouldn't it have?
Possibly, yes.
And so you didn't take it. You did not voucher any of the surveillance footage.
I do
correct?
not recall looking for the surveillance footage.
Well, again, I know that answer, but you know what you vouchered in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You didn't take into your custody and add to the evidence any surveillance
Wow.
footage, correct?
No.
And you never spoke to any witnesses
So all the
yourself
evidence that they have was
about what you
destroyed
found
or
at
never
PDQ
taken.
later, did you?
No.
And you testified on direct examination that you did collect DNA, phones, prints, things like that in this case, right?
Yes.
And you got the armorer, the first assistant director, Dave Hall's, Sarah Zachary, and Alec Baldwin's phones, right?
I did not. I don't believe so.
You ultimately vouchered?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't believe I collected all of those things.
Okay. What about DNA extractions?
I did collect DNA swabs from certain individuals, yes.
Okay. Including Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin?
Not Alec Baldwin, but the rest.
Okay. And what about prints? Fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. From Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Halls, Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take the cell phone of Seth Kennedy?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you take the prints of Seth Kennedy?
No.
Did
No.
you take the DNA of Seth Kennedy?
No.
No.
They really are pinning it.
Everything that you did take into your
Yeah, but that is a
custody, law enforcement
legitimate
custody,
source of where
is in
the
your supplemental
ammo could have
report,
come
is that
from
fair?
and looked just
Yes.
like the other
And,
ammo. I mean, it's a real valid
Most
point.
importantly of all,
And remember, all they got to just show is reasonable doubt.
it's your testimony you never were able to discover the source of the live ammunition, correct?
I don't believe that's in my supplemental report. I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm asking you. When we started, we were talking about solving this question of how a live round got on a movie set. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, trying to solve that question, did you ever solve it?
I do not have any physical evidence to show where the live rounds originated from.
So no.
And I was asking you questions earlier about how come the search happened at night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why Detective Cano stood outside?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't the truth that you were just trying to get this over with so that the prosecutors could focus on Alec Baldwin?
No.
Did you hear that voice though?
You personally believe Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Isn't that the truth?
No?
Your Honor, please. Any approach.
Don't do that. I'm gonna strike that, question, okay? I'm going to strike the question, you're gonna disregard it, okay, and the answer.
So she does think that.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin brought a live round onto set, correct?
Correct.
There is zero evidence in this case that Alec Baldwin loaded that live round into that gun, right?
Correct.
And after this, and you turn to the next chapter of this case, is when the order came from you all, meaning you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, to order the testing on the firearm, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Sure.
repeat that?
Wasn't a good question.
It wasn't a good question.
As this case moved forward, after what we just discussed, you, Detective Hancock and the prosecutors, made the request to the FBI to order the accidental discharge test, right?
I don't recall when that request was made exactly.
Well, forget exactly when it was made. Do you have any general recollection?
I don't.
Okay. Are you testifying that you don't know whether it was after the PDQ search?
I don't recall.
Okay. And at that time, when that test was ordered, you knew that Mr. Baldwin had told you that he had just pulled the hammer of the gun and not the trigger, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Because she's not interviewing,
I'm
so.
going to refresh your recollection. I need to find it. And while I'm doing that, you did assist in the taking of the firearm withdrawn. You were involved in the requests coming from the team, right? I'm referring to you, the prosecutors, Detective Hancock, right? You understand when I say team, what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. You were involved in the request from the team to the FBI about what tests to order throughout this case. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And these were very much group decisions that you made. Of what you would test, fair?
Yes.
And everywhere in this case that you went, Detective Hancock went, right?
Yes.
So when you were at the church day that it happened, Detective Hancock was there, right?
Yes.
And then, when you were at the
Hancock, the real
church,
villain.
she was there, right?
Yes.
In the precinct with Seth Kennedy, she was there, right?
Yes.
At the PDQ search, she was there, right?
Yes.
And every time something happened in this case, you all would meet with the prosecutors to keep them updated, correct?
Occasionally, yes.
Well, when you say occasionally, investigate a problem, what do you mean by occasionally?
I mean,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I was not always in direct contact with them about every single thing that would occur.
I'm going to approach and show the witness. Yeah, she has a copy.
Well, she doesn't know.
Page you're looking at, I don't know what line you're looking at.
Everybody's snarky.
I'm assuming it's previous transcript.
It is. Again,
Page
it's
and line, please.
the body-worn camera from 10/21/21.
Page and line, please.
Page 3. Line
Oh
1.
my God.
Same objection, Your Honor.
What is it?
Ms. Popple is not Ms. Popple is not in this transcript.
Well, he's what are you doing? Asking her to refresh her memory?
She was there. I'm asking if it refreshes her recollection.
All right. Overruled.
Need to do like a short Spiro.
Rolling his eyes. Actually, that's a really good one.
No, like,
Does that refresh your recollection about what Mr. Baldwin told you at the scene?
Not particularly.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you saw the video from the lapel camera of you and Mr. Baldwin at the scene and listened to it? Would that be helpful?
No.
That wouldn't be helpful to you, Investigator Hancock? Investigator Bob?
I'm not denying that these statements were made, but I do not recall all of the information that was being stated at that time.
I understand that, but you're here to do your best, right?
Yes.
And you want to be fair to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
So you don't know that if I show you the video of you at the scene, it won't refresh your recollection?
She doesn't want to see it, or like,
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Because, I mean, this is an ego issue, and I get it. Like, I'm not saying, I'm free from this, but, she's being questioned about how she did her job. And he's raising pretty valid points. I don't see anything yet that's kind of like he's out of line.
No, he's doing his job,
Mm-hmm.
and he's good at it. And they probably have not dealt with a defense attorney that's this good.
Yeah.
Ever. Maybe they have. Maybe they have. Stellar
But that's the reason why.
9,000 an hour defense attorneys in Santa Fe. Who knows?
But that's the reason they go to
Investigator
classes
Baldwin,
and they learn this
are you
shit, is so
willing
that they don't have to worry about
to
this
watch the body worn camera the
under trial.
from 1021 to refresh your recollection at a break?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, it may refresh your recollection, true?
Yes.
And she got.
No, she's
And
got
whatever
attitude.
information you had from Mr. Baldwin at the time.
Oh yeah, he's questioning her
Let me ask you
job.
this. Withdrawn. Did you tell Mr. Baldwin, don't worry, we're going to find the source of the live ammunition, or words to that effect?
I don't recall stating that.
You don't deny it, though, do you?
No.
But they never found it. They never
You
found the
end
source.
up, you and the team end up ordering the accidental discharge test, I think you called it the drop test, on the firearm in question, right?
Yes.
And when you all ordered that test, the FBI told you that this test may very well destroy the gun, right?
I don't recall that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's, I can't put anything on her screen, so I have to keep asking you that.
They already testified to that.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why
I'm going to show you an email in a minute.
She's.
But you
Yeah.
do agree with
I
me
agree. He is
that
self-assured,
you
but
were
also
involved
good. Yeah.
in the team's decision to send that firearm.
I mean,
off
she's
to the
just
FBI
in
for that test, correct?
Yes.
survival mode right now.
That firearm
So she's
that
gonna
you
just.
told me earlier in my
She's already
examination
realized she's
was
dug
something
herself
that you
in,
were
so she's
entrusted
gonna be like, I don't recall now.
to keep track of
Yeah.
and to protect, right?
Yes.
A piece of evidence that you knew was critical in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the FBI told you in no uncertain terms that if they do this test on the firearm, it would alter the condition of the firearm, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was testified by the I think it's lieutenant, right?
We're
The
gonna pass
retired
up
police.
an email to you because I can't show you on the screen, I don't think. You can? Okay. We can show you on the screen, apparently. As I understand.
Is there a reason you can't just walk up and just
Well,
do
I-
it?
You can find it. Listen, you can look at it too, so just come up here before,
Is there a
they
reason?
have it.
Are we good?
He wants to show it to the jury.
Okay, I need to look.
It's just, you don't see them.
No, there's a.
Oh my god.
What?
And another complaint.
Oh my goodness.
This is just bananas.
Because she's a problematic witness, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait,
I
she
have
has
not
to-
reviewed this. Okay, can I have a second?
Yes,
Can I? Wow. Snarky with the. Oh, Judge, that's not a good idea.
Everyone's really wrinkled today.
You mean their brains or their outfits?
Their outfits. But they're got the, like, matching yellows.
Yeah, they color coordinated.
Yeah.
What are you wearing today?
Yellow.
What's the portion that you expected?
So sorry I was mean today.
Oh, you know,
Yeah,
they're
but
totally
what's-
out having
right,
drinks.
What is the portion?
Yeah,
of
we-
the email
Your
that you
firm's
expect to
hiring?
Yeah.
request to
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
do you all want to be on the, recording for this? Let's just,
Point out to me how this is
well,
supposed to
first
work.
of all, just she can look at the whole document and see if it refreshes her memory, okay?
That's exactly what I was
Move
gonna
on.
do.
Maybe if I could talk, gosh.
And you see your email address on that email?
Yes, I do.
On my private email.
Of course, I just wanted to point out your email.
They are still bickering.
Usually you don't see that.
Oh, this is great. These two. They should just have sex and get it over with, right?
They're professionals.
Are they?
So we're not going to see the lapel camera. She was wearing a lapel camera.
No, she wasn't. But it was a lapel camera that showed her in the scene. But that's a different thing. And they're not going to show that.
That's where she said
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Mr. Baldwin will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which could be said several different ways. We'll find it, Mr. Baldwin, or we will find it.
And if it is true.
But it's an
You're
email,
on this
so
email, correct?
it's like tone.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I've been handed the wrong thing. Can we approach?
She can have my copy. I'll take yours then. if you want.
Hang on.
He's like, I don't want to approach again.
We need to approach. May we approach?
Yes.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
He does have the faces, doesn't he?
Oh my God.
She's turning red.
Yeah.
He's got the faces.
So, God, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be like a 20-minute video of all the faces he makes. Actually, you could do two videos. One is, can we approach? 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 And then the second one is just him. Oh, yeah.
Oh, his faces. The many faces of Alex Spiro. The Alex Spiro snark.
Oh my God, actually.
and snark from him.
All I can think of is the Lonely Island of the Jack Sparrow.
We missed that trial.
Oh no, not that. They had oh my God, he's the singer from the '80s that did the Easy Listening, Michael Bolton, and they had him on Lonely Island.
Oh, the Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
skit Where he was singing.
Tell you the song about Captain Jack Sparrow, about lawyer Spiro. Sorry for the singing. I apologize to everyone in his ears.
You're a good singer.
Shush,
dear.
God, Jesus.
People like start logging off.
There goes the rest of our subscribers.
We're done. He walked away and she's still talking.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm going to ask the court reporter to read back the exact same question. Please.
And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search. Your microphone on. Oh, I'm so sorry. And on April 21st, 2022, which is after the search of the prop house, you and the team sent the firearm for testing at the FBI, correct? Yes.
And that was truthful testimony and accurate testimony that you just gave, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you sent it to the FBI,
But she persisted
accidental
a little bit.
discharge testing, which I believe you discussed on your direct examination, didn't you?
I think everybody is
Yes.
PO'd at
So
each other.
At the time you did that, you knew that the testing would cause this firearm.
Are they? Oh my God.
Okay, what's the look on the face? They're not even going to show the judge.
I think they're like, no, just no.
They're the ones that brought it up.
Uh,
Prosecution brought it up. They destroyed the gun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So I don't understand, like, what the complaint is.
At the time that this testing was ordered, you knew that the firearm would no longer be in the same physical condition you recovered it in, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a break. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and please don't come back until 2 o'clock. Okay? 2.
It's an hour and 15 minutes.
yeah, more or less.
Look at that.
All
Wow.
right, we're in.
Oh, that's her normal face. Sorry. Do you think she's going to be like, I want to see the two of you in my chambers now?
It'd be funny.
Yep.
All right, we're in recess. Council approach.
Your Honor, as I indicated,
Housekeeping.
yeah, as I indicated, we're just gonna provide a laptop to investigate the break. Thank you.
Yep. She's pulling them both into the.
Actually, you're probably going to.
Wow.
She is kind of a bulldog, isn't she?
Which one? The lawyer?
The lawyer.
Yeah, she is, but I mean, kind of put yourself in her shoes. She's got much. She doesn't have much to deal with either.
No.
And if she's good at her job, she would have known that there's tons of missing information. Like, well, we destroyed the gun. Well, can't test it now.
Yeah.
So any test after now is useless.
Yeah.
So that we can't use the gun now. We can't show it. We can't fire it or show, like, because if they are right, it's a single action revolver, which means you have to pull the trigger back, the hammer back, and then you can pull the trigger. If you just pull the trigger, it doesn't fire. So that's why.
He pulled the hammer back.
Yeah. And
I think
because it's actually in the notes too.
the live thing is like over our little faces. Is it? Look at this screen, it does, but look on that screen, it doesn't look.
Well, there's no live there. I think this is just because of the YouTube thing. Right. So, like, if they wanted to go back and prove, right, like, it required him to pull the trigger. And the thing that I have the question on is how much machining was done on the hammer. Because you can mirror finish it, and you can change a few things, like just, it's like just light filing, and you can reshape things to where it like makes the pull less. And they often do that for movie props because a heavy pull trigger and you're shooting 1,000 times a day, their hands are just going to cramp up and they can't shoot anymore. So typically, from what I know, they modify the guns to make them where there's like a feather pull, so that you can just do this all day long and it's not going to hurt your hands.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and that's why the Italian guy, he's going to say stuff, but it's irrelevant. It's like, was there machining done on the parts? And what they had said was that there was some filing done. They found file marks on the trigger,
Which would make sense.
which
right?
means it was machined.
Yeah.
Because that's what you use. You pull them out and you just sit there with a file and you shape, you put it together, you fire. Ooh, they're putting on music. Nice.
Is that going to be
Copyrighted.
copyrighted?
So yeah, if there was any machining done that made the trigger pull less, then that would have made it like where you just tap it and it would have fired.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's the questions that I have. Like,
And I think what Spiro is trying to prove is that they did a shoddy
oh yeah,
investigation because they never found where those live ammo came from. Because
right.
Gutierrez Reed was saying she didn't bring it on. So then where did they come from? And they were trying to pin it on that Kenny guy, that it was Kenny that brought him on, brought us on.
Which if she didn't, which it looks like she didn't, but
Well, she might have and then just lied and said she didn't.
well, right, but so I do remember them saying that there were like live firing real rounds on set, like in the area.
Yeah.
Whatever that means, because that could also mean they went out, like she had a special box of ammunition, like she could have been doing her job, like then, like a special box of ammunition, you fire the rounds, I'm going to clear it, and then I'm going to have like 5 people clear it on the way just to make sure that none of the ammunition I bring would come in, because like there's no reason that people would bring live antique ammunition to shoot through the guns.
Yeah.
Just cost-wise, it doesn't make much sense. So you'd go out and you'd go get 45 long rifle LR ammunition because it's cheap, and you buy a block of it, everybody can shoot, and that makes sense to me. I'm not against that. I'm against using the prop guns to do it, but like you're out in the middle of nowhere and everybody's bored. Yeah, cool, okay, but you have a special area for that. And that could have been the case. We don't know her case as well. Where the negligence comes in is with her is that there was not an adequate checking of all the rounds beforehand.
Yeah. Well, that's what in her case, Kenny said that she was terrible at her job.
Which, from all accounts, sounds correct.
Right.
And again, what it looks to me is that there was 5 or 6 really bad things that happened that could have all been found and didn't, and everybody failed at all points of it.
Yeah.
But to blame, and again, this is opinion, but to blame Alex seems incorrect. Does not seem like that is the blame. Because if you have to tell me that he has to act, he has to do all this other stuff, set up the scene, and then on top of it, also verify all the bullets, the gun, and everything that he's doing, it's like, well, then why do you have an armor on set? Why do you have this? It's like, yeah, well, it's easy to blame him. Just go, well, you should have checked just to make sure. It's like, no, he's done this for 40 years.
Not his job.
Why would he check? For 40 years, he's trusted the armorer to do their job. And yeah, he might have been pointing it and doing this other stuff. It just starts to, it gets to be that you treat it like a prop and not a real gun.
Yeah.
So.
And that's what he was doing. He was treating it as a prop. So
Yep.
I don't know. This feels spurious. This whole case, and I think they're only going to court because he pulled the trigger.
Or possibly pulled the trigger. They are expecting that he pulled the trigger, and I still think that he did, but not intentionally.
Oh no, totally not.
So I don't think he's lying.
He just doesn't remember. And you have to remember, he probably doesn't remember a whole lot about what happened.
Yeah.
Because it was so horrible.
Right. Because, and it could also be too, it's, we're splitting hairs that it was intentional versus accidental. So did you pull the trigger? No. Well, did you bump it? Well, that's different. Did you accidentally hit it with your, with a part of your, like if you were not putting your finger in and you just rubbed against it and it went off? Like,
if it was one of those hair triggers and it had a live.
Yeah. But now we can't go back and check hammer pull and all that other stuff, like
they destroyed
because they destroyed it.
Yep.
So that's all. And now since you can't test it, like, do you convict a person because you can't test to see if the gun was actually hair triggered or not?
Yep.
It's all, yeah.
This is kind of a cool case, but kind of frustrating at the same time.
Yeah. It is entertaining and annoying. Annoyataining?
There's another pun.
Probably.
Internoying. Internoying. Internoying.
Yeah. Well, what does everybody think that's watching? Like, because I'm not seeing any like real finger pointing at Alex.
Alec.
His name's Alexander,
Alexander.
and he has a weird middle name.
Break out into Hamilton song.
I'm not gonna do that. You might.
You're the one that
I don't want to start crying.
always breaks out Hamilton song.
No, look, we've already lost a subscriber due to my singing, so it ain't gonna happen again. Okay. All right, unless it's the King song, then I might sing that one.
All right, I'm gonna go take a break.
All right, guys. Yeah.
It will be turned at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
No, 3 p.m. Right?
She said, "Be back here at 2." Didn't she?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour break because that means I'm gonna have an hour of yelling at these two people, and then another hour where I'm actually gonna eat. Yeah. So, well, hold on, guys. You know what? We'll put up some of our own music up here. I'll do that before we go, and we got a 2-hour break. So enjoy your lunches or early dinners. 4 Eastern time. So, thanks, guys. Yeah. You're so cute. Aw. Hey.
Belly.
Ow. Your Neil hurts people. What? Is it really? Oh, I didn't know that. So you think that he's just gonna she's gonna yell at the lawyers? It's gonna be an hour-long session of just her screaming.
Screaming because she can't open her mouth too wide.
It's terrible, but true. Ooh, good kitty. Boop, 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 boop. You ready for the drink? Want a drink? So I'm gonna make you up. I'm trying a new technique, so I am curious how this is going to look. Yeah, it's hurt my hand. Okay, just a straw. Yeah, they're live. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The lime juice will melt in there more. Oh,
Are they gonna
who's that guy?
go? He's part of press, media, or not? Maybe.
Yeah, it says media pool.
I mean, they're zooming in on him, so he must be.
I think they're just looking for anything to make it interesting because it's not interesting. More popcorn? Thank you. What's that?
It just says camera, something, courtroom camera. So there's an interesting Reddit of, do you remember Andrea Yates that murdered her 5 children?
Yes. Yes.
2001, I think. 2001. And then after every child was murdered, she called 911.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them survived. So what I didn't know about at the time, because I was dealing with my own stuff, but was actually they were in a cult, and Rusty is the husband. So the first comment in this subreddit is how horrible Rusty Yates was, her husband.
Oh, wow.
And how he was complicit in the deaths of those children.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he was like a doomsdayer, and doctors had told them she should not have any more children, and she had severe depression.
And she kept having children.
And they kept having children. He kept convincing her to have more children, and then didn't seek the help that she needed, and pretty much coercively controlled and brainwashed her.
It's a weird thing, like, if you were a doomsdayer, why do you want children? Or is it like the children are going to be the things that are the next stage? So all of humans are going to be wiped out, and then their children are going to be the next saviors of...
Well, because I was raised in a doomsday cult. And in the cult that I was raised in, we were told not to have children. Like, that you were not supposed to have children. And then Armageddon was going to come, and then you could have children after that. There were like these special circumstances. People would live and give all their money to the cult to survive Armageddon. And then once you survived Armageddon, then you could have kids. It didn't matter if you wanted. But I think these ones were different. That was how I was raised.
Yeah.
but These guys were.
Oh. We can keep talking.
They seem like, the group that used to protest outside of veterans memorials. What were they called? Crap, I just had their name like at the tip of my tongue. And they used to have those horrible banners. They were anti-gay.
Sure.
Westboro
Oh,
Baptist.
Westboro. Yeah.
And I think that's similar.
Hmm.
She doesn't want to get out of prison, apparently.
Wow.
She doesn't.
She's like,
She probably got the help that she wanted.
yeah, I'm good here. Wow. Got a little flecks of mint. So that was not good.
Which one do you want to start with? You want to start with the 21st?
Yes.
That might be
Okay.
an interesting one to do a podcast on Rusty Yates and his
Yeah.
complicitness into the death of those 5 children.
Yeah, agreed.
I didn't realize how
Okay.
much people hated him.
This dialogue here.
It sounds like
that
for
takes
good reason,
place,
too.
Between pages 2 and 5. You have heard the defense attorneys on appropriate questioning of the witnesses, and also during opening statements talk about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, that he was upset, that he was panicked, that he was ashen. He was even ashen in color.
You gotta be kidding me.
What pages 2 through 5 demonstrate, and I want to tell you.
Yeah.
Let me make one. Let me make one correction. Sure.
The highlighted is the portion that you want redacted.
That is correct,
Okay, well, I only see, oh, got the wrong one in front of me. Okay, all right, sorry, I transposed them. Okay, go ahead.
And let me find this part. Hang on just a second.
Thank you.
Hey, Winky.
Okay, so if I to help make my point, if we go down to the last paragraph of page 4, you'll see where Mr. Baldwin is speaking to someone on the phone, and he says, "And just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they've got to deal with." He's talking about, I think, investigators and also insurance investigators, and deal with what they've got to deal with. And we shouldn't let "will go have," "it'll work," and "will go," and I believe what he says, and I can play it if you need me to, because you can actually hear it on the audio, even though the transcript says indiscernible. "We'll go have a good time." So these are not, at this point in time when Mr. Baldwin is making this statement, he is at the police station. He does not know that Ms. Hutchins has passed, but he knows that she's been critically injured, and she's so injured that she's been taken away in a helicopter. And if the defense hasn't spent all of this time saying how panicked and upset he was, I'm not sure that it would be relevant, but he is actually planning basically a vacation, and he tells his family, "Still come to New Mexico, we'll have a good time." So
Yeah.
this is
That doesn't
this is
seem too-
obviously information that directly contradicts what the defense has argued, and if
How-
the court, if it would help the court to see
So it's the same day?
his demeanor and hear what he actually says, his family was coming to New Mexico the following day because he had a bit part for his daughter in the movie. So his wife and all of his children were coming the following day, and he is telling his, at one point, I think he's speaking to his wife, and he has her on FaceTime so we can actually hear her, we can hear her responses. And then he's speaking to another person who sounds like some sort of a family assistant or a nanny or someone like that.
Nannies.
And he is explaining that he wants that person to try to convince his wife to still come to New Mexico because they can't get their money back for the plane tickets, and they'd like to go ahead and have a good time.
What do you think about the plane tickets? I didn't read that.
So here's where he says it. There's a part here where he says they're not going to give us our money back.
Oh, yeah, that's, okay,
That's what he's referring to.
okay.
So
So are you talking about
This is
lines
not in front of the
19
jurors.
through 25 on page 4 you
So
want?
this is just.
You object to the redaction
More
on?
evidence.
Just
Oh,
this
so-
portion.
Oh my God. There's,
on what page? I'm sorry.
we're going
You
more
said 2
over
to
evidence
5,
that was
and
been
then you
already
pointed out
redacted. Oh my
So-
A
God.
particular portion
So-
within 2 to 5.
Overall, my position is this is the defendant's statement and it comes in.
This should not be
I don't
allowed
see
in
a
my
reason
opinion.
that it stays out, and the reason specifically that a lot of this conversation comes in is because of the defense statements about his state of mind, and this directly contradicts those.
All right, you're gonna come back up here.
Yes, sir.
No?
Do you want me to step?
Yeah, I want you to go over there.
Can I leave these here? or- Okay.
There you go.
I'm just gonna set this aside.
So, Your Honor, first, what we have within this section that we're going to be discussing right now is we have also some additional hearsay. So we're looking at not only Mr. Baldwin's statements, but it also includes statements from the female speaker who would be his wife. And then, and we see female speaker 1, there's also female speaker 2. So there's additional hearsay aside from, again, the statements that we're talking about with respect to Mr. Baldwin. In addition, when we're looking at whether or not this is admissible, the court has to engage in a balancing test as to what the probative value actually is. The court has already indicated and ruled, in fact, at the motions in limine, that Mr. Baldwin's demeanor, even leading up to the accident, was not going to be coming in because the court engaged in that balancing test and said, for example, anything regarding him exhibiting poor behavior.
Way broad brushy. My room.
Understood, Your Honor. And so I have actually the court's ruling here, so I'll be more specific. So what it says is that any of the videos or any evidence or pictures which relate to Mr. Baldwin not handling or that goes to the defendant's gun that worked or didn't work, and they're showing that it did work because he's shooting. There's videos showing that he's cocking the gun, and it says that those would come in. However, everything else regarding him yelling at the crew or telling people to hurry up, none of that is relevant, and that is propensity evidence.
Right, and that dealt with what was offered, okay?
That is correct.
Was not offered, this was not even discussed at that time, so this is
Correct.
fresh to the court.
Absolutely, Your Honor. So what we're doing is we're looking at what the court had previously ruled, and then we're using that also to inform the arguments that we're making at this time. And so certainly when we're talking about state of mind for after the fact, that becomes even less relevant than state of mind or actions that were happening leading up to the accident. So when we're looking at what this is actually probative of, the state is saying it's probative of that he's, talking about he's going to go have a good time. He's really not that distraught about it. But if we look again at what is Mr. Baldwin's state of mind after this has happened, what element does that go to within the proof that the state has to demonstrate in order to meet the elements to demonstrate that he is actually guilty of involuntary manslaughter? And the answer is that none of this here is probative of any effect of consequence to any of the elements of the crime that he is charged with. So when the court is engaging in this balancing test, we have to look to see what is the probative value, and there's none or very minimal, but the danger of unfair prejudice is substantial, and it substantially outweighs any probative value.
Because it doesn't
In that,
show.
Again, he's talking about his family, he's talking about
Yeah.
plans that they have.
It doesn't show
and
that
there's danger that the jury will
he was.
misinterpret that or misuse that to view him as
Hmm.
being callous or that he doesn't care about Ms. Hutchins.
Right.
And actually, that's not accurate.
Yeah.
So we are
He's not
asking
going like,
the
oh,
court,
it's just someone died, whatever.
that the
it's-
court exclude this section.
It's
that we're
the ability for a
referring to.
human to go,
In addition, Your
okay,
Honor,
this has
go
happened.
over to
I'm just running on
page
fumes.
5.
Yeah,
If the
just
court will look at the top
come
of page
anyways.
5,
We'll
again,
still have a good
this is
time.
just more,
But this is two things that are going on.
About At the top, he's talking
That would be
about
extremely
staying away from-
prejudicial.
Yes, of course. Mhm. Oh, do you want? Okay, that's
I just want it, because mine's under yours, so I can't see
Understood.
where you are. Okay.
So, Your Honor, so what we're talking about here up at the top of the page is, again, he's worried about being photographed. He does live a very public life, and this is a very, difficult, sensitive time just in general for everyone. And the references to the media here, again, could be taken as something callous or
They crying?
something of that sort. And so, he's talking about, this is breaking news, this is media, and he's trying to keep his family away from that as well. So it's misleading, and when we engage in a 403 balancing test, this should not come in.
Normally, I would agree, but for the fact that the defense actually made his demeanor after the fact relevant. So now that they've made it relevant, it's relevant, and it goes both ways.
All right, thank you. The court makes the following ruling. Under 11401, it says it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence and the factors of consequence in determining the action. It is not only the issue of whether he committed the crime of involuntary manslaughter, it's also a relevant fact. And you all made that fact very important through Officer LaFleur yesterday. So I do find that it's relevant to
We're gonna allow it.
basically respond to you all talking about how upset Mr. Baldwin was, and certainly that you considered that fact of consequence, and I'm deciding that this rebuttal information is
Excuse me.
of consequence. I also find that its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and all the other choices that are under 11403. I will say that I think that I'm not going to let everything in. I'm going to focus on page 4, and I'll start with line 16 and on page 4, and I will go to page 5.
And I'm sorry, is this what's coming in or what's staying out?
No, it's coming in.
Okay.
The rest of the yellow is staying out.
Can you repeat that line
Just a
again?
minute, I'm reading
Okay,
page 5.
sorry.
You should be. Oh, sorry. No, I'm just
Okay,
being mean.
So it's line 16, starting with Alec Baldwin, finishes the rest of the page 4, starts on page 5 at the top, and finishes on line 10. The rest of the
He's gonna
yellow
have to
will
testify now.
will be redacted.
He's gonna testify and say,
Understood.
this is my mental state.
I know,
Are
but
we ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
The next one I show, and Ms. LeBlanc, just correct me if I'm wrong.
that's
is on page 12.
ooh, that's an interesting one.
I hope he
So
Really?
this issue goes directly to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, and I'm looking, Your Honor, I'm sorry, at basically 12 through 14. He understands that whether there's a live round on set or not, these guns can be dangerous, and he says it right here between 12 and 14. What he's talking about with the wadding can come out.
Yep.
If you're closer, you can get a burn. That's him talking about his knowledge of the danger of these guns. That goes directly to the heart of the state's case. As the court knows, the state doesn't disagree with 15 through 17. And again, when we start here on 18, where Mr. Baldwin says, I'm told, that again goes directly to his knowledge of the injuries that can occur if these guns are not handled with safety. He says right there, I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die. And you know what? We can
That's what
take out
happened to-
this part here that says
Brandon
which
Lee.
both of them died, because that is relevant to the Brandon Lee, John Eric Hexum that we agreed to remove. So I don't oppose taking out both of them died, but this goes directly to the heart of the state's case. And then, I think it's 21 through 25, we've agreed to redact. Obviously, this part here on the top of page 13 is very important to the state, because Mr. Baldwin says, my point is, I've been doing this.
You should
I
post
shot
on
enough
Twitter
guns in my
that
day in movies.
we're
I've never
back
seen this
live with
before
our,
where a flash round was. Obviously, what I'm
in
trying to
the-
get
in
in is,
the-
he's got experience with
testimony?
firearms,
We have
and
11
he talks to Detective
viewers on
Hancock
Twitter.
pretty extensively about
Yeah,
that.
but for anybody that might be
So
on
his
Twitter but isn't
personal
watching on
experience with
Twitter,
firearms
'cause like
on
you
movie
use
sets and
Twitter
off
for
movie sets is all
when things
absolutely
go live
relevant.
or when things change.
You want me to stop there?
Because I was thinking, like, how would we tell people that we're back live with the thing?
I reposted.
So, Your Honor, this was already the subject
On YouTube?
of a defense motion in
Or
limine
on Twitter?
that the court
Oh, okay,
ruled
cool.
upon.
And I think Twitter would be
So
the best
we
way.
have,
Like, you've
in the
kinda made that
transcript of the
determination,
pretrial
which is-
proceedings, the parties
I agree
were
with.
arguing about whether or not this knowledge of danger of blanks would be admissible. And so what the court ruled was, the court said, the court makes the following ruling, weighing whether it has any tendency to make a fact more probable or less probable than it would be without it, and whether its probative value substantially is outweighed by the unfair prejudice. I think it's difficult to deal with what I read in the grand jury transcripts about, the theory about the negligent use of a deadly weapon is that this manner of handling, that he shouldn't have cocked the gun, etc. And then with respect to the alternative is that he failed to check the gun. He failed to confirm that the gun, and I remember the word confirm, about live ammunition before he pointed it at someone. The court went on. I think that I will not allow any testimony other than one sentence, probably by your expert, Ms. Morrissey, that says the blanks also can kill. But to consider that he failed somehow, that's just going to be up to the trier of fact. I think everybody knows that guns can kill. It depends on what's in there. But I think that you cannot mention it, you can mention it, but that's it. We're not going through 5 different questions on tell me how serious this is, and if he's a gun owner and he's done all these westerns or not westerns, but all this gun experience, then he should have known. Just say that, and if you can tie that up, great. So that's specifically on this subject, and so we've already argued this, and the court has already ruled. So based on that, we are asking that the court, consistent with its previous ruling, exclude these portions. And the additional portions, there will be a number of other sections in the transcript that I think we can dispense with rather quickly once we have the court's ruling on that as well.
Is that the part about when he talks about the commingling, is one of them about the commingling and the dummy rounds?
I don't recall, Your Honor, I have some flagged, but I think we can move through them fairly quickly, and I can identify those to the court every place that is throughout the transcript. But
All right, thank you.
If I may. So my concern is that I didn't realize necessarily during the motion hearing, I thought we were talking about witness testimony, not the defendant's own statements. And let me try to articulate for the
Wow,
court
she's
where
actually
I think some
good
difficulty
here.
may come in.
Not the rest of the trial.
If I have my expert do what the court suggested and just have him give the one sentence that blanks can kill, then what we're missing, the important part is that Mr. Baldwin knows that. So these statements that he made to Detective Hancock go directly to that one sentence that you're allowing us to get in, because Mr. Baldwin actually knows that, and the elements of the offense go directly to what he knew or should have known. That's in the actual jury instruction. So this is something that he knew or should have known. There are rules that say don't point the gun at anyone, and this is obviously one of the reasons, is because even if you have largely inert ammunition, it can still hurt someone, or Mr. Baldwin even indicated he knew that it could kill someone. So I think that this needs to be in for that reason.
Which motion was it?
Your Honor, it was all principal opinion.
Must be their evidentiary.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe
I
this
was actually going
number
to make the statement that
This would be
like a good
defense three,
lawyer,
is that correct?
it's all about their
Defense
team.
motion
Remember, I
number
used that.
3, I believe it was. And we have the transcript if the court would like to review it.
Like-
Based on what the state has just argued.
I can imagine that
in their,
she's
reply,
really good at her
may I just be
job.
heard as to the
But
new
I think she's not
arguments?
just evidentiary, but she's also
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The
what?
new argument?
Yes, this.
like
the
she has a
state-
legal
Well,
background, like
Didn't she
a
go first?
She did, she
Then
did.
You're doing
there's a term for it. There's
certified.
the people that actually do
And
like
if I
the
may have just a
paperwork and
few
looking through
sentences, Your Honor, because I
documents
think
and
this is
you know,
important as what she stated is new. Since
legal
she's
assistant?
now talking about disagreeing with the ruling that we had, but we
but knowing
relied on the
them,
court's
she probably
ruling.
is a lawyer.
In
Oh,
our
then
jury
what's the
selection, we did not cover this topic. In our opening, we did not cover this topic.
It's not 3.
And all she's doing
I
is just
believe
looking for
It's the foreseeability.
the evidentiary part of
Oh,
it.
7. I apologize, Your Honor. Number 7.
You mean defendant 7.
Defendants 7. Yes, Your Honor. It was our motion to exclude.
I don't have these numbered.
Would the court like me to present the transcript? At
No.
the court's convenience? Okay.
Was it,
I was looking up Everclear. Got that bottle of Everclear. We need to use that.
Yeah.
It says Everclear is the Nicolas Cage
what
of
is the
spirit.
name of it?
Erratic and unpredictable, but oddly intriguing.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Oh, all right. Okay, got it.
Oh wow, this is a weird drink. 1 shot of Everclear, 1 bottle of grape Fanta,
Mm-hmm.
and a heaping scoop of pink Kool-Aid.
Ooh, we could make that. Wait, what was the other second one?
Grape Fanta.
Hmm.
We don't have grape.
Yeah, we got the Kool-Aid though.
We have Kool-Aid?
All right. Go
Well,
ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we have the pink.
So to allow the state to basically relitigate this, I think would put us in very dangerous territory because the defense relied on the court's ruling and the court was very clear about what would be permitted and what would not be. I think to say that the state thought that that somehow didn't apply to statements they wanted to introduce by Mr. Baldwin is disingenuous. And so we relied on this again in our jury.
We'll see the transcript.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to approach the court.
If Alec Baldwin was a cocktail or what would he? I guess he would be a Scotch. Lagavulin. I never thought about actors being alcoholic beverages before. The Keenan and Peel, orange soda, and Everclear. Keenan and Peel, orange soda, and Everclear. Sounds terrible. What was it? Orange soda and we were watching something. And we were doing orange soda and whiskey.
Yeah.
He went in. Oh, it was crap. It was the cop show. Went into that speakeasy, and then the guy said, "You don't order drinks. The bartender makes the drinks for you." Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
You know,
Yeah.
this
You
was
got it right
related
before
to,
I did, yeah.
And I think I say it here where I talk about on
So I
page
think-
154, which you left out.
I think he'd be a Cosmo.
This is to Mr.
Cosmopolitan.
Nikas, where he's saying
Because he's refined.
that the
and
statement such and such
classy.
would
But can
have
mess
died
you
if
up.
there were a blank in the gun. That-
Like if you
that
spend
they
a
were
lot of time with him,
asserting
he would just like
that,
totally screw you over.
That they were going beyond live
No,
ammunition.
no, I could just see him like,
and
you
they
know,
were
like I
talking
could see him
about
drinking
that
one.
they
You know what I mean?
expected
Like,
witnesses
Oh, yeah.
to testify, in particular Mr. Carpenter.
But
that,
I think my big
that
issue with
blanks
him
can
is
kill
that
as well,
I
and
just
that
see
he-
him in
that-
nothing but
that
30
he
Rock.
should have known that.
That'd be like something. really
That's different from
messy.
his own admissions of his knowledge, and I'm going to let the following in. I'm going to let.
I could see him
on
like in
page
real life
12,
drinking an
I'm
old
going to let,
fashioned.
Line 13, right in the middle. Sometimes the wadding can come out. If you're closer, you can get a burn. It shows that he does have knowledge of guns.
Hang on, Your Honor, I just want to use, I see, I'm sorry. I
And
just
then
need-
on lines 18, 19, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed. And then also lines 1 through 5 on page 13.
And Your Honor, I do understand the court's ruling. If I may, just for the court, just to remind me, because I know we're dealing with the transcripts and we had these arguments earlier. So if I may, just to kind of perhaps refresh the court a little bit, part of what the arguments were about as well was the fact that the way that the grand jury presentation had gone, and in that had
I
not
think they
been
could allow
focused on
that.
blanks. It was
I think
about
if that's
live
allowed,
ammunition, live rounds,
they need to
and
get
that was the basis of what the knowledge must be in order for it to meet
someone
the
that works in the
elements
movie
of the
industry
charge.
This is what,
to
in the grand jury,
explain
Mr. Carpenter was
what that
talking
means,
about all
because-
these duties that
we were
Mr.
talking
Baldwin
about
should have
Brandon
had,
Well,
including
it's not just that,
the
but-
knowledge that blanks can kill. He said that
Yeah.
he should have had that knowledge. Everybody has that knowledge when they talk about don't point him the gun and things like that. And I did not want to belabor the point that blanks can kill, okay? But that's different from Mr. Baldwin's own assertions of the knowledge that he had
He
with
thought he
respect to
killed her
guns.
with a blank. Oh, interesting.
well,
I
I
didn't know it was a live round. He thought it was a
Same
blank. He
argument
killed
from
her.
the state with regard to
I-
bottom of page 14, the last two words.
I don't
that
know.
He
start
needs to
with
testify.
and,
He's gonna
on.
have to testify. Like, there's no way around it. He's gonna have to testify.
yeah, because so here, like here's my thinking, right?
To the top of 15,
We know
this is the exact
blanks can kill.
same, information,
What
exact
happened to
same
Brandon
argument.
Lee
It's Mr. Baldwin,
was due to
solidifying
another
and
malfunction that
reiterating,
occurred with the
what
blank.
he knew or
What they're
should have
referring
known
to
that
is
goes
when you're
directly
firing
to,
blanks, like if you fire a
the elements of
blank,
the events.
and if I shoot here and there's something in, it can fly off and still hit you. The pointing the thing is, you don't want to do it anyways. But we see movies all the time that they're pointing at people, right? It's just whatever. We can argue that one. What he's referring to is that you don't want to point it at someone
Over to the
here,
first 4 lines of
because the closer that you are, the
The blank had hurt.
right, because it's still an explosion, and all that gunpowder is actually like a concussive force, and that's what he means. So if you you don't want to take a blank, put it up to someone's head, you can kill them.
That we're going to have,
And that is what he's referring to. That's what I'm saying. Like, it looks bad,
regarding this type of
but
harm and
yeah.
what was learned, and certainly those kinds of things might have been able to come through Miss Popple. And so, and again, we did not do jury selection
No,
on
I
this,
didn't.
which we absolutely
Who?
would have. We didn't open
The
on
lawyer?
this
In yellow, yeah.
What did she-
because of the
what'd you do?
ruling and the way that
She
we
referred to Miss
understood
Popple
it,
and she looked at her like,
based on
"Are
our
you
review of
serious,
the transcript.
bitch?"
So I do have concerns that this is
I just saw her
going
over there.
to prejudice the defense, and we would ask that the court consider not allowing
Attention to
this.
my ruling, because my ruling was with respect to witnesses, because I particularly told Ms. Morrissey that her witness got to ask her witness one sentence. And that is because Mr. Carpenter was really opinionated about that blanks can kill in the grand jury, and I did not want to move away from the fact that if they weren't blanks, it was live ammunition. But this goes to Mr. Baldwin's state of mind, completely different, and I'm going to let this in as well. Page 15, 1 through 4, lines 1 through 4.
Why are we doing this now? Oh, I know why they're doing it now. It was dismissed earlier, but they brought it up.
Do you want me to move that?
No, you're fine. Stay right there. We'll just save some time and
Right, this one's called the cow tipper.
Your Honor, we're jumping to the bottom of page 62.
Yeah, go. What do you got? Cal tipper.
One shot of Everclear with chocolate fudge brownie Cold Stone milk shaker. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
I've never heard of a chocolate fudge brownie Cold Stone milk.
And I'm wondering why we've never had it in our life.
What is that?
You know what, I'm gonna change my position. Why don't we go ahead and just exclude the bottom of 62 and the top of 63?
Is that like a chocolate milk type thing?
It sounds like a drink, yeah, doesn't it?
What's the next one, Heather? Since you
Does that make it worse or
The
better?
next one we have is 69.
It's like,
Hey!
yeah, that's where your brain
So,
went.
I-
Racist. My brain went. Sexy time.
I think that as witness testimony, and it's difficult when we're doing motions in limine because the
No, I
court
cannot
certainly
unsee
doesn't
that.
know what all the witness testimony is going to be. So part of the issue here is we were intending to ask the court to, not necessarily today with these witnesses, to potentially reconsider this ruling. I don't think it makes a big difference in this particular interview, but we absolutely have witnesses who will testify if the court were to permit them. The safety bulletins speak directly to producers and their responsibility for set safety. I can show it to you. In addition to that, the witnesses who were on scene with Mr.
Hey,
Baldwin
Mia. Good girl.
would discuss the fact that his role as producer is what enabled him to be in a position to disregard
There they
the
are
safety
again.
rules. But with regard to this particular line, I'm not married to it. I can try to revisit this issue with the court when we have relevant witnesses on the witness stand.
Your Honor, the court had the ability to reserve.
So all I'm looking at is this line, okay?
Correct.
Both of you, and I'm going to not let it in.
Okay.
Alright, this is the Hawaiian punch out.
Okay, next.
1 cup Hawaiian punch, 1
Next
shot
is,
Everclear,
this one's out
and
by
Sour Patch
stipulation,
Kids
let me see.
garnish.
Next is page 81. A portion of that is
Yeah.
out by stipulation. but I
So what I'm hearing in all
the
of
next
this
is
is that
page
you just dump a
81.
ton of sugar in
The
Everclear.
top portion of that is
Yeah.
out by stipulation, I believe, but then the lower part of page 81 is still subject to disagreement.
Let me just refresh my memory on what it is.
Mia?
This is the Riot Punch, Everclear, and Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes like the Kool-Aid guy broke through a brick wall and stomped all over my brain.
Some of this contains
Is that like a pan-galactic garble blaster?
Yeah, I think so.
Did I get that right? No, I didn't. I messed it up.
The Garble Blaster.
Gargle blaster, not garble. I said garble. I messed it up. Gargle blaster. Pan-galactic gargle blaster.
At the beginning, which the
It's
court
like
admitted.
Getting hit
So my
in the head
concern is that I don't
with a
think
brick
that we-
with a lemon wrapped
if
around
we
it.
take out- And on Saturday, my
Sounds like an
daughter was
amazing
going to be
drink.
in the movie. We had a little part for her. Emily's top.
Look.
So I want to.
What I would like is like another camera that we could like switch over to quickly.
Page 81,
Yeah.
Mr. Baldwin says, well, let me ask you this. Originally, this is very complicated. I mean, none of this compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was here. They weren't, but his daughter was going to be in the movie. So,
Funny. Oh my
again, this
God.
goes to the
Yes,
opening arguments,
Weird
the
attitude, like
continuing
weird.
defense
Her or
that we
Him.
were going to hear
oh,
throughout
Alec?
the course of this trial.
Alex.
Alec.
Mr. Baldwin
Not
at this
Alex.
point in
Alex.
time knows
not Alec.
that someone's in the hospital and another person has been taken away on a
Did he give her a look
helicopter, is
like when she said that?
injured.
Yeah,
And
he's
what
got
he
this
is
weird way
concerned
about him,
about
like
during
he
the
walks.
interview is what's happening to his family.
Do you
and
think he
whether or
failed
not
up?
His family's going to come and visit him.
No, he's good.
So he's actually taking a moment in the interview with the detective to talk about, this is complicated because my family's supposed to come.
Yeah, because he's got 7 babies. He's got a wife who's addicted to babies.
So, Your Honor, the court has
That's
already
complicated.
Yeah, it
ruled
is.
admissible.
And in
the
that 30 minutes
previous
that he was
portion of
there,
this.
she wanted 3
And again, I
babies.
think
Yeah.
when the court is looking at balancing, the
Like,
court can
I
also
gotta
determine how
support my
much of this to
wife's
permit
baby
in.
habit.
It is cumulative of what the state already has used the earlier statements to reference, which would be his supposed state of mind after the fact. I don't know how much we need to then, continue to allow in all of the rest of this over and over. And certainly, again, him wanting to have his family there with him is not shocking after something like this. It is certainly a very difficult time. But again, the court is
What's shocking to me?
balancing, one of those things that the court will balance
I wouldn't want my 7 kids around.
the cumulative nature of what is being offered.
He likes
The
his
court has
7
already ruled
kids.
admissible.
He
the
does.
previous
You know what?
statements,
He
and
I
we would ask
I
that the
agree with
court
that.
not allow additional statements related to that at this time.
He
based
seems like
on
the kind of guy to be
limited
like,
value
I could
of the
3
testimony
more
or evidence.
and I think we're good.
I don't think this
Christy
is
said
of
it's what
much
he's used to.
consequence. I
Yeah.
think that the
Yeah.
part I ruled on
He married
earlier
someone who loves
went to
babies.
Oh my God.
rebut the information about his coloring and everything else like that.
What are you doing over
Granted,
there?
was a lapse in time, so.
You know, we're over
that can be
here.
addressed
If you come over here,
um,
I got a lap
question,
for you.
But the fact that his daughter was gonna be in the movie and he's mentioning that, I don't think that, and she was so excited to come, I don't think that's helpful. He's just describing really his kids. That's not coming in.
Yeah, good.
That's his daughter with Kim Basinger.
Is the next one?
Oh, is
that
it?
On page 83, is that what you
Yes,
have?
yes.
I bet she's beautiful.
In the
I
first, I
can
think,
imagine.
5
Alec
lines are out by
Baldwin, Kim
stipulation,
Basinger,
and then we're
Sugar
Well, I
just
mean,
dealing with
you know, she's probably an actress.
Right, so 6 through 14, certainly
luck of the
the
draw.
top part is an explanation of
Or she could be one of
his
those
comments at the beginning
mixed,
that the court, has
you know, there
ruled
are like
admissible,
beautiful people that came from ugly parents and ugly people that came from beautiful parents.
Arson.
of his comments at the beginning that the court has
I don't-
ruled
I
are
don't-
admissible.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I
Look, only
certainly
because one of
can
us is ugly.
forfeit, I told the producers I would stay
saying I'm
tomorrow,
ugly.
in case
No, I pointed
anybody
at
else,
myself.
their insurance investigators, their lawyers want to talk to me.
It's
and
hurting my
I-
hand.
I don't have too
God,
much heartburn
what's
over
wrong
letting
with
that go, but I do think that the fact that there are 2 people who've been taken away to the hospital, and Mr. Baldwin is upset because his wife wants to cancel her trip, again goes directly to the defense of this man was devastated.
Two
Go ahead.
completely irrelated.
So, Your Honor, first, the state,
I agree.
this was already part of the stipulation, was through page 83, line 5, so I won't argue that since the state had already stipulated to that earlier. With respect to lines 6 through 14, much of what is being relayed here is actually
She's
his wife's,
horrendous.
God,
statements.
she's so pretty.
About what she thought about, the weird energy or whether or
Hey,
not she
Christy,
wanted to
welcome
come
back.
down. And so I think, again, the state has already,
Oh my God.
is already going to
Yeah.
be permitted to
Her name is
introduce those
Ireland.
other statements
Yeah.
related to
Ireland
the state
Baldwin.
of mind. This has very minimal probative value, particularly considering the court's ruling a moment ago, and we would ask that the court exclude this, particularly, again, considering the fact that a lot of this is about his
Wow.
wife and her thoughts as well, and it's not sufficiently probative.
Yeah, I don't think it's very relevant. I think,
I'll be
and
back.
the relevancy goes to the rebuttal of how he was
Yeah, so
feeling.
Christy, I think
that
Gone through evidence.
yeah, so this is
pages
yeah,
4 and 5,
it's like a re-examination because of
directly
the
relates to that,
defense
but I don't think this does. So
bringing
I'm
up
not
certain
gonna-
things. So the prosecution
redact it.
is wanting to unredact,
Last page.
yeah,
There is
that's
further
the right
down
word.
on the same
Unredact
page,
things that were left out
I believe it starts at
from
line
earlier
22 of page
earlier
83,
evidentiary
and then continues on into
So they're
page
bringing
84,
in
line
that
8.
that he
was knowledgeable of gun
So,
safety and
was
blanks and
knowledgeable and that he was talking
Mr.
to
Baldwin has
his wife. and-
critically injured someone.
baby
and
crazy
what
wife.
he's saying to the detective, and keep in mind, Your Honor, Mr. Baldwin was
And we
going
have
to
drinks.
stay and complete the
Sorry, we're day
originally, he
drinking.
was gonna be in New Mexico
That's how
to
we're getting
complete
through
the
the day.
filming until, I think
That's how we
close
get
to
through
the end of
life.
October. And he
Right.
is already making plans
It's the only thing I need.
to return home, to New York.
I can tell the jokes.
Even though he's critically injured 2 people. it goes, it is the exact opposite of what the defense is going to argue,
I don't agree with that.
which is,
I don't agree with that either.
this was devastating to
But
him.
she's doing her job.
You know,
Yeah.
Let's give her the props. She's doing her job.
I think there's even phrases in this interview where he says, "I'm devastated," or maybe it's in November 3rd. So this is
Does he say it like a robot?
completely
I am
contradictory to other
completely
statements that he makes when he says,
devastated.
"I'm devastated." 2 people are in the hospital and he doesn't even want to stay and make sure they're okay.
That picture of him on the
Your Honor,
phone
he
looks like a
offered
man
to
that is
stay,
like
and that's throughout this transcript.
losing
It
everything.
even says it further down on this same page. He says, unless you tell me not to, or if you tell me to come back in, I'll do whatever it is that you want. He's
Like
making himself completely
I'm Italian,
available,
still like
but
Christy,
not
am I?
shockingly,
Yeah.
his wife wants him home. He is a father.
See, Christy, now I know why you watch us. You have our same sense of humor, so
It's gonna be redacted, all right.
because that is something that exactly that I would say.
The next one is out by stipulation, which is on page 85.
Listen, whack job, I don't get puddled unless I go to the waterfall.
That may be it on this one. I will let Your Honor-
Stipulated to, okay, what?
That's the best thing we learned.
There were
It
other
is-
portions within here that we had
It is
found
seriously-
related
it-
to
New
the
Mex-
blank situation.
There's no New
I understand
Mexico
the court's
words.
ruling,
They're all-
if
they
the
just
court is willing
speak
to consider as part of its gatekeeping
plain.
function, limiting the amount of.
'Cause I hear it every day.
Too late. That's what
Yeah.
happens when you do 2 days before.
Actually, I kind of like that.
I'm not
King.
from
Okay,
New
let's
Mexico.
go.
But you look like you are, and you do sound like you are.
Just in terms of, I
Yeah.
know that we've got one
Yeah.
more statement to try to
Indeed, I do.
tackle. So now that the court has ruled on the redactions, because these are the defense requests, I'm expecting the defense to do the redactions and provide them to me quickly, because this is Hancock, and Hancock's gonna take the witness stand as soon as possible.
That is our intention.
Well, you're finished. so
Is
you're
she
gonna do-
acting?
Oh, that's
I'm
right, okay, I apologize.
Acting.
Okay, and then you're gonna do the redact, so while they're doing that, go
Yeah,
ahead
I didn't realize that until he
provide a
stood up,
copy
and I'm
with
like,
the
what the hell?
redactions
Is it?
that I've
Is it
ruled.
that she's just
redacted with
really
the
close to the
minimal.
camera?
Okay.
I think it's
Yes, Judge.
perspective.
What's next?
There is the second statement.
He's a monster of a man.
The second statement.
8
this
feet
is a statement that
tall.
takes place on
I hope you got
November
that. Do you need any clarification? Because I don't want, this going south when Hancock's on the stand.
And why
So
does it look like a bunch of
repeat
Cub
it?
Scouts made her nameplate?
Okay.
Just-
You might
that would have been awesome, actually.
Santa Fe.
No, my rulings, so, okay. All right,
This is
okay.
Santa Fe with
Okay, what's next?
lawyers.
said
actually
the
wanna
jury
go to
comes
Santa
back
Fe
at
now,
2.
look into
They
those
have 1
pictures.
minute before I call back
Yeah, well,
the jury.
wanna
Otherwise,
go
we're
walk.
gonna abandon these.
I mean, technically, we want to go everywhere, so, you know. Meow wolf. So, Christy, do you know anything about
This, part at the
Meow
bottom
Wolf?
Of page 1 and the top of page 2.
And if you don't Google it, there's the original one we think is in Santa Fe. We're pretty sure it
This is
was.
what I'm gonna do, because we're running out of time.
And it's
I'm gonna
a
make a
art
ruling.
exhibit.
These were given to,
Yeah,
your intended
yes.
redactions were
Yeah.
given 2 days before.
No, that's from
and
earlier.
So
Yeah,
far,
that's
the
right.
only thing I've heard that was a surprise was the testimony
Oh my
of
God,
knowledge
that's so
of
good.
guns, but this, so, let's see. Well, I mean,
I do not-
everybody.
yeah,
gotta
so,
put some- I don't find that.
So do a quick Google search for meow,
I'm gonna
like a
redact
cat,
that.
and
I
wolf,
don't find that's
like
relevant.
the animal.
It's just in passing, really.
Yeah.
And he's
They have,
talking about other people.
4 locations
Well,
now.
if I
Santa Fe,
can,
Las
Sure.
Your Honor, I
Vegas,
just want to talk about it in a
Dallas,
little bit
and
more context.
Denver,
Um,
and
So,
it's an art collective.
so what's happening here is Detective Hancock
It's a
and
very
Mr. Baldwin are
surreal-
talking about Ms. Gutierrez
Nothing,
and her lawyers. Ms.
Offensive.
Gutierrez.
Or not safe for work, so,
Is obviously her conduct is being discussed extensively. Mr. Baldwin says, but it's her lawyer saying that on her behalf. So if we're going to, if we're gonna redact the bottom portion, then honestly, I think that we need to redact the part where he
So
says,
they're bringing in
it's her
Hancock.
lawyer
with
saying that on
Hancock.
her behalf. I mean, I think
I know,
if
but
we
there's a
redact
joke
the
there.
part about the lawyers, we redact everything.
For lawyers, we redact everything.
yeah, I
That's
mean,
fine. It does take it out of, like, nowhere context. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then if you.
I do think, I do
argue it.
kind of
All right,
agree with
page
you.
15.
She's either had
That's
Botox
fine.
or
Fine,
a stroke.
about
No,
it.
she
Okay,
had
Kate,
Botox.
I'm
It's
sorry,
very
let
clear.
me
She had
Well,
Botox.
Sure.
Not a Botox.
Good for her.
No, don't,
This is not a criticism.
I'm not saying it is. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Stop being
This is
critical.
relevant because
Middle-aged
what
women.
Mr. Baldwin is talking about right here
The
to
Texas of
Hancock
miracle.
is his intention to sit for a public interview, and that public interview turns out to be with George
When are you gonna
Stephanopoulos.
done?
It was that
When I have
interview
money.
that led
Oh, yeah.
to the accidental discharge testing
I need to make you
all
money
kinds
so
of
I can
stuff.
make you look pretty.
So again, Judge, it's the defendant's statement. He knew he had a right to counsel.
All right, I'll let 1
Like
through
this
6 in,
summer.
but this thing about the
If I
Kennedy
could make
Center,
you look prettier, I would.
Aw, don't be a dick.
1 through 6 on page
According to
15.
sci-fi, come on.
1 through 6 comes in, the rest of it's out.
You don't need anything.
Page
You're
18.
beautiful.
Tell me why this is relevant.
IMAX on steroids. Yeah.
Relevant.
It's a really
Ms.
really
Morrissey.
Oh yeah. So you have an astigmatism? Okay. But it would be fun. Yeah. So
Sure,
if you want to see the
top
complete
part
opposite of
is
that,
him
look at the
saying
Willy
to,
Wonka
Detective Hancock,
chocolate factory that was in the UK.
you don't know anything about my business. You don't know anything about my
That
business.
one was
You're
a good
in law
one.
Enforcement. You're the person who, when they do something wrong, you're the last person they want to see. You live a very, very difficult but ultimately very narrow life. I believe. Hang on. Let me finish it a little bit.
Is this Hancock?
I don't know.
Lead a narrow life. Who was saying this to what?
Well, I think he's saying that to Hancock.
Daughter?
Well, it
that
all
her?
goes. I think
The
we've got
Yeah.
3 or 4 pages, so I think it all kind of
Is
goes
it?
together. Hang on just. a
It looks
second.
like her.
It does. But she's got to press it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's her.
This part.
That's 100% her.
The part at the bottom
Yeah.
of 18, it puts
She's so
in
pretty.
context the part at the top of 19, and this goes
Oh my God.
It
directly
is winning the
to.
genetic lottery.
That is not
Mr.
Kim Basinger.
Baldwin's
That's not Kim Basinger.
motivation
That's
to
the daughter,
lie
right?
About
No,
pulling
that's
the
Kim
trigger of the
Basinger.
gun.
That's when they were
I'm
together.
63 years old with 6 kids. I can't rely on luck anymore. He's talking about his career and that he can't rely on luck anymore. This goes exactly to his motivation not to tell the truth. Sorry.
Can we approach briefly?
Sure.
Now you're interrupting. Damn, dude, I thought you're better than that.
All right, this is the literal fireball.
Yeah, tell me.
This is
Talk to me.
Everclear,
Mhm.
fireball,
Mm-hmm.
and fire. Fire. Heat, fire, brimstone, hotter than Everclear's 2000 smash hit.
That sounds like something that you would drink, suffer for 10 minutes, and then get drunk.
So you mix Everclear and fireball, and then you set it on fire.
Yeah. That sounds terrible.
I know. It sounds so fun, though.
No, I would do it. You know me.
That sounds really fun. I wonder if there's a TikTok on that.
I'm assuming it's Fireball, the Fireball whiskey, the cinnamon Fireball whiskey that
With
you're adding.
Everclear.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be brutal.
That's interesting.
Remember that there used to be this guy that would drink this drink called the Three Wise Men?
Yes.
Oh, that drink was horrible.
I remember when I was in the BMW group, that was the thing that they would
The
talk about all the time, the Three Wise Men.
Goldschlager.
It wasn't Baron was it?
It might have been, and then that.
No, it wasn't that.
I gotta look it up now.
Yeah, because I like Baron.
Yeah, but when you mix it with the other two,
Goldschlager, anything you mix with
and I think it
Goldschlager
was
is.
like Fireball whiskey.
So was the other one the Jägermeister?
Jägermeister.
Yeah.
I don't think this information is that helpful, one way or the other, but I'm gonna let it in because of the lateness of your redactions. So, because it's 2:00 now, and so we're gonna go,
Interesting.
all right?
I understand, may I just briefly just be heard on that point?
No.
She's like, nope, I'm playing Candy Crush.
Redactions in earlier.
Understood.
And that includes.
I'm checking my crypto.
On,
Oh no,
coming in,
this is
you
different.
understand?
What is it?
That page
So
forward.
Wikipedia says the Three Wise Men is
See, I thought it was
So
Jim
everything's
Beam,
subsequent to.
and that
Johnny
page.
Walker,
Johnny Walker.
Jack Daniels, and Jim Beam.
Yep,
On the rocks.
Yep.
Okay.
that makes sense.
So what am I thinking of then?
3 things that taste disgusting together.
Goldschlager.
Goldschlager.
It was so terrible. drink.
I'm trying to remember that one drink that was really,
Of the Three Wise Men, but I guess
because Bärenjäger's like really like sweet but good.
because it was Goldschlager, and then what was that thing you said?
Jägermeister.
Jägermeister. Yeah.
Do you know what Jägermeister means?
No.
Jäger is hunter. Meister is master.
Master, hunter master.
So it was the drink that you would have as a hunter to stave off the cold and stuff. So it was a fortified liquor. Yeah.
When we would go skiing and you.
Oh my God, she brought her box again.
Is back? Miss Popple, I thought they.
No, they weren't done with Popple.
Okay, so who is Hancock then?
I think he's one of the investigative officers.
Two different questions.
Okay, there's liquid cocaine
Mm-hmm.
shot recipe, and that one.
I've heard of this one before.
Yeah, okay, so liquid cocaine is the one I was thinking of. I was thinking it was called the Three Wise Men. It's Jägermeister,
Mm-hmm.
peppermint or cinnamon chenasse,
Oh, sorry.
and Goldschlager.
Just want to try it.
Oh, it was terrible. It was like so terrible.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting, but I would try it.
His name was Andrew. He used to drink that all the time. Well, I used to.
Who?
His name was Andrew.
Andrew.
The first time I ever got drunk after I left the cult, I was drinking.
Did you ask for us to come up?
What was it called? Blowjobs.
Yeah, Yeah.
Blowjob shots.
right. That's what they made fun of in Deadpool,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the first.
which is like
I got drunk off of.
which is a coffee liqueur
With cream on.
with cream on top, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you just drink it. Because that was in the bar that they went to.
Yeah, Sister Mary's. Sisters of Mercy or something.
School for Wayward Children.
I want to know what this chocolate fudge brownie Cold Stone milkshake.
Look it up, man, because I want to know it too.
Wait, is that a link? Nope, cannot be read.
Mia, hey Mia, come here.
Cold Stone milkshake.
Mia, I need me 11. Come here, little girl. Come here.
Oh, here comes the jury.
Come here, sweetie. You gonna come here and see me? What are you doing?
Are Cold Stone creamers still around? That's
know.
still a thing.
The last time we had it was over in Buckhead.
I
Not
can't
Buckhead.
remember the last time I had it.
Hey. Hey. Oh my God. She's like pressing. What? You're purring and pushing against me.
Good afternoon.
Okay, there you go.
You had seen when you were testifying earlier, Mr. Baldwin in
Good
court
girl.
today, correct?
You want this?
Okay. And this is the first time that you've seen him since, I believe, since the day that the incident occurred?
Correct.
And of course, you see him here as a defendant in a courtroom wearing a suit jacket. He wasn't dressed like that on the scene, right?
Right.
He was
He's dressed like a hobo clown.
Harlan Rust, and he had his actor costume on, right?
Yes.
And you actually took those clothes and tested them for blood, like you said before, right?
I did.
And he was shaking as you did that, was he not?
They're already
He
getting in front of it.
seemed upset as I did that.
And of course, you remember that, right?
Yes.
And the lapel that you've reviewed has refreshed your memory.
Correct.
And you know that he received a phone call from his friend Joel, the director who had been shot, and you used that information to then send officers to the hospital to retrieve the bullet, correct?
I believe we already had deputies at the hospital at that time.
But he told you that and told you that that would be something that he wanted you to do, right?
He indicated it was something he wanted law enforcement to do, but we were already making the necessary, we were already sending a deputy to the hospital to retrieve that.
That's good
And
to
he
get in
told
front
you
of
that he
that.
pulled the
That's
gun
really
out, he
good.
turned, and he just cocked the gun, right?
He did state that, yes.
Because
He didn't say
basically
pull the
saying
trigger, right?
I don't recall
that
him
Alec
saying.
was saying,
And you
get the
never
evidence,
tested
make sure you're getting
the hammer
everything.
of that gun for DNA, did you?
I do not know the FBI lab's process for processing a firearm for
It's
DNA.
really loud.
But because he
I turned
told
down.
you that,
She's really loud.
and I'm putting
He's
up
not very
A10,
loud.
defense exhibit, that's while you knew that the document that had fallen near Miss Hutchins that says macro on hammer as thumb cocks it was so important. Isn't that right?
There was a paper inside of the church that indicated a firearm was being used, so I photographed it. We had
That's the scene.
paperwork that was later collected out of Miss Hutchins's
Like a white
side
angle of
bag
the church. It's just the
that was also
scene.
additional script.
Yeah.
documentation.
And that was collected because it was part of her bag, part of her personal property.
And you see the name Helena on top, right?
Yes, this is what was taken out of her bag.
Ooh, we
And
can make our own lemon
what was
jello.
at the floor,
For Claire.
How do you make those
A3.
lemons and Everclear, basically?
Russ
Lemon and
Colt
sugar and water.
cocked quietly now. Did I read that right?
Just like a
Yes.
And you and your fellow officers discussed this.
There's another term for it
and
when you add
said,
sugar. I can't
"This is
remember though."
important. It confirms what he told us, didn't you?
I believe that I stated it
Didn't
was
you?
important because it was a script that involved a firearm inside the church where a shooting had occurred.
And after this point in time, eventually, you all sent that firearm off, not to have the firearm tested, its hammer for DNA, but rather for it to end up being destroyed in the testing, or broken in the testing, if you prefer.
The firearm was sent for DNA, and additional testing was not conducted until later.
We were talking also, to move away from the firearm for a second, about how the lethal round got set, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Baldwin, you actually told him that you would figure it out. You gave him that assurance. You said, I get it. I know that there was a live round, wasn't supposed to be on set. We law enforcement are going to find that out, didn't you?
I believe the words that I used was, that's why we're here. We're here to try and figure out what happened.
And one of your fellow officers sort of came over the top of you and sort of confirmed to him, don't worry, we're going to find out.
Objection to whatever a fellow officer.
Effect on listener? What? One word, but objection, yes, what is it?
Objection, hearsay, the officer isn't here, who he's speaking of.
Respond?
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, but that it was heard.
Okay. Well, did you lay the foundation for that? Did you ask her what she did because of that?
Not yet, I can't.
I
Okay.
have a maybe.
And after you,
Foundation for effect on listener?
after what you said
don't
and what you
either.
heard from your fellow officer, it is true, as you've testified previously, that you did go
We
out
need to
to
stop
seek
looking at that.
the source of that lethal round, right?
Please rephrase your question as to the word seek.
Sure. After you said what you said and the officer said what he said,
She
Is
went
it
out and
not the
talked to
case
someone, didn't she?
you made
Like
it
how
a
to talk
priority
better, how to.
to try to find the source of the lethal ammunition, correct?
Our priority was to find the facts of what had happened in this
Still
situation.
super red though.
And one of the steps that
Yeah.
you took, that we talked about, by searching the truck, by going to Seth Kenny, by getting the PDQ,
Also, he
one
just
of the
got that
things you
tone
then
in his
did
voice
was you
that
did seek out and try to find
makes
the
you think
source
you're
of the
an
lethal
idiot.
ammunition, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And as you were doing that, you continued to work
Eating
with
the
Corporal
pointer
Hancock,
down.
right?
Yes.
You would see her and the prosecutors often, right?
I would see Corporal
Like a
Hancock
devil cat
often.
in the red eating.
And you testified previously about the search for
Oh, she's such a good cat, though.
at the trial of the armorer,
Stupid,
correct?
but good.
Yes.
And a question came up
Can
at
you
that
imagine working
trial
for this
of this
guy?
issue.
This
of,
guy?
Yeah.
Did Seth Kenny really provide the ammunition to set or not, right?
Yes, I believe that.
I would imagine,
Okay.
like,
Why?
And eventually there was a verdict in that case, right?
yes.
What do you think?
And a good
Yeah.
Samaritan walked into
But
the
I would
police
imagine
station
that
and gave you the
you
lethal
could, if you
ammunition, didn't
made
they?
it 3 years, you were doing really good. But at the end of the 3 years, you could work for
Hannah
anybody.
Gutierrez trial,
He's another devil wears
there
Prada.
was an individual
They're both
that
got
came to
two
the
Devil
police
Wears
station
Prada.
and stated
Yeah.
they had ammunition.
And they turned in the ammunition
Yes.
and they gave it to you, right?
Yes.
The guy
They
behind
told
on,
you,
on his left? Yeah.
that this was the
Going on
ammunition
there.
that ended up with Seth Kenny that killed Miss Hutchins, right?
I do not recall all of their statements.
Who did you tell about that?
During that conversation, my Lieutenant Brian Brandel, was with me, and Detective
Mia, you gonna come sit?
Hancock
Okay, bye.
was aware of that
I
individual,
miss you already.
that he had come to the sheriff's office.
And you never vouchered that and turned it over to the defense, did you?
It was a doc information situation,
I don't know what that means. Can you just explain it to me?
Yeah.
meaning that I was instructed by my lieutenant to create a doc info report on it.
And I mean, what does that mean?
For documenting information that this individual came and gave this ammunition to us.
Okay, but you didn't, I mean, he told you it had to do with the Rush shooting, correct?
Yes,
And he told you actually that he was a police officer in a neighboring county, right?
I believe he said he was a retired police officer, yes.
And he told you you all had been duped by Seth Kenny, didn't he?
No,
In words and substance, didn't he?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay. And he said to you, I'm willing to fill out a witness statement, right?
No, I don't recall that.
He told you that the rounds came from a green ammo can, didn't he?
Judge, I have to object to your
Sustain.
Did you take the rounds that were provided to you? By the way, they were Starline brass, nickel primer, live, weren't they?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
X's.
Really?
That is what I said.
Someone said, "Don't take shit from Mr. Shapiro." PDQ.
Yeah, it's the airport.
Well, it's information
thinking it was
active, is
a
going to be my response.
little
But he
bar
told you
here.
the reason that he was
Well,
coming in
it could be at the
is
airport.
because he didn't trust law enforcement on this case.
But PDQ, I thought, was Peachtree DeKalb.
She's going to object to hearsay, and you're going to say effect on listener?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to lay your foundation better. You
Yeah.
are.
So, now, let me ask this question. How come law enforcement didn't voucher this with the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
I'm not sure what you mean by the word voucher.
How come you didn't inventory it and put it with all the rest of the evidence in the Rust case?
That's PDK.
I was instructed to put this
PDQ,
in as a
is a
doc
chicken restaurant in
information
Tampa.
case, which I did.
and it's
and
also
it's
a
under
place that you
that
can buy
case number.
toilets.
MJQ's was
You
the
buried it.
cool place
No.
in Atlanta.
Your lieutenant?
There is a supplemental report on it, and that was placed into
Yum.
evidence.
Did you ever turn that over to the defense?
Remember,
There.
you're only as old as you feel.
I have not turned over anything to the defense. My information goes through the sheriff's office.
Are you aware of whether the sheriff's office ever informed the defense that a good Samaritan came in and turned in this ammunition?
I do not know.
When the defense came to view the Starline brass, nickel primer, live ammunition with you,
Place called
you didn't show
PDQ
them
Chicken.
this, did you?
It looks good.
In Tampa.
I did not have an evidence viewing with the defense.
Let's see
That
what it
was
is.
my coworker.
Your coworker.
Yeah,
didn't show
Tampa.
this,
I'm not going to Tampa.
correct?
I do not know.
Do you have any reason to believe your coworker showed this to the defense, given that it wasn't put in the same inventory as the Rust case?
No.
Did you or anyone from the sheriff's office ever tell the armorer or her lawyers that a good Samaritan came in after the verdict and gave you this information?
I do not know.
She's at least answering the questions better.
Yeah.
But you do agree.
I don't think she's gonna get fired or stay. I think they're gonna realize it was some fancy New York lawyer.
He did tell you.
I don't know.
I think that's gonna be the
That Seth
excuse,
said
but she definitely
was the
needs a
evidence from the shooting,
like a
correct?
refresher course on how to deal with
I
the crime
don't
scene. Yeah,
recall
and
what
and
he
and that
stated,
too. Yeah.
what someone else stated.
And you told him he didn't have to write a witness statement. Law enforcement was going to type up a report on it today, right?
I never stated any such thing about a witness statement.
He offered to provide a written witness statement so that it was clear. Did he not?
I do not recall that happening.
Okay. Did you give him assurances that you would type up a report on it?
I don't recall providing assurances to him.
Did you tell him that you would write up a report on it?
I don't recall doing that either.
Do you deny it?
No.
Who are they talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah,
So
she
when
did
you
better.
testified
Yeah,
earlier,
but she
that
still
you
flushed,
never
yeah.
found
She's like red all on her chest.
the ammunition
Yeah.
that killed Miss Hutchins. That wasn't true either, was it?
Maybe she's allergic to New York.
Can you
Who's allergic
rephrase
to
the way
New
you
Yorkers?
stated that?
Sure. As you
Like,
sit
I'm
here
not that
today,
much behind. I used to
having
be
had a
a
good
CSI
Samaritan
New
turn
York
in
City.
these 45 rounds into the precinct,
I
right?
left to escape this.
If that's
Yeah.
what you're
These people
discussing.
like
then.
you.
Yeah.
I feel like she
You
went
don't know
outside
whether or
for 2
not
hours and just was like, I
you
gotta
have
vent and just
In your possession,
recenter
the
myself.
live rounds that killed Miss
She did some
Hutchins, did you?
yoga, some meditation,
The live round that killed Miss Hutchins
smoked a bowl.
has been fired. Are you asking me about a connection between those live rounds and other ones?
I'm asking you, as we've talked about at great length, whether or not
Yeah, she's still pissed about him, but that is not the right attitude to have.
isn't it the case that
Yeah,
law
tight
enforcement
lips.
likely has
She's angry.
The
She did
matching
not like him.
round to the ammunition that killed Miss Hutchins?
I do not know.
And you do not know because you made a doc report about this and did not put it with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
No.
Those rounds were not placed with the rest of the rust evidence, correct?
Nor were they sent to the FBI
That's right.
for testing with the rust evidence, were they?
I'm
No,
confused
they were not.
by what evidence. Did I miss it? I probably missed it.
I think we all missed it.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
So I think it's the
Redirect.
evidence that they found from PDQ was not placed with the rest evidence.
I think they're trying to pin it on Kenny, which is what the Gutierrez Reed thing did also. They tried to pin it on Kenny, so
Mm-hmm.
but they're gonna call him.
Ms. Poplar, are you a detective?
No, I am not.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in this case?
No, I did not.
You didn't interview Mr. Baldwin?
No.
But you asked him questions, but I didn't
You didn't
interview.
interview Ms. Gutierrez?
The technicality
No.
there.
Mr. Spyro was asking you
think Ms.
about
Gutierrez will be
the
able to get a
Good
job after
Samaritan who arrived at the sheriff's
That's
department
awkward putting that. Yeah, I spent 18
after the
minutes.
Gutierrez trial.
For-
Can you tell the members of the jury
Very
when the
manslaughter.
Gutierrez trial was?
I don't recall exactly. I believe
What
it was
would
back
you
in
do after
April.
Maybe should go get our law degree.
Would you take end of February, beginning of March?
Yes, that sounds right.
Maybe she could
Okay.
take like an online course on how to be an armorer.
Do you recall the Good Samaritan's name?
I do not.
Would you recognize it if I said it to you?
Yes.
Troy Teskey.
Yes, that was his name.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey is a close friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father?
No, I did not know that.
That's a good Samaritan.
Are you aware that Troy Teskey had his own motivations
What?
for wanting
Leave
to
the chinchillas
place
alone.
blame on Seth Kinney to help Hannah Gutierrez?
Objection, leading.
Oh yeah, that should definitely be an objection.
Overruled, overruled.
Well,
Please answer.
No, I had no knowledge of that.
So they're talking about this.
I still don't. Yeah. Who's a friend of the Gutierrez? can't speak those languages, words, things.
Do you know my maiden name?
Starts with an R.
Now, to be clear,
Yeah. I know your name, but
is Mr. Baldwin
I don't know.
charged with involuntary
What, your
manslaughter
name?
for bringing live rounds on
Starts
the
with an
move?
R.
No.
Is Mr. Baldwin charged with
it's
involuntary
got a Q in there somewhere.
manslaughter for loading a live round into the gun?
C in it.
No.
Has a person already been tried and convicted for those things?
Yes.
To try to clarify some points,
Oh, she's using his board.
Starline Brass,
What is that?
is that a brand of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Is it a brand of ammunition or a casing?
It is a casing.
Okay.
But it's a brand of ammunition.
And the live rounds from the set of Rust had nickel primers, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm using your board. How could it be objection?
So, let me ask you this. When you went to
It's copyrighted material.
PDQ to conduct your search,
wrote it.
because you're not the detective, do you remember whether he had any surveillance video or not?
I don't remember.
So,
What's your point? Wrap this up.
with regard to Mr. Kenny, prior to the search of PDQ,
Intellectual property
did
rights.
Mr. Kenny actually
Whiteboard.
bring
Whiteboard's my
his
intellectual
own
property.
live
You should have write like a
ammunition to the
C with a
police station?
circle around it.
Yes.
So
You can't use
before
this
you ever
shit.
executed a search warrant, he went to the police station and said, I
Come
want to give
here.
you a sample of my live ammunition.
Yes.
And you took that and you sent it to the FBI, right?
Correct.
Now, with regard to ammunition, characteristics of some of this ammunition is, it says Starline Brass on the top, right? And when I say it says Starline Brass, describe to the jurors what the emblem is that we see.
It is a star, an arching line, and then another star.
The
Ooh,
live
I get it.
ammunition that was
Star
taken
line.
From PDQ, was it all Starline Brass?
No.
Was it all nickel primers?
No.
Now, in addition to
I'm not following her.
the stamp on the top of the casing and the color of the primer, does ammunition have different shaped projectiles?
If you were
Yes.
the jury, would you be?
And when we're talking about the
I understand him.
projectile, we're
I don't
talking
understand her.
about
And
what
I'm trying to follow her.
We're talking about the nose of the bullet, so what actually gets projected out the barrel of the gun.
Oh, no, please. Thank you, sir.
It's called ball ammo. And they were all ball ammo.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted. It's State's Exhibit 26. Remind us, which are the live rounds? The suspected live rounds, sorry, we'll get there.
The ones to the right,
And what are the ones on the left?
they are dummy rounds.
That proves the defense.
Yeah. Unless she comes up with something miraculous here.
Is there a different shape to the tip of the projectile?
Yes.
But
Tell us what the difference is.
Oh my
it's
god.
more elongated
So
on the original. But you
live rounds. Okay. So the live rounds have a flattened surface to them, whereas our dummy rounds
Wow.
come to a further point.
No.
Sorry, I was trying to
There's
draw a line.
no way
That
Almost
is
like a curvature
ridiculous.
to a better
No
point.
way.
that is ridiculous.
An actor or
At my
anybody
request, prior
would
to
know
the
that unless you
Gutierrez
were.
trial,
If you were comparing the
out a
two
ruler and
under a
measured those?
microscope,
Yes,
yes,
I
you
did.
could look at those differences. That is not
Do
what a
you
human would
recall
do.
the size of what we call the meplet, which is that very top of the projectile. Do you recall the size of the live rounds?
Yes, the live rounds were 6 millimeters and the dummy rounds were 4 millimeters.
2 millimeter differences.
Every single live round, well, suspected live round, taken from the the set of Rust, was it a 6 millimeter meplet?
Yes.
It's bullshit. I'm calling it
All
bullshit.
of the live ammunition that was taken from PDQ, to include the live ammunition that Seth Kinney brought into the sheriff's station. Did any of those have 6 millimeter meplets?
No.
So
Do you have
that's
any
a millimeter.
evidence
Yeah.
that Seth Kinney is the source of the live rounds on Rust?
No.
No. Nobody knows where they came from.
If
That
you
doesn't
know,
prove anything.
Yeah.
is there evidence that Hannah Gutierrez brought the live rounds onto the set of Rust?
Yes.
What is that evidence? Let's talk about it.
The evidence that I am aware of is a photograph on a cell phone
Yeah.
of the
And who would measure
rounds
it?
in the
That's
background
the
of a
thing.
photograph that was
She
taken with
brought
the
him
cell
in.
phone.
He didn't.
Yeah.
So what
Those
are we arguing
rounds
about?
are the same ones
Yeah. No one
from
would
the same
notice.
box
First-
that were being pulled from that day, that were handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit.
I'll change it. It's no, not yet. But it's only 4:30. But it's 4:30 right now. So as soon as it's time, we'll go up and start making it. The sauce is ready.
States Exhibit 12. Go ahead, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and clear your screen, the marks. Is this the box you're referring
Boom.
to right here?
Yes.
Is it your understanding?
Well, Christy, the only way that they would know this information is after the fact. Probably nobody
Yes.
even noticed it on set or
And is it your
anywhere.
understanding that Hannah Gutierrez actually provided evidence to the sheriff's department that she was provided that box by her father?
Yes.
And the Good Samaritan who came in with the live rounds and was telling you Seth Kinney's the bad guy, that happened how long after the incident?
That happened well after the incident in after February, so March of this year.
So Ms.
Which
Hutchins
still
died
proves
in
nothing.
what year?
In October of 2021.
And Mr. Teskey, Hannah Gutierrez's father's good friend, the Good Samaritan, he decided to bring this ammunition in after her conviction?
Objection.
Is that right?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence, misleading.
Overruled, unless you want to come up and tell me.
Yes, I do.
All right, come on up.
It's still,
These are a bit tedious.
yeah.
All right. This is how you make limoncello.
Mm,
Okay, so you take a bottle of Everclear,
got it.
6 lemons,
Mm-hmm.
and you make a tincture out of that.
Mm-hmm.
So you do the peels and the lemon juice,
Mm-hmm.
and you let it sit for 3 to 4 weeks. So then once you do that, then you make a water and sugar, what do you call that?
Simple syrup.
Simple syrup.
Mm-hmm.
So you make the simple syrup, and you pour it over the Everclear and the lemon peels,
And that's it. You just let it sit.
and then you strain it,
Nice.
and then you have limoncello.
We can make that now.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, Christy, you're right. They have presented at least 3 other ways to ID live blank versus dummies. That is not.
If I was the jury, I'd be like,
What does that even have to do with anything? And
Is that right?
Gutierrez, like her father's friend, that proves nothing other than the fact that they were trying to cover for her,
Baldwin, yeah.
which means he would even know less about it. That you've got people covering for others, not for Alec.
This has nothing to do with
In
me.
your
If you can see it
experience,
sitting there, it's
Yeah,
nothing to do with me.
if Seth Kinney
Great
wanted
to know 3 weeks before it
hide
happened.
the fact that he had live ammunition at PDQ, he had plenty of time to get rid of it, right?
Yes.
And you found some there, right?
Yes.
And the photograph, well,
No,
was all of the live ammunition
were
in the same
hidden.
place?
Yes.
They were hidden in PDQ.
Where was it
no.
found?
Remember, they found them
It was in
behind,
a
under
box
camera
on the
equipment.
bottom of a
So
stack.
they did, if he did get
labeled
rid of
as
it, he got
live.
rid of it all except for the stuff he forgot about. And then he said, "I'll bet you $1,000 there's nothing here." So he knew
And
there
let
was
me-
anything there,
For
even though
completeness,
their job relies on that live
was there
ammunition.
live ammunition found in another room away from this box?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you find any ammunition that was not .45 caliber anywhere else at PDQ?
I believe there were 2 boxes of marked 38 caliber ammunition that were in another room.
So they got rid of all the
Did Mr.
45
Kenny
but kept the
tell you that
38.
his personal firearms at 38?
So weird.
No, I did not know that.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as defendants A23. Is this, so when we're talking about .45 caliber ammunition, well, let's back up. Is that the only caliber of live ammunition or suspected live ammunition found on the set of Rust?
Yes.
21, you said?
23, A23. So if you find 38 live ammunition, is that important to you?
No.
Because 38 is not 45, right?
Correct.
So
How is
the
that not
45
important?
caliber ammunition that
That
you
just shows
found
that
at
they had live
PDQ,
ammunition of all sorts
Is
there.
this where you found it?
Yes.
Any mistaking that that would be live ammunition?
No.
Why?
What size live
It was
ammunition?
clearly marked as live ammunition in that box.
Okay.
And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when he, that ammunition that he brought to you after her conviction, you still have it?
Yes.
You can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right?
Yes.
And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct?
Yes.
By 2
And that
millimeters.
is obvious
But-
just
but-
when you look at it, is it not?
No.
No, it's not
Yes.
obvious.
It's obvious. She got it wrong. He showed her the picture and she got it wrong. So she doesn't know by looking at
Do
it.
you know
Oh my God.
how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set of Rust by Seth Kinney?
If I recall correctly, just 1.
Do you know how many boxes of dummy ammunition were provided to the set by Hannah Gutierrez?
No, I do not.
Okay, fair enough.
Children do.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination, and I think they were related to, let me get the exhibit just so that we know what we're talking about.
She going out a hallway or something?
You were asked some questions about the live ammunition in the other actor's gun belt. You remember those questions on cross?
Yes.
And I think the actor was Jensen Ackles.
Correct.
Are the other actors going to tell
Do you know whether or not Jensen Ackles checked his firearm on the set of the movie?
No, I do not.
Whether he did his own safety checks?
I do not know.
I just can't imagine being an actor and doing my own safety check. Like, it just doesn't
What does that even mean? I'm curious what a safety check means too.
Let's talk briefly about, let me make sure I have.
Yeah, I agree, Christy. The other people should have been charged in this case, or at least investigated.
Yeah. I think they're trying to pin it on Alec because he pulled the trigger,
Mm-hmm.
and that's horrific. But he was not responsible. Yet technically he did pull the trigger, but he is not responsible.
Well, it's like if I gave you a gun and said it's a water gun, and you look at it, and you see water in it, you see everything it is, you pull the trigger, it goes through a wall, it's a real gun, and it shoots someone. Is it your fault?
I want to be clear, if you
No.
recall,
It's-
I'm showing you defendants A27. Where did those dummy rounds come from?
These were the dummy rounds removed from the box with blue writing that stated dummy rounds.
And who do you know supplied those
Some
rounds?
of those.
Seth Kenny.
No, it's if you now know, they're
That-
easy to
I
pick
think
up.
I made a mistake
If
on
I
direct
showed you that picture and I said
examination.
which one of those is the
Exhibit
dummy round,
30. Is
which
that
one's
what
the real?
I showed you?
Even
yes,
knowing that
please.
they're shorter or taller,
And so those
even if
actually
you
didn't
knew,
come
if
out of
you
that
knew there
box,
was a,
did they?
if you saw a hole in it, you'd
Do you
be
know
like,
where they
I
came
can't
from?
tell.
They
You don't
came
know
from
what that
a gun
means.
belt that was located inside of the prop truck.
Defendants A26, is that where they came from?
But there's
Yes.
so many different
Based on
variations
the, well,
that
the
even if
dummy
you did
rounds
know, you wouldn't know if
in
it
both of
was.
these pictures, from the box and from the gun belt, do they have distinctive characteristics?
Yes.
Have they been identified? Who do you know who supplied all of the dummy rounds that were in the gun belt and in the box?
Yes, that was Seth Kenny.
All right.
Penny again.
You were asked some questions about some documents that you photographed. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I'm trying to find them. Are counsel, are all of the exhibits still up here? Take that as a yes.
No, I have these, I have the script and shots.
Those are the exhibits? Does it say copy? Okay, can I use them then?
Yes,
Okay, as long as they're the same.
they're the same.
Okay, we'll just use your copies. This is Defendant's Exhibit A10. You remember being shown this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when this exhibit, or I'm sorry, when scene 125 was being filmed?
No, I do not.
Same question for scene, is it 55 or 66? I apologize.
No.
'68,
No.
115,
No.
118,
No.
121,
No.
130.
No.
In fact, if you know, was Ms. Hutchins killed during the filming of an actual scene?
No, she was not.
She was not. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh wow. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they were practicing.
Embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the scene
Same thing.
would tell
here
you
for
what they were
118 again.
practicing.
Ms.
it's
Hutchins
not
wasn't killed.
what exactly
during the
happened at what
filming of
time.
the scene, was she?
No, she was not.
He was doing the pole scene, and they kept telling him to redo it, redo it, redo it.
Yep.
Do you know, if you do you know who wrote the script?
No, I do not.
Do you know who the director of the movie was?
I believe that was Joel Sousa.
Do you know whether or not he's going to come in and testify?
No, I do not.
Did he testify in the Gutierrez trial?
I believe he did, yes.
Did you interview the person who wrote the script?
No.
Did you interview any of the witnesses in the room at the time of the shooting?
No, I did not.
She already said that she doesn't interview
So
people.
you haven't talked to a single person who could tell you whether these defense A3 and A10 are relevant at all. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, but that's not the right person to ask about that. Oh my God! Really? Oh my God! Come on! Come on! Gotta lay down now.
You were asked by Mr. Spyro whether or not it was true that live ammunition should never be on a movie set, and you said that was correct. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You've never worked on a movie set before, have you?
No, I've not.
How do you know that?
Makes sense to me. Makes common sense.
But do you know?
No, I do not know the rules of movie sets.
You're not aware that there are safety bulletins for the use of live ammunition on movie sets?
No, I did not know that.
So, do you remember the scene in The Abyss? Do you remember the movie Abyss?
Kind of, but not really.
So there's a scene
All
in
total,
it when the
including
good
prop
guys
truck,
are escaping. So they dive into
entire
the moon
scene
pool,
out there at Bonanza
and the bad
Creek.
guy
How many real firearms were taken into evidence?
shoots the
If I
the
can
water,
look at my
you know,
report.
at them,
Sure.
and they're trying to figure out how are they going to do the scene to make it look realistic, because there's water and bullets. People have a weird idea of like what really occurs. And the director said, well, I've got an idea. I have a machine gun, and I'm going to shoot the pool of water, and people are going to be in the water and record it. So it seems extremely dangerous, but it's really safe.
Because the water slows down.
Yeah. It only went like 10 inches into the water. And these people
believe
were
13
30
total.
feet away
13 real
from that.
firearms.
Yes.
So they were safer in the water than the people on the other side, but he was the only one.
Now,
So the person that would have taken the most damage would have been him.
Oh, speaking
you
of,
were
Yeah.
asked some questions
that
about Mr. Kinney
Shelley
being
Duvall died.
present at the search of the
Really?
prop
Yeah.
truck.
Oh,
Do you
wow.
recall that?
and like
Yes.
that's what what's his butt
Do you remember why he was
Like
present?
Popeye, right? She was in Popeye.
I
She
don't
was,
recall the
but
details
Yeah.
of why
in
he
The
was
Shining.
present.
Shining, yeah, the
Do you
Shining.
Like, he
recall
made her life
how the sheriff's
miserable.
department got
Hell.
access?
and she
to the
she
safe.
quit after that. She had nervous breakdown.
Yeah,
Yes, he.
And-
Seth Kenny provided us.
that was the one with the
combination.
axe. That yeah.
And the firearms that you recovered, real
Think about,
and
like-
fake, who did they belong to?
It was my understanding they belonged to Seth Kenny.
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
It's amazing
Would
that
you
nobody
say that those
I don't know.
firearms
died in
were
that.
many thousands of dollars in value?
Yes.
And do you know who provided the vast majority of the blank ammunition?
That I do not know.
Okay. Does it surprise you that the person who owns the guns had access to the safe?
No.
Right.
Have you ever discovered any evidence that Seth Kinney was ever physically present on the set of Rust other than the day that he helped unlock the safe for your search?
No.
Do you recall you were asked some questions about, you had information about a green ammo can, and that was one of the reasons that you executed the search warrant. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember where you got the information about the green ammo can?
I do not.
Did you review any of the photographs from any of the cell phone extractions that were done in this case?
No.
Did you look at any of the text messages between the different witnesses in this case?
No.
Do you have any information that Hannah Gutierrez previously asked if she could have live ammunition on the movie set she was working on with Nicolas Cage?
I do not have that information.
Okay. Now, I understand we've got some photographs of PDQ, and it looked like it was really
So Hannah Gutierrez
packed
worked on
full of stuff.
on
Is
the
that
movie
right?
Nicolas
Yes.
Cage.
Now, you called it a
movie was that?
warehouse.
I don't know.
Can
I
you
just know it's in the
explain to
Western.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how big that facility is?
It's a very small facility. It has an upfront office, a hallway that leads to a bathroom, and one small workshop room.
The old way, maybe?
And then
Yeah, the
a
old
room
way.
towards the back.
Is it possible for you to estimate the square footage?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. It's a small building.
Yes.
Now, as a crime scene technician, are you trained to find pieces of evidence in difficult areas?
Yes.
Have you ever been in a person's home or apartment that kind of looked like a hoarder place?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's happened to you?
Several dozen,
Several dozen.
at least, yes.
And you're trained to look for evidence in that kind of an environment.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Kenny's business is a prop house?
Yes.
Would you expect a prop house to be full of props?
Yes.
Ooh.
Was the prop house indeed full of movie props?
Yes.
Did anyone live there?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you have any idea, based on the investigation that you did, whether or not Mr. Baldwin cocked the gun when he wasn't supposed to?
I do not have
Are
any
you gonna start the
information
noodles?
based on what I conducted. No.
Because
Okay.
you didn't interview any of those witnesses, right?
Correct.
What's that? Like a snack? The granola bar?
You were asked some questions, or at least one or two questions, about your pretrial interview with the defense attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Mr. Spiro even present at your pretrial interview?
I don't believe so, no.
I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
I have two notes, questions from the jury.
Okay. If you know the investigation into the source of the live rounds, did that investigation continue after the case was turned over to the district attorney's office?
I do not know.
Oh. Oh.
As a crime scene technician, in your experience, do revolvers go off by themselves?
Objection?
Yeah.
701, 702.
Withdrawn.
Yeah. All right, thank you. That was sustained.
Good job.
Okay, thanks,
I wanna
Christy.
Just back up real quick. You were asked a question on cross-examination.
Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow.
About specifically information that you had prior to putting in the request for the accidental discharge testing. You recall that question?
Yes.
And I think you testified that you didn't recall what information you received. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were provided a document to refresh your memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Are you finished with that, Prof?
Yeah.
That demonstrative evidence?
Thank you, Judge. No problem.
So the Muirs were just denied bail. The Muirs were denied bail.
Ms. Popple, you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It is 3 pages.
Does that document say anything about accidental discharge testing?
Objection.
That is that is not, that's a refresh of memory, so it doesn't have to.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna sustain his objection.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask this question, and maybe let's see how it goes. Does it say anything about the gun being destroyed?
No. I'm sorry. No.
Did that document refresh your memory as to what you understood from the FBI about what the condition of the gun would be after the testing?
Yes.
It does.
Does refresh my memory. Yes. I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
Does that document, the question you were asked on cross-examination was about the information that,
Counsel,
okay.
I'm sorry to break you up, but let me give you these.
The judge saw him too. He was like, what?
People are fun.
Yeah. But it's so funny because he doesn't normally object, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Popple, was a fanny pack collected from the set of Rust?
Yes.
The
Do
blue
you
one.
know who the fanny pack belonged to?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah Gutierrez.
Oh.
And
you were wondering
was
about
any of the live ammunition found in the fanny pack?
No.
Do you,
Okay.
so after Ms. Hutchins was shot, do you know whether or not the gun was unloaded by anyone on the set?
The information that was relayed to me was that the firearm was emptied by Hannah onto the cart.
Does that include the spent casing?
Yes.
Wait, was that magic?
Yeah, I think it was.
How did that even happen?
I was wondering that too, actually. I think they zoomed in on someone else and they walked up there.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
I'll pass the witness.
I just have one question. The Good Samaritan asked you, in reference to the ammunition he provided, question, and that's the one that killed Helena. And you said yes, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny it?
I don't deny it.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna take our afternoon bathroom break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court, and let's try to get back in around 3:20, okay? Thank you.
3:50.
Which means 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So 5:55.
Do you want to go start the water?
Yeah, I'll go do that.
Or do you want me to talk about limoncello?
There we go. We go make some limoncello.
Limoncello.
Yeah.
On the bench
It's their,
conference,
that's the
we're in recess
Baldwins.
for all intents and purposes.
He's talking to her.
bathroom break
Yeah.
for the rest of
That's-
Sister. Mm-hmm.
And the daughter, but why isn't the daughter sitting with him? Are you sure? Are we sure that that's the daughter that's there?
Sure as hell looks like her. All right. You guys, we'll be right back. Again, another break.
Do you need me?
Oh, for the water now.
Unless you want me to start the water and you make more cocktails, and we do a TikTok. You gonna join a cult? You join a TikTok cult?
I want an 8 M's. I'm 1 M better than the 7 M cult.
Breaking news: Kristen and Daniel Muir have been denied bail again, which is good. Those guys are pretty terrible in my mind.
Yep.
In my opinion. But I think all cult members are cult leaders.
Bullshit artists.
He is definitely the cult leader.
You think so?
Yeah, he's under Pastor Dow.
She's a lieutenant.
Yeah, he's a lieutenant. But the way that they have their cult set up is that they have like compounds around the country. So they have 13 compounds. And Pastor Dow is here in Georgia, but then he's over the one. So he kind of reports up to Pastor Dow, I would assume. But he runs Daniel Muir runs the cult in Indiana. And then the other NFL guy, KGB, I think he runs his own cult in another area.
It's like Ohio or something like that.
It might be.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure where it was.
But KGB's wife saved their children. She really is the hero of that.
Oh, nice. Nice.
She saved those children.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you need?
Okay. I'm not sure. So,
Water, drinks.
Water and drinks.
Okay, I'll do water. You do drinks. I'll come back at 5:20. Unless you need to film a TikTok.
I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. No, this is not traditional. And there's too many things I have to explain. Let's do a traditional one. Like, we need limes. We'll do a traditional one.
Okay.
And then we'll record that. Because it's like, I have to explain how we do the lemon. The lime, I mean. So, I'll just make you a drink.
Alessandro Pieta.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
All right. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Pieta. I come from Italy. I am a gun manufacturer. I'm actually the guy that made the gun that been used in the movie.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You have to answer her.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate all the
Sorry about that.
information, but I have to ask you a question and then you answer the question.
Sorry.
All right, so you've told us you're a gun manufacturer, is
Yes,
that
I
right?
am.
And what company do you own?
It's named Fab Fratelli Pieta.
Okay. And do you manufacture Pieta firearms?
Yes, that's the name of the company in English.
How long have you been manufacturing firearms?
The company has been founded in 1963 from our dad, and my brother and myself are running the company since 2000.
And are you familiar with how Pieta firearms are actually made?
Yes, of course.
And how are you familiar?
I've been working in the company since 1995, and I've been taught by my dad how to produce a gun, and assist my brother producing, studying engineering demo.
Does Pieta Firearms have quality control measures and inspections of their firearms?
Yes, we do.
It's the
And what
Italian.
are those?
We start from raw material, and then we check all the machining part, and then we got our quality control on the assembly department, and of course before shipping the gun to the customer. So we got
It sounds
several
exactly
steps
the
in
way you
our
imagined
procedure.
it to sound.
And does Pieta Firearms use?
He's not using his hands enough, though.
Well, what kind of manufacturing technology does Pieta Firearms use?
Well, we've been involved a lot in the industrial 4.0. That means that we are using the most actual manufacturing technology available on the market.
So you're basically high-tech technology?
Yeah, we use CNC machine, full control of robotic system. It's not just by hand, but also use the modern technology.
Okay. So,
You use cast iron.
excuse me, what does Pieta Firearms do to ensure that a gun that leaves Pieta Firearms doesn't have any defects? And Mr. Pieta, if I can just have you pull the microphone a little closer and then speak a little slower.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
And then if you could just speak a little slower, please.
sure. We do have our quality control operation, but being an Italian manufacturer, by law, we had to send the gun to a national proof house. It's not a private company, but it's a public company. And all the guns that we produce, all the guns that are imported or made in Italy, need to be tested by this proof house. They have their own standard quality controls, and they also give us a certificate, and they stamp on the gun their marks. So there are different systems that we use to check the guns.
What is a proof house?
A proof house is a public company that shoot the gun, test the gun, take certain dimension. We have CIP homologations that is different from the American. It's called SAMI, but they're
we'll be
very
out in a bit.
similar on the
Just wait.
concept. We have certain
Yeah, thank you.
dimension and they be checked in order to be sure that the gun work properly. They also shoot
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
gun
I think.
higher pressure, so they know that
Yeah.
the gun will not
I do
blow
too, to be
up
honest with you, but
during
I can
our
wait.
regular training section. And of course, they check all the safeties on the guns.
So, before the gun leaves your company, Pieta Firearms, do you guys do checks of the guns first?
We do our own final check for quality reports. That mean that we also looking for aesthetical defects, and of course we do our own quality on the trigger pull or on the action to be sure that everything in proper situation.
And so, in addition to that, then it goes to the proof house and they do their checks as well?
The proof house check the gun as a piece of steel, if you pass that name. I check the gun for the customer because they want to get a nice gun, so without any scratches or without any cosmetical defects.
Does that also involve checking the internal parts of the gun to make sure that there are no defects
That done before by our quality control office, and we do that in the company.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 50.
No objection.
Your Honor, being that there is no objection, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 50 and ask to have it published. On the screen in front of you, Mr. Pieta, is States Exhibit 50. Do you recognize that?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
one
it?
of our single action revolver. Probably, actually, it's written 45 long Colt. That's the caliber, 7.5 barrel length.
Are you familiar with this particular gun?
I know this gun because I know that gun has been produced for a trade show called SHOT Show, and has been shipped to Vegas. In particular for that show.
Were you involved in the manufacture of this particular gun?
I was personally involved producing this sample for that trade show.
And do you recall when this gun was manufactured?
I guess 2016 or 2017.
How do you manufacture this particular firearm?
Well, I would not
Did
say
it eat mine?
manufacturer. I could say I prepare this gun because
Make 'em out okay?
being a replica, we need to make our customer happy, and of course our main customers are collectors. So when we prepare a new sample or a new model, we study the books, so we study the American history, and we look for details just to make a new model. That's why I've been involved to introduce this gun
So each gun is
during this
handmade.
trade show.
So
No.
you said this was a single action
Yeah, it's a manufacturing
revolver.
company.
This is a single action type revolver.
But it's
I
his
mean that
company.
every time
Yeah,
you want to
he oversaw this one because it was at a trade show.
Is that what a single action means?
Yes,
So you have to cock the hammer before you pull the trigger?
yes.
Okay. Is this different from other Pieta single action revolvers?
It's different on outside because the details are different. We are not used to make any marks on the grip, or we are not used to write the caliber on the trigger guard. But this is basically is the same gun with a different configuration.
I wonder what action
So
they're using.
Are the internal components of this gun the same
No,
as
this feels
for
like
others,
Yes, correct.
Pieta?
Correct.
Like when he
Are
saw
the
that,
internal
he was watching
components of this
upstairs,
particular gun, are they interchangeable with other
firearm.
Mhm.
Pieta single action
Someone got
revolvers?
killed
Yes, they
with
do.
that. He was like asking questions about
Yeah.
it. This would be a good.
Now, is the hammer to this Exhibit 50 that we see in front of us, is that different from other Pieta revolver hammers?
Actually, something I'd love to do is
Sides
to
of the
manufacture.
hammer and being polished just to create
revolvers?
a different color.
Oh really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But is it similar in, as far as specifications?
It's the
to-
same.
It's the same to other firearms? I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 6. If I can have the deputy bring it up and ask you to put on some gloves
Sure.
so you can,
Yeah. Go. No, I don't.
he has them.
Oh,
ready.
good. Thank you. Sure.
I wonder what he thought when he got told that one of their guns
If you can open the
Killed a,
box, Mr. Pieta.
someone on set in the movie.
Oh yeah, it must have been.
Do you recognize what's in there?
Yeah, it seems to be the same gun that's on the screen.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51.
No objection.
I move into evidence 51, Your Honor, with no objection. Page 51 is admitted and published. Now, if you can take a look at that firearm, Exhibit 6 that's in front of you, does it have a serial number?
Yes, it is.
And I'm gonna put on the screen State's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's our invoice that probably has been used to ship the gun to EMF.
Does this invoice contain or list this particular gun that's in front of you, Exhibit 6?
Can I check the serial number?
Yes, please.
Can I touch the gun?
Yes,
The
with
gun?
your gloves.
Okay.
Is that the gun that was destroyed?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same serial number.
Okay. So did Pieta Firearms then ship this gun, Exhibit 6, per this invoice?
Yes, we did.
And when, and to whom was it shipped?
It's been shipped to EMF company. That is one of our customer that show with us during SHOT Show. So to get the gun inside United States, we need to get someone can get all the license to import the gun for us. That's why this sample has been shipped to EMF.
What kind of a company is EMF?
EMF is an importing company, and they sell to distributor, dealers, and to individuals.
Is EMF associated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes, it is.
How?
We, Alberto and myself, own EMF.
So you own EMF?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And so when did you ship this particular firearm that's in front of you to EMF?
It's written on the invoice. 27 November 2017.
So that's when it left Italy to go to EMF?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Europe in Italy?
Now
or
let me go back to ask you a
States?
question about
Hmm?
this
Does
hammer.
he live? Where does he live?
You
Oh,
had
I
said
don't
that
know.
it's nickel plated.
Could live anywhere.
This was for a particular.
No,
this is,
it's not nickel plated, it's just polished.
oh, polished. I'm sorry. Does that change its functionality?
No.
Okay. Did this particular gun go to the proof house?
Absolutely.
And was it approved by the proof house?
Mhm. Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
Well, there are some marks on the frame. And it's clearly on the top of the serial number. So you can see them. There's also another proof mark on the cylinder. So they're easy to understand that this gun has been proved by the proof house.
And what does that mean to you as a gun manufacturer that's been approved by the proof house?
That we have produced a good gun, follow the CIP regulation, and the gun can be sold to anyone. Without that marks, we cannot sell or produce or export any guns.
Now, once it comes to the United States, do you know if your guns or these guns that you import are also subjected to testing by American agencies?
No, actually, all the guns that want to be imported in the United States need to be approved by ATF first. So when we start producing this single action revolver, we send a sample or few samples to ATF agent, and they approve the gun for us.
Do you know what ATF does in
Yeah.
order to approve the guns?
Mostly they have a schedule that with details, so they need to check if our guns, actually a gun, match their requests. And also they call drop test, and it's used to see if the gun is safe enough to avoid any kind of malfunction.
You said a drop test. What do
Yeah.
you understand that to be?
More of that.
Drop test means
That's
that
really good spaghetti.
the gun has to be approved. They have a safety, and in this particular gun, the safety is on the cylinder, and they put the safety on. They put a primer, not a live round, of course, a dummy. They put the hammer in the first notch, so the firing pin is lined with the primer, and they take a weight, let it drop at 8 or 4 feet, something like that, 5 times, and the system should not shoot. If that is okay, they approve the gun.
And so, does your Pieta firearm revolvers get put through that test by ATF?
Absolutely.
And that's to test to make sure it doesn't fire on its own?
No, that test means that we have safety on the gun.
Yeah. A drop test is only for safety, like if you drop it.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
So it had to go through him, through the
What that
Italian
mean?
government.
Well, what does it take to,
You need
Yeah.
to
Make
pull,
it
you
shoot.
need to cock the hammer and pull the trigger.
do you know this gun that you have in front of you will fire without a pull of the trigger?
And you're talking
Actually,
about
this gun cannot fire.
three
because
different
from
processes?
what I see is missing some parts. So
Okay.
That all would
now
have
when it was
questionable
first
testing.
Of course.
Like,
Does it fire? Would it fire without a pull
what
of the
was their
trigger?
testing?
No.
What
Why
is
not?
the government's testing,
Because
and what is
the
the ATS testing?
mechanic,
Because all they care about is
design
the
of
drop
armor
test.
And the
That is
trigger
not what
has
happened
been
here.
But
designed
then it got
since
modified
somebody
after
made this
it
gun
went
to work.
All right,
in that way.
again, I want to say that 100%.
And
I
can you
just know
explain
that from
under what
videos that I've watched,
circumstances it
they
will
talk about
only
that they
fire?
do modify the guns to make them easy
Well,
to shoot.
when you
That doesn't
talk
mean that this
armor,
one was.
The trigger will engage the
So we're
firing knob
not
position.
in this test.
I'm
That
hoping
is
so.
the farthest one, so the last position on the hammer. And if you want to release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. The trigger is just a sear that locks the hammer in that position. And if you want to do that, you need to pull the trigger.
Okay. Now, is there also a manufacturer's warning about whether or not the firing pin should be sitting on a primer?
Well, actually, it's not just a manufacturer, it's a standard rule between shooter when you carry your gun, in this particular gun, to load just only 5 ammo and not 6.
Why is that?
For safety reason. So you will know
What?
that you will not, if
What?
eventually the gun fall down, nothing happens.
What could
Hold
happen
on.
if the gun falls down and the primer's...
Most of the time, nothing, because the armor is against
I have
the frame.
never
and so
heard
if
that
you hit
before.
the round,
That might be an
the primer
Italian
will
thing.
Well,
not
he's
shoot the
Italian,
primer.
that's why.
Yeah, yeah,
So
but
just a safety rule that has been taught to every kind of shooter. So I've been a shooter for myself, and that's what they told me to do. So load 5 rounds on the cylinder instead of 6.
never heard
And
that.
will it fire? Let's say you load 6.
Mm-hmm.
And what could happen if you load 6?
Nothing really, just need to know that you load 6 rounds instead of 5.
Okay, but if you have the firing pin on the 6th
Mhm.
round?
If the firing pin is in the rest position when the hammer is down the frame, so the firing pin is not against the primer, nothing happens, because if you want to shoot the primer, you need to apply a certain quantity of force to shoot it. So you can get a thick touch on the primer, but the gun will not shoot.
If the firing pin is actually on the primer?
Close to.
Okay, but you had said that if the firing pin
do,
is
but
on
I
the
can wait.
primer and you drop the gun, what could happen?
Usually, it's based on the primer technology. The powder in the primer is not at the top of the primer, it's just a little in the middle. So you need to press it a little more, and when you reach that point, you can shoot the load under the firing pin.
So what I'm hearing you say, it sounds like the only way you can fire this gun is by pulling the trigger?
That's the way that should be done.
Is there another way to
No.
fire this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Let me ask you, what condition was this gun in when you shipped it, when Pieta shipped it to EMF?
Not destroyed.
As I said before, this gun has been produced for a trade show. So we ship the gun without the firing pin. That is mandatory for this trade show, that all the guns are saved. And doing that, there are inspectors that check all the guns for us and put a tag. So the consumer, the customers, will know that they cannot use the gun to shoot to anybody.
So not having a firing pin in that gun while it was used in trade shows, does that alter it or change it in any way?
Well, you are missing one part, that's it.
But does it change any internal components of it?
No.
Now, did Pieta Firearms own EMF while, during the time EMF owned this gun?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did EMF do anything to this gun?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I'll look this up.
Just a couple more questions, Mr. Pieta. When Pieta Firearms shipped this to the United States, to EMF, did it send the firing pins with it?
I don't remember,
Okay.
really. Sorry.
How hard is it to install a firing pin?
Pretty easy. It's just a pin and that's it.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, but the
Sure.
other lawyers will.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pieta.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple questions for you. We'll be out of
Sure.
here quickly. We heard you say that you personally made this gun, is that right?
Yeah.
And it was shipped from your company, Pieta, in 2017?
Yeah, that's what is written on the invoice.
Between 2017 and October 2021, you don't know how this gun was handled by any particular individuals, is that
No.
correct?
No, I have no idea.
Your knowledge of the gun's functionality was limited to November of 2017 when it was shipped from your company. Is that fair?
That's not correct because my knowledge about this gun was also during this trade show that's been held in January. So probably the last time I saw the gun was in January.
So roughly beginning of 2018. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so you don't know what condition the gun was in on October 21st, 2021 when it was being used on the Rust set by Mr. Baldwin. Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the gun was sent to the FBI for testing in 2022, you were not asked to inspect the gun. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, the Santa Fe sheriff didn't ask you any questions about the gun at that time. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Or at any time,
I never see anyone except today.
even though you personally made it. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And so the first time that you had seen the gun since about early 2018 was about 2 months ago. Isn't that right?
I saw the picture of the gun during a preview interview that we got on Zoom in a Zoom meeting.
Someone held up a picture of the gun on a Zoom meeting,
Yeah, this picture probably.
and that was the first time since 2017 you had seen the gun. Yes.
Well, of course, I got this picture on my computer, but I never recalled that was the one that was sent to everybody else.
And at that point, the gun was already broken. Correct, sir?
It's the first time I see the gun, I may say yes.
Great. Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's it. Told us nothing.
Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Neal.
All right.
I know she's the house, that's all. I'm just gonna.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in
Who's
this
this
case will
guy?
be the truth, the whole truth, and
Who
nothing
is
but
this
the truth?
unique character?
Have a seat, tuck into the microphone.
Did they take the gun?
Yes.
Okay, I need it. Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yeah, my name's Justin Neal.
And sir, how are you employed?
I own my own marketing firm.
And what kind of work do you do? What kind of marketing work?
My marketing firm is a very stereotypical ad agency, and we have another leg to our company where we recruit and manage sales reps for our clients,
What kind of clients do you have?
primarily outdoors.
And are you affiliated with Pieta Firearms?
Yes.
How?
Pieta's a little bit more robust than the other clients I have. I essentially handle North America for them as it pertains to sales and marketing, and I also handle EMF, which they are part of, as their sales and marketing person.
What is EMF?
Early Modern Firearms is an importer, and it's based out of Santa Ana, California. They have been in business for 65 plus years, and very much back in the day, they used to supply a lot of firearms, Pieta and otherwise, to Hollywood.
Who owns EMF at this time?
Alessandro and Alberto Pieta.
And how long have they owned EMF?
I believe 2017.
And what exactly is it that you do for EMF?
I handle, again, the sales of the guns that they have of Pietas. EMF only imports and distributes meaning sells to retailers, Pieta firearms. So I handle the sales of Pieta firearms through EMF through distribution.
Are you required to have a federal firearms license?
I am.
And why is that?
I am an RP on the FFL for EMF. There has to be two responsible parties, and the Pieta family or the Pietas entrusted in me to be one of the RPs on that FFL.
And RP is what?
Responsible party.
And what does the responsible party do?
The responsible party is responsible for the distribution, the importing of the firearms, and all the paperwork thereof.
So as the responsible party for EMF, are you also required to be aware of what transactions take place, what firearms are sold by EMF?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how EMF maintains its records of sales?
Yes.
In September of 2021, do you recall a transaction between EMF and a company called PDQ Arms and Prop?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall that?
I recall that because I saw the actual sales record or the shipping invoice and the packing slip.
I'm going to show you, well, let me ask you this. How did PDQ contact you, or how is it that you guys learned that PDQ needed to purchase arms?
Did you make
They contacted EMF.
Okay. And what was the request for?
The request was for firearms that he saw on the website. EMF obviously.
So this is the marketing guy for
and
EMF?
He wanted some
The
revolvers,
American
and
branch
at
of
that time,
the
2021
Italian
was
manufacturer?
part of the pandemic.
What's that?
And Pieta,
Yeah.
every manufacturer, gun manufacturer, was back ordered, so we didn't have any. The lady in which he talked to initially said we do have display guns that
So
we
what's interesting
show at trade shows.
is they shipped it without the firing pin, and the firing pin was added
And
later.
so we offered,
but they didn't ship a
offer,
firing
we
pin
said
with
we
it.
had those guns.
Let me
So-
show you what's been marked as State
Could mean
Exhibit
a
52.
bound firing pin, even though it wouldn't allow it to fire. It's just when you say there's no modification to it,
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence 52.
yeah, then you have to insert it in manually, which is not hard to do. You literally, it's a hole, and you just pop the thing in, and you're done.
I'm going to show you, well, before you is State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
What is it?
It is a Pieta single action revolver.
And how do you recognize that is a Pieta single action revolver?
Because that was a display gun that we had at some of the trade shows in which I attended and I monitored.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 6 and ask you to put on some
You all know
gloves
that
and
gun.
take a look at that gun.
Okay. You want me to open it?
Yes, please. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the same gun that's shown on screen, a Pieta single action revolver.
So it's the same gun as depicted on 52? State's Exhibit 52?
Yes.
And tell me, was this one of the guns that was sold to PDQ?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's. Keep that in front of you because I may ask you some additional questions. If you can just close the box, but I will ask you some additional questions. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
We'd move into evidence State's Exhibit 53.
States 53 is admitted.
Mr. Neal, do you recognize what's in front of you as State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a shipping report, and that is shipping invoice
From whom to whom?
from EMF to PDQ.
And when was that?
It was in 21, order date 9/29/21.
So on September 29, 2021, were these firearms that are listed on this invoice shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
And is Exhibit 6 that's in front of you one of those firearms that's on this invoice?
Yes.
Which one is it? You can actually touch the screen and it'll mark.
Oh, well, okay. I'd have to see the serial number.
Okay, so
On the
if you want to
gun.
look at the serial number of the gun in Exhibit 6. Actually, if you want to open it and you can check the serial number.
Yeah, it's right here.
Is it not making a mark? It might be your
It's
gloves.
it's the third one. I've got gloves on.
Okay.
It's the third one.
So,
Down. E52277.
this one right here?
Yes.
So, the number 3, the third gun on the invoice is Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, when did you become affiliated with EMF?
2018.
And do you recall approximately, was it beginning, mid, end of 2018?
And
And when you became affiliated with EMF, did EMF already have Exhibit 6 in its inventory?
yes.
And did this gun, Exhibit 6, remain with EMF from the time that you were with them until September 29, 2021?
Yes.
And what did EMF use Exhibit 6, this particular gun, for?
To display at primarily industry trade shows, business to business shows, B2B shows.
So it was owned by the company the entire time?
Yes.
Did EMF do any work on this gun?
No.
Did EMF inspect it for quality assurance purposes?
Before each show, functionality. It wasn't, they didn't take apart the gun or anything, just to make sure it functioned properly. And then they would put it in what we call a sock, which is basically a soft case.
And when you say functionality, what does that mean?
That the gun works properly, not firing it, never fired, just the 4 traditional click of a Colt firearm, and the trigger worked properly.
And at any point during 2018 to September of 2021, was there any indication that this gun malfunctioned or had any defects?
No.
What condition was it in when it was sold to PDQ on September 29, 2021?
It was in perfect condition as far as I know.
You said that how often was this gun checked for functionality while it was owned by EMF?
We do approximately 5 shows a year, and so at least 5 times.
And you say 5 shows, does that mean, is it in a display case? Or?
It is in a locked glass display case.
So people can't just come and grab it?
They can't grab it, no.
Do you also, well, let me ask you this before we move on to the next topic. When this gun was shipped to PDQ, do you know what it was shipped in?
Yeah, EMF follows standard operating procedures, which they do for any gun shipped, whether it's to a dealer, a big box store, distributor, influencer. It is in Pieta makes and supplies EMF with a very hard styrofoam box that's molded for a single action, and it's placed in there, then a cover over the top of it that's fit to it, and then another cardboard box sleeve that slides over the top of that, sealed, and then it is put into another shipping box with whatever other guns or accessories the attended person or store requests.
Would that have been the manner in which it would have been shipped to PDQ?
Yes.
Do you also handle customer service calls for Pieta Guns in the United States?
I handle quite a bit of the customer service calls, yes. Not all, but a lot.
Approximately how many would you say?
Over the years, since 2018, I probably on average handle 5 or 6 a month.
Okay. Have you ever received a complaint or a call about a Pieta revolver going off by itself?
Never.
Are you familiar with how this particular gun fires?
Am I familiar with how it fires?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fire without pulling the
No,
trigger?
so
No.
this is the marketing guy for the EMF, which is the American branch. The Italian, you've already missed him. And he was a great. Was that racist?
Probably, but
Okay.
he doesn't know. Like once PDQ got it, how they modified it. That's the thing.
Well, right. That's my issue. Is all of this basically means
particular gun,
it's like saying
Exhibit 6, if it had displayed any
you had a
defects in
Corvette,
functionality, would
you
it
chopped the
have still been
springs, you
shown
threw in a
at trade shows?
supercharger,
No.
you
Why
did
not?
bigger fuel injection in, you changed the
purpose of-
computer, and you crashed and
Yeah,
killed
don't
someone.
work
So we're going to go to
EMF,
Corvette
going
and
to a
say,
trade show
well,
is
it obviously
to
wasn't the car
sell
because
firearms
Corvette
to
makes a safe car.
FFL
But it's all the
dealers,
work that the
holders,
person did to it
not
afterwards
public, but
that
sporting
led
goods
to the
stores,
accident.
if you will.
So this is
And if
like
a
up until
buyer
it got
who
out of their
wanted to
hands, this is
specifically
all
see
worthless
this gun
technology.
or
This is
any
all
other,
worthless. Yeah.
was to hold it under our watchful eye, of course,
Yeah.
and it was defective.
And one of the things I was looking up
you
was
probably not buy that
the
gun or
question:
any other
what
gun that we have.
what do people do
So
to
would
prop
it be fair
guns?
to say you
And the
put
first thing is
the
they
best
make it
of the
easier
best
to
that
fire.
Pieta has to offer?
Absolutely.
Yep.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
So I still think he put his finger on the freaking trigger.
Does the court want this?
I still think he did it, and he just didn't realize that he pulled. But it's such a light trigger that it just fired.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your excuse, sir. Thank you.
What
Next
would be
witness.
interesting is if they talked to the other people that had fired the gun and said, was it easy to pull the trigger?
We're just a little out.
That would be good testimony.
I think all of that is worthless. The Italian
Yeah.
marketing guy who sold it to them, like it's PDQ that's the important stuff.
Yeah, and that's what I said originally when they're like, oh, they're going to talk to the manufacturer. I'm like, why? I mean,
You're grasping at straws.
yeah, this could be like they have an electron microscope that shows that to the micron it is picture perfect, and then the first person that buys it hits it with a hammer and messes with it. It doesn't matter what they build. I guess the question the lawyer could ask is, was your company in possession of the gun until it was handed to That would be that would be a proper question. They'd say no, and it's like, so you don't know what modifications could have been done to it, or changes made to it.
That's where they didn't say that. Your Honor, let me,
Yep.
what's happening now? Give me just a moment, I'm missing my
Well, they should have cross, right? Because they don't care. Like it's there's no question they could ask them.
Are they just quiet now?
Yeah, they're quiet right now. So quiet.
So we're having sessions for 8 hours.
Yeah, we're used to Bastin, which they did, what, 3.5? You never knew day to day what was going to happen. Do you think he has his hairdresser on, like, there? Doing his hair every day?
No, I think Hilaria is doing it.
The state calls Corporal Alexandria Hancock.
There we go, Hancock. She's up now. She's the lead investigator, right?
I don't know. I don't know who this is.
Because we didn't see the Gutierrez one.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony
your
you'll give in this case will
I
be the
go.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have to see.
Vertigo, maybe?
Migo?
Migo? Mortison?
That would be weird. I just really like Migo more.
Just state your name for the record, even though I know
Well, I
it's
mean,
repetitive.
who doesn't?
Alexandria Hancock.
And
Violence. That was
how
a
are you
good
currently
movie.
employed?
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
am a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
It will be 7 years in November.
Yeah, she just got her lips done.
And how
Look
did
at
you
that.
become involved with
Yeah.
this
Everyone
case?
just got Botox for this.
In 2021, I was a detective with the Sheriff's Office. I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division.
So did they make up this crime so that they could all
that
get on
day,
television
we had
and have acting
received
careers?
A call for a shooting at a movie set on the Bonanza Creek
Mm,
Ranch.
It's a good enough. It's a good theory compared to anything else that's going on.
You said you were on duty,
Duty.
and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. What were you at the time? Were you a corporal?
No, I was a detective.
And
He was the lead detective.
did
They're
you
gonna pull
show
out her
up to the
text
scene there at Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
Got
I
Alec
believe
Baldwin's
it was
phone looking for
between
naked
2:30 and
pictures.
3 p.m.
And so, can you kind of give the
Aw.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of
Were you looking for nudes?
what was going on? Were you the only detective on scene? Were there other detectives? What was happening?
Yeah, so when we had originally, it's called a briefing, essentially, back at our office, at the sheriff's office, we had a short briefing with all the detectives that were there that day about what had been learned thus far as to what occurred on the ranch.
Is she wearing contacts?
And so
Like colored contacts?
during, or I should say after that briefing, the
God, that brings back memories.
detectives
I know,
were
right?
assigned at that point on who
That's what
would
it reminds
be
me
And you're such a
handling
liar.
and
Oh,
who
I'm
would
such
be
a good
assisting.
liar, too.
You were not
And
a
then
good
from
liar.
there, the entire team of us went out to the ranch.
That's your natural eye
So
color?
approximately how many people were in the team?
I want to say maybe 5 or 6 of us.
Ecto green, ecto
And
cooler green.
How does the sheriff's
put
department
902
traditionally, is one detective named primary, or are there more than one? How does that work?
Just one is primary, and then typically they will have a secondary, just depending on
Those
the
lips,
case.
she's got a lot of plosives.
And how did it work out with this case?
Blah, blah, blah.
Originally with this case, a different detective,
Like everybody's a
Central
mess.
Connell, was assigned the
The
primary
work that they've
detective,
had done.
and then I was assigned secondary.
And just so that we're clear, at some point, did you become primary?
Yes,
And at what point was that?
probably at least a couple weeks later.
Okay.
I am the Alpha
Now,
and I'm the
in
Omega.
that interim, in those 2 weeks, were you actively working on the case?
Yeah, I was assisting with it.
And
It's kind of weird that they changed the primary 2 weeks later. I guess that happens.
as the assisting detective, did you conduct
Looks
interviews
tired.
with witnesses on October 21st?
Wake up.
Yes, I did.
Who did
Yeah.
you
They
interview
probably
on
live in
that
New
day?
York,
And then we'll
so-
back up.
Okay. On that day, I interviewed Hannah
Right now?
Gutierrez Reed,
For us, it's
David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
I just want to go to bed.
So I want to be clear, you as the assistant detective interviewed all
You're
3
Night
of the
Nicole.
people that were ultimately criminally charged.
Yes.
Night
So
Nicole comes and
if
does
you were
podcasts for us.
interviewing all of those, what I'm going to call sort of main players, what was the primary Detective Kano doing?
He
She's
was
just like-
on the day of the incident.
a
He
weird
was
look like
interviewing the numerous people that needed to be interviewed
Is this right?
back at the ranch.
And
Who are you? Why am
give
I
us an
here?
idea of who those folks were.
That's a really weird look.
That Detective Kano interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
They were people that were said to be inside the church at the time of the incident, or members that assisted with the armor.
It wasn't a church.
Why was it necessary
They called
to
it the
have
church.
2 detectives?
Yeah, they
doing
did.
interviews at
The
the same time?
It's a set, but they called it the church.
Because of how many
Everybody's
people
called
were
it the church.
involved.
So
Okay.
I think it just makes it clear the building that they're talking about. I know.
And
it the
have
set.
you continued
They don't know
to
movie
be
talk.
the primary investigator
'cause
with
we
the
live
sheriff's
in
department
Atlanta.
on this case since 2 weeks after the incident?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
He's click.
Now, when you were dispatched, well, it sounds like you weren't really dispatched, were you?
No.
Who called you in?
My lieutenant at the time, which was Mike Martinez.
And you indicated that you had a briefing.
Yes.
And tell us kind of what information you got at the briefing that you had before you went out to the scene.
Oh, what
Yeah, so during our briefing there at the office, we were told that there was a movie being filmed at Bonanza Creek Ranch, and then sometime during that day, shortly after we were called in or shortly before we were called in for that briefing, that 2 people had been shot on the set.
Did you receive information that the shooting had been characterized as an accident?
I do recall reading that on our CAD.
And as a detective with the sheriff's department, when you get called to a shooting that's being characterized as an accident, does that mean to you that there will be no criminal charges?
No.
Have you been dispatched or involved in accident investigations in the past?
She used
that
air quotes
turned
on
into
accident.
criminal cases?
Yes.
I wonder if she was born a Mormon. Johnson.
You think she's a Mormon?
No, I don't think she's a Mormon.
So I just want to be clear.
Why do
I
you
know
say that?
The jury's heard some of this.
The outfit?
So you interviewed
Forehead.
Hannah Gutierrez, correct?
Forehead.
That's correct.
And what role did she have on the set?
Like someone just
She
went.
was the armorer, the main armorer.
Lifted the
on
head up.
rest.
Yeah, she's.
And you also indicated that you interviewed someone named David Halls. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what his role was on the set?
He was the assistant director.
I always like to hypothesize about people's
And and then of course you interviewed Mr. Baldwin, and we understand that he's an actor, correct?
Correct.
I want to
My hypothesis.
just
about Miss
take you
Johnson
back for a moment during
is that she was born a
opening.
Mormon and then realized
Did you hear the defense
Mormons
attorney say
felt
that Sarah Zachary
didn't
was
wanna live
not
that life,
interviewed on October
and now she's
21st?
married
I did hear that.
Is
with
that
her wife.
correct?
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Was Sarah Zachary actually
And they
interviewed on
lived near
October
Taos.
21st?
She was.
Who interviewed her?
Detective Joel Cano with the assistance of Detective Ray Arndt.
And who was Sarah
Kinda like a
Zachary?
couple dogs.
She
And a
was
Subaru?
the props
Subaru-
master for
Subarus.
Rust.
I thought the fancy
If you would
Subarus
try
Halfway between Taos
to
and-
explain to the ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen of the
out in the middle of
jury
nowhere.
Well,
the relationship between the prop
Beautiful.
master
Jody
and the
Hildebrand
armorer,
style.
based on your understanding.
What I understood between the prop master and the armorer, as it pertains to Rust, is that they're technically two different departments. They have different functions, different roles, do different things. But in the case of Rust, the prop master and the armorer assisted each other because of how what they would describe to be prop heavy this movie was.
And did you get an
What was- what'd they say?
understanding of when we
This is a
say
prop heavy
prop,
movie.
Oh yeah,
exactly what
yeah.
we're talking
Any
about?
western would be a prop heavy.
Yes.
Really?
Prop heavy. Oh yeah.
So
Everybody has guns,
one of
Yeah,
these
and
gun
everybody's got
holsters,
guns
would
and-
that be a prop?
and the outfits and
Would the guns themselves be props?
Yes.
Even the live gun, the real guns. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
And the hats
the
everything is a prop.
Those are
ammunition,
costumes,
would that
not
be
props.
considered?
No,
a
I
prop?
think they're still called props. I
Yes.
think. I
Okay.
think.
I think that's costumes.
And does that also include glasses and cups and plates and silverware?
Yeah, anything
Prop.
that an actor would use in a scene, excluding like wardrobe items.
Excluding
Okay, fine, whatever.
And
You were right. I don't care.
understand that you indicated that Ms. Zachary was interviewed on the 21st of October by Detective Cano. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview with Sarah Zachary at a later date?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall
What's her name?
approximately when
Sarah
that was?
Zachary.
No,
No, her name is
no, not her.
Believe it was
Not her.
sometime
The
in
attorney.
November.
attorney
So just the
Erlinda
following month?
Johnson.
Yes.
And you testified that
You're
you
looking up
conducted an
Erlinda
interview with
Johnson's
Hannah
wife.
Gutierrez
Just sure.
on October 21st. Did you also conduct a follow-up interview?
She doesn't
with
have
her
a
at later
Wikipedia
date?
page
Yes,
like the
I
other lawyer
And
does.
approximately when was that, if you recall?
Big bag.
I want to say that was in November as well.
Wow.
And you interviewed Mr. Baldwin.
There's
on the
not a picture
21st,
that I was
correct?
expecting to see of her.
And
no.
did
That's
you
that's Carrie Morrissey.
have
That's
No, it's
Johnson.
not.
subsequent
That's-
contact
Okay, then her
with
name
Mr.
is
Baldwin after the
Carrie
interview that
Morrissey.
you did on October 21st?
Yes, I did.
And how were you having contact with him? Was he in New Mexico, or how was that happening?
No, he wasn't in New Mexico at that point, but I would
That's
receive phone calls and sometimes text messages.
From Mr. Baldwin.
How do you spell
Yes.
Morrissey?
Generally speaking, was it Mr.
M-O-R-R-I-S-S-E-Y?
Baldwin reaching out to you, or you reaching out to him?
It was him reaching out to me.
So he had your cell phone number.
Yes, my department cell.
And
Okay, got it.
just to be clear, do the defense attorneys also have your contact information?
They do.
Have they sent you text messages?
I don't know exactly her title, but members from their team, yes.
Okay, so they actually have your cell phone number,
Yes,
and you've made yourself available to them,
that's correct.
and you do that whether I'm there or not, right?
Yes.
With regard to your November interview with Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez about who loaded the gun?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That she loaded the gun herself.
And did you
There's
have
no
a
information on her.
conversation with Ms.
I'm looking for-
Gutierrez
Another way.
concerning the box of ammunition that was holding that one suspected live round?
I did.
And what did Ms. Gutierrez say?
That it would be a box that she would have provided.
Objection, hearsay, unless this is information acted upon.
So, My response, unless you want us to approach, is that these are statements against interest and they come in under that exception.
I don't believe that they are, but like I said, if it's information acted upon, and we can cross on it, it's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Did you have conversations, well, let me ask you. Ms. Gutierrez indicated that she brought that box of ammunition on the set, is that right?
That it was similar to one that she would have provided.
During that interview, did she produce a photograph for you?
She did.
And the photograph that she produced, did she tell you where she got it?
I don't know if she said in that interview exactly where she got it, but she did describe it to be a box like that was in the photo would be what she provided.
And the photograph that she showed you during the interview, did it match exactly the label on the box that contained the live ammunition?
Yes.
She's got like a really tiny shared office.
As you sit here today,
like
do you
the
have
office
any
that she's
question
in, that's the
about
only thing I could find. There's like no
who
information on it.
introduced the live
But her
ammunition
office is
to
like
the set of Rust?
No.
the size of our basement.
Who do you believe
And
it
it's
was
shared with
based
3
on your
other lawyers.
investigation?
Hannah.
And she's in Albuquerque.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about her firearms training?
The one that she conducted?
Yes,
or
specifically-
her own experience?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
I think we should approach. You will not want to?
Go ahead, come on, up.
So Erlinda Johnson is the other one,
Mm-hmm.
and she's the federal prosecutor, and Carrie Morrissey is the special prosecutor.
Why is there a federal prosecutor?
Don't know. I think they just borrowed her.
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm running out of steam. Just hit me. 30 minutes.
6:30.
We could make it.
We can make it. We can survive.
I just had that rough night's sleep, so just the day caught up with me. And
Yeah, right. I agree. We should keep. I think the jury is going to be like.
they're doing notches,
Mm-hmm.
carving notches. And there's a guy next to him that has notches, and he's just doing number of notches.
We're trying to figure out Carrie Morrissey, the woman in yellow, her background, her backstory.
What's the stenographer going on there? Plus, you were a lumberjack this morning. Yeah, I know.
Oh, you were talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's already tired, like, as soon as I started. I'm a lumberjack. Just like my dear papa.
Mm-hmm.
I wear high heels.
Your papa was a nuclear engineer, so.
It wasn't that either, but he was a civil engineer that worked in a nuclear power plant, but, you know, just like my dear papa.
You're singing and we're going to lose.
How many we lose then? It's like, ding, 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 ding.
Subscribers. This is not like for you.
Let's see. If we gained one, I'm going to rub it in your face.
Every time a bell rings, we get a subscriber.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
We just have to get to 1,000.
So
if I promise not to sing, we get subscribers.
yes,
It's
we
okay.
conducted an interview with Mr. Baldwin, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you learn during that interview whether or not Mr. Baldwin received any training regarding the use of these firearms?
Yeah, he had mentioned that he did a training session shortly after with.
I think he's looking at his screen. I really do, but I think he uses it
And I believe he
so he can get a little
and
Should
their
I? So he goes,
assistant, Nicole, was
it's like
there.
when you're looking at your phone, you go. Read my phone. See? I think he knows how to use props.
And
Yeah.
did you
And Hilaria's not
interview
there.
Seth Kinney?
Oh yeah, she's missing her
Yes, several times.
11 children.
Yeah.
How many times do you think you talked to him?
I don't know if I could.
Maybe she's pregnant.
I'm not sure I could put a number on it. I don't know. Probably.
She
at
was this
least
morning.
3
Last night she wasn't.
Okay. And was Mr. Kinney cooperative
It
with
was
you?
spontaneous.
Yes.
Um,
She's just
did
in
you
the room with
request any
him.
search warrants in this case?
Pregnant.
Yes.
What search warrants were requested?
I had drafted the search warrant for the prop truck as well as the search warrant for PDQ.
And PDQ, is that Mr. Kinney's business?
Yes.
Let me ask you, have you ever worked on a movie set before?
No.
And have you ever investigated a crime on a movie set before?
No.
On October 21st, 2021, did you know what a prop truck was?
No.
At some point through your investigation, did you learn what a prop truck was?
Yes.
And what's a prop truck?
It was an area that was used for storage.
Took me a second.
Storage of,
This particular prop truck,
yeah.
it was actually multiple departments that were using it. I don't know
Oh,
exactly
heavy
which
breathing.
ones, but the armorer and the props department had approximately half of like the back of the truck.
And
They get you.
I think we heard previous testimony from Ms. Popple that the search of the prop truck didn't happen until the 27th of October, I think?
Yes.
Is that right? What was the delay?
Well, I was not the case agent at that time, and so
They have
really
all the
wasn't
wrong
one,
people
in charge
giving
of
testimony.
the investigation. And so what
Who lead
happens with
investigator?
your
No,
case
no.
agent is
Not at the time. So they keep
they,
asking her questions. She's like, I
kinda
wasn't.
develop the flow
So
and
every time they ask a
decide what's
question
needed
about
based on the
when something
information that they
happened,
have and
their answer
what
is,
we need
well,
to
I
do.
wasn't the person in charge at the time.
What was one of the first things that you did when you became the primary on this case?
Started reviewing a lot of information.
How long after you became primary did you request a warrant for the prop truck?
Well, I wasn't the primary at the time that I requested that warrant. I was assisting.
Okay.
And so, I mean, between the day that the incident occurred, which was the 21st, and then the day that the search warrant was, I think, applied and executed for was the 27th, so 6 days.
And was the prop truck secured during that time?
Through my interviews, I found out that it was secured.
And how was it secured?
So the set, one of the individuals that worked on the set of Rust.
Objection, you're set. Move your strike. She knew it at the time.
This is information that she learned during her investigation.
But afterwards, it has nothing to do with.
Ask her did you get that date?
In terms of when she learned?
Yes.
When did you learn? Let me ask you this.
Which one?
When you showed up on the 27th of October,
He's in his
did
skirt
anyone
garden.
meet you at the prop truck?
Yes, and then we also had deputies that went out there at least a couple days before.
The thing about his face,
we
I think
had
it's his
drafted that
nose.
search warrant
He's got a
to
long
secure the
face.
truck with 24-hour
I wonder.
surveillance.
You know, people can still hear you.
So
Calling
when
him
you
a
went to
Muppet.
the prop truck on the 27th, did someone have to meet you there to open it?
Yes.
Who had to meet you there to open it?
Yeah, that's what I
Her
saw
name was Rhoda
too.
Walters.
That's
Okay.
exactly the same article I read too.
So
But I couldn't find out if she was an
on
ex-Mormon
that
living
day,
with her lesbian
did you
lover,
understand
where, with
that
a
it was
few dogs and a
locked?
Yeah, unaccessible.
Subaru.
Okay, because she had to open
I
it
couldn't
for you.
find that article.
Correct.
And
Looking
other
for her
than
life.
props generally,
Well,
tell us
He
what
has
other
a
things were stored
Wikipedia
inside
page,
that
but she
truck.
doesn't.
Why would she? She's just doing her job.
There was a firearm
Normally.
safe
He was
with
some
firearms in it.
high-priced New
There
York
were
attorney.
firearms outside of that safe.
He'd be the kind of
think there
person that you
were,
would call a hot rod.
Like
Take
a
it
bunch
easy
of
there, hot
chairs in
rod.
it, and
Calm down.
maybe some.
I had someone call me
shade
that one
tents and
time.
Stuff
Called
like
you a hot
that. There
rod.
was quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, listen.
After you were
Keep digging. You
let
need to
into the
find the
prop truck
truth,
and it was
Christy. The
unlocked
truth is
for
out
you,
there.
describe for us the safe. How big is it?
Maybe about 4 feet tall and
What's it called when you?
about
Oh, yeah, but no
foot
doxing.
wide.
Okay.
And did someone
just
have to
doing her
come and
job.
unlock that
Oh, her-
safe?
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, she's doing a good
Yes.
job. I don't.
Who
I
was
don't
that?
think she's bad at all.
Like funny facial expressions.
Yeah. But so does he. You called him a muppet. So.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you
And whoever that guy
executed
is.
the warrant on the prop truck,
He's
as it
awake.
relates to this case, just summarize for us what you found. I mean, you know, we don't care about tables and chairs and stuff.
additional firearms, more ammunition. I think that was
It's Scully.
the big things that we got off of it.
And are you familiar with the ammunition that was
Is it
provided to
Santa Fe
the
on the
set of
UFO
rust by
highway?
Seth Kinney?
Yes,
Seems like
Where
a weird
was
Yeah.
that ammunition found?
inside of the prop truck in a bag.
It's Area 420.
And when you say in a bag, was
That's
it inside
California.
something else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Was it just loose in a bag?
Well, it was inside of a box that was inside a duffel bag type thing.
Okay. And the, is it also, were you able, did you locate a black gun belt?
I don't think I was the one that located that.
Okay, all right, no problem. And we understand that you also executed a search warrant on
They blindfold him
PDQ,
with
is
like
that right?
That's correct.
And that
like
was
a
on
piece of
November
twine.
30th, I think we heard.
Yes.
Alec.
He's
So
barely
Ah,
prior
yeah.
to executing
Yeah.
that
But
search
he's
warrant,
doing a good job. Like I'll have to
had
admit, like I
Seth
can't.
Kinney talk to you
I'm surprised.
about
Like most
live
people don't
rounds?
fall asleep. Like
I don't. Yes, I believe so.
I won't say it. I won't get it political.
Do you recall, did Seth Kinney at some point bring live rounds to you?
He did.
Do you know whether that was before you searched PDQ?
It was before.
So you knew before you searched PDQ that he had live rounds because he took them and told you.
Yes.
So Kinney owns PDQ.
Did you
Yes.
receive information prior to
and
the search at PDQ
Gutierrez
regarding a
You-
green
ops
ammo
From
can?
PDQ.
I did.
And now they're trying to say that it's
Who did
Kenny.
you receive that information
But I think that's what they
from?
said originally
From Thel
too.
Reed, which was Hannah's father.
Which again,
In
it's
part,
like we're
was it based
trying
on
the
information
same
from Hannah's
pieces of
father
information
that you executed the search warrant on
because
PDQ?
she was
Yeah,
culpable
his-
because
the information
she
I learned from him
didn't do
was
her job
some of what I
correctly.
used.
But
And
because she didn't do her job correctly
just
and
to
there
be
was
clear,
live ammunition,
Mr. I
he's
wanna be clear,
culpable?
The reason that you went and
Yeah,
searched
I know,
PDQ, one of the reasons is because
That's
Mr.
what
Reed
they're
said
saying.
Seth Kinney's got live ammunition, right?
But
Yeah,
his
he did say
defense
that.
is
He
saying
actually
it's
said that
Kenny's
he was the one that picked up that live ammunition.
Who was?
Thel.
Thel picked it up.
Yes.
Okay.
but they're not even really saying that.
Now,
All they're saying is that it could have been. Because remember, it doesn't have to be provable. It just has to be
Corporal, did it occur to you
enough
that
suspicion.
Thel Reed may be giving you inaccurate information to protect his daughter? What?
I mean, unless we're going to be able to ask witnesses.
Well,
He
continue.
does look like a Muppet. He has a face. Look at that face. Look what I did.
I'm just
Look at me.
asking you.
Hey,
did
Ma, I
it-
objected.
I'm not asking about anybody else.
Look at his eyes.
Did it occur to you when you took the information from Mr. Reed and got the search
Is he on his
warrant,
shoulder?
Did you know who to believe?
It's a weird
at
angle. It
point
looks like
in
he's
time?
like
No.
We gotta put that part
Okay.
in it. Lives.
he's just
And
You
I
have
want to be
such
clear,
strong
did
shoulders.
Mr. Reed, and this is just because this is
It is late
just
in the
why
day
you
for
did
us.
what you did.
This
Did
late
Mr.
outside
Reed
that done.
indicate to you that the ammunition at PDQ he thought was the same ammunition on the set of breast?
Yes.
Did that turn out to be true?
No.
It just seems like a big red herring to
I
me.
think all of this.
Because he would have known.
Even though,
That-
well, let
That's
me ask you
interesting.
this, the
He
live
would have
ammunition
known that
was
that
collected from
38 ammo
PDQ,
was not used on the
did it
set of
just
Rust.
visibly
He would have
look
known what he supplied to
dissimilar
Rust.
to the live
Carry?
ammunition
Yeah.
from Rust?
He supplied them with everything. So just to all of a
Even
sudden go,
though
well, she got shot with a 45?
it
Well, here's some
looked
38 ammo I have.
dissimilar,
Is this the
did
same?
you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We
Yeah.
did.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover
Well, we don't
any
know that.
evidence
They,
that Seth
nobody has
Kinney
been
was
able to
present
show
on the set
who
of
did it.
Rust
So it is,
until you met him at the prop truck?
that is an equalizer. So you can take all of that out.
But definitely, Alec Baldwin didn't bring him live.
Yes. Yeah.
During your investigation,
He was busy with his 8 kids.
did you ever discover any evidence
He didn't
that
have time
Mr.
for life,
Kinney
though.
modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And
There's
the
more
fact
people.
that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
I saw that name. I don't know who it is.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away and
Do
then...
they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects
Ricky,
or
wrap it up.
witnesses,
Come on.
whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Now, in addition to searching the prop truck and searching
I wasn't aware of
PDQ,
that, actually.
did you also
Always the
ask to
Oh, but I
search
assumed it
cell
was like
phones?
a police
did.
officer could arrest
And
someone.
whose cell phones did you?
You know, that happens all the
search
time.
Or ask to be
I
searched?
think what she's referring to
I
is
requested
during these kind of
searches
investigations,
of Alec
Yeah.
Baldwin's,
but not
cell
arrests in
phone,
general.
Hannah Gutierrez's, David Hall's, and Sarah Zachary.
Did you review all of those cell phone extractions?
I did.
Some of the things that I read
And when you review the cell phone extraction, what do you get to
was
see? Do you get to
people
see
that
text messages?
I do.
are in the
Do you
industry,
get to see photographs?
and they said
Yes.
the biggest issue with Rust
When you reviewed
was that
the
they were
photographs
penny pinching and
from
using the cheapest
Ms.
people they could
Gutierrez's
find.
cell
Yeah.
phone,
That was it.
did you notice anything that stood out to you?
I did.
What was that?
There was a photograph taken, I believe it was maybe end of November, that she was, there was two bullets, 2 rounds in, I believe, her hand. It caused a little bit of concern. And then I think I actually had found a couple photos of it. And one of the bullets in that photograph was circled, kind of how you can edit a picture. And it said, I believe it was dud on top of it.
That bullet that was circled that said dud on it, was it a Starline brass casing?
It was.
Did it have a nickel primer?
Yes. Well, silver.
Silver, nickel,
Yeah.
okay. Just in terms of the color.
Yes.
And in terms of the projectile shape, did it match the live rounds from the set of rest?
It did.
All right, counsel, we're gonna stop for the day. Jury, I want you to, instead of 8:30, I want you to be here at 9:30 downstairs. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
They just end stuff. They don't like really.
They're just like, okay, stop talking. Wow.
Tomorrow it's 11:30.
It gives us a bit extra time. Yeah. Yeah, Christy, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching again. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And maybe we'll actually hear something interesting tomorrow.
Actually, it made me feel a whole lot better than I was feeling really depressed yesterday. I was feeling a little depressed this morning, but now I feel much better.
It's also the drinks too.
The drinks. It also helps live streaming. That's what I do.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, have a good evening.